Hey y'all, I'm Ada Kay, and I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership. Good morning. Happy first Monday of 2025. Hope this finds you well and blessed and not hungover. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Appreciate having everybody here this morning. It is a morning. Oh, allergies are running. News is running. We've got so much going on. We're going to play catch up today, I believe. We're going to review and find out what court cases are going to be popping in the next month. So let's get with it. How are you guys doing? I hope y'all had a great New Year's. I hope you were able to enjoy your family and all that wonderful stuff. Good morning. Good morning. We've got a lot of new stuff happening here. A lot of things will be changing this year for the better. Excuse me while I get my Discord set up. Good morning. Good morning. We will and are going to start off by, first of all, going through and catching up today on Cybertruck. We're going to be catching up. Oh, didn't mean to open up 5 of them. We're going to be catching up on New Orleans today. Kind of find out what's going on with New Orleans. And I have not seen anything new. So I'll be going in order. I want to extend my condolences to New Orleans as a city as a whole. My heart goes out to you and all the victims and their families. Also, I want to send my wishes to the people of New Orleans in general. Horrible experience, horrible situation, and we all need to be very mindful of what's going on there. So I'm trying to get something. I'm doing something I probably should not be doing right now. Trying to get something up. Okay, so let's start with catching up on the news as to what happened and where we stand.
As far as I know, he was a Muslim for most of his life. What he did does not. The suspect's brother speaking out about the attack, telling the New York Times, quote, as far as I know, he was a Muslim for most of his life. What he did does not represent Islam. This is more some type of radicalization, not religion.
Rabbi Lightstone served as the senior advisor to Donald Trump's ambassador to Israel, and he joins us now. Rabbi, thank you so much for getting up with us this morning. You know, as Todd just said, the suspect said it was more of radicalization than religion. What are your thoughts on all of this?
Yeah, no, I think that's 100% correct. This is not the religion of Islam. What this is a religion of radicalization. And what's come about is the ability to convince or to try to blame others for your circumstance. And that manifests itself in, unfortunately, this terrible terror attack. And more than anything else, my hearts and prayers out to all of the victims and all of the people of New Orleans today.
So what can we be doing differently to tamp down on this kind of radicalization? What should we be doing to make sure that this does not become the new normal going forward?
That's exactly the correct question. This protest that happened in Times Square, that happened within hours after this person with an ISIS flag committing a terror attack, has gone on, frankly, for 16 months. After Israel was attacked on October 7th, on October 8th, on all of our campuses and all of our main cities, there were protests not against terror, but in favor of terror. And the White House just sat there and said, well, they have a point. And what we need is leadership that says they don't have a point. There is no room for terror. There is no room for radicalization.
Right, but how do we stop this? I mean, we keep seeing it happen over and over and over. It is becoming the norm, whether people want to believe that or not. What do we have to do? What does the government have to do? And really, what does the incoming administration need to do to stop this?
I think two different things. Number one is it does start at home. I think we need to check on our brothers. We need to check on our sisters. We need to check on our children, and to make sure that they're being raised with the correct moral and values that they can be. We need to check on our veterans and to make sure that they're being taken care of appropriately. But at the end of the day, we elect leaders in order to lead. And when leaders look both ways at terrorists and at victims and say, they both have a point over here, that's not leadership. So this is actually something pretty simple to fix, because most Americans know the difference between good and evil. Every American that I know knows who the bad guy in this video is, and know who the good guys are, the people who ran to stop him. That needs to be said clearly from all leaders, and it needs, frankly, to be said from parents to their kids as well.
Yeah, you make a good point. There is a massive morale issue right now in the world, in the United States. I do fully agree with that. Rabbi Lightstone, thank you so much.
I agree with that too, y'all. Massive low morale issue. Kind of got some other interesting news. I'm not a follower of this person, but this person is so unique, I thought I'd go ahead and share it. Let me get it on stage. For those of you who don't know this woman, this is Catwoman Jocelyn Weidenstein has passed away. She passed away this morning. I hate all these ad things pop up. I can't see nothing. As Catwoman, she had many millions of dollars worth of cosmetic surgery, passed away peacefully in her sleep Tuesday, December 31st, while taking a nap with her long-term partner, Lloyd Klein, revealed to people. This woman right here, she passed away. Very strange and exotic woman. I can't begin to tell you how strange and exotic. Interesting. One of the most interesting things is that she had so many plastic surgeries she couldn't even move her mouth. I will check my email, girlfriend. Let me get this up and going. Okay, now we're going to jump on over to this.
The corner and comes barreling through people, throwing people like a movie scene, like real life, throwing people into the air. They falling under the car, all that. Bodies all up and down the street. Everybody screaming and hollering. You look down, you see somebody doing CPR. You look around, people crying on the floor, like brains matter all over the ground. And yeah, it really hurt me to see like one of my closest friends like that.
The deadly Bourbon Street attack is our top story this morning. We know that 15 people are dead, 30 people are injured. President Biden addressed the nation about the horrific attack. Take a listen.
I'm not going to comment on any specific yet. I've contacted every agency in the federal government as well as the state. They're all coordinating to get to the bare facts.
Your reaction when you heard what happened?
Well, the reaction was one of anger and frustration. Thank you.
The FBI identified the suspect as 42-year-old Shamsuddin Shabar. He's a U.S. citizen and an Army veteran from Texas. For more on who's behind this act of terror, I'm going to bring in now my colleague, Court TV field reporter Cody Thomas. Cody, tell me, what do we know about this guy? And also, what do we know about any alleged accomplices in this attack?
Well, Julie, we'll begin with him. As you just said, 42 years old, born and raised in Texas, a U.S. citizen, served in the Army from 2007 active duty, 2007 to 2015. Once he got done with active duty, he served in the reserves until 2020. He got out as a staff sergeant. Now, in 2021, he was hired on at a staff level position with Deloitte, one of the big 4 consulting firms in the world. So making decent money, around $10K a month, according to court documents. So he's doing fairly well for himself. No prior criminal record or anything like that. But in 2022, during a separation from his then wife, he did face, a nasty financial situation. But moving forward to yesterday's attack, a flag representing the Islamic State was found on that rented F-150. And as we know, in recent years, the Islamic State is viewed as a radicalized group. Now, he had IEDs, which are pretty much homemade bombs and guns, as well as we know he got out and was shooting back at officers. But the key here is, Julie, the Louisiana Attorney General says that he did not act alone, as multiple pipe bombs and IEDs were found in the area of Bourbon Street around the French Quarter. Take a listen to what she had to say.
We do know that there is a connection between a house that was located on Mandeville Street in New Orleans and where we believe that these IEDs may have been put together. And there was a house fire there, so we also believe that they were trying to get rid of evidence. And then, we know that there, and understand there are multiple people that are involved. So one individual is deceased at the scene, but the other individuals are still out there.
And Julie, to piggyback on what she just said, the Louisiana State Police Bulletin cited surveillance video in the area of 3 men and 1 woman placing one of those IEDs in the area as well. So just very horrific and not the most ideal way to start this new year.
No, not at all, Cody. This is just dreadful. The connection between Las Vegas, that's still up in the air in terms of an investigation. What do we know? Is there anything that is showing us a definitive link between these 2 acts?
Well, as you just said, definitely still up in the air. They are still going on in the investigation. No confirmed link at this time, but there are some coincidentals. Both suspects served in the military. Both suspects rented vehicles from the app Turo. Both suspects both attacks involved explosives that are believed to be remote triggered, as if, someone that doesn't have to be right where it is. They could click a button and the explosive would go off. Both suspects are relatively close in age. The one in Vegas, 37. The one here in New Orleans, 42. So again, up in the air, but definitely some coincidentals in both attacks.
Yeah. Is there any evidence, Cody, that they might have known each other?
It is cited by one of our affiliates that they did serve at the same military base.
Oh, wow.
So that's as much as we know right now, as far as the investigation continues.
Right. I know you're following this closely for us, Cody Thomas. We're going to see you back here in our next hour for another report on the very latest. Thank you so much. I want to continue the discussion. I want to bring in a very special guest, someone who served in the FBI. We know the FBI is handling the case and looking into whether there's a link between the incident in New Orleans and the one in Las Vegas. Let's welcome in retired Special Agent Jennifer Coffindeffer. Jen, good morning to you. Would you start, please, with what you make of these 2 incidents occurring on the same day and the information Cody just gave us? Does it seem to you like there could be a connection?
Good morning, Julie. I will say this, that coincidences seldom exist in law enforcement. And I find it very interesting, not only the time frame that these 2 occurrences happened really just within hours of each other. Also, as was mentioned, their military service, the fact that they served at the same military base, the fact that they rented from Turo, which is a very obscure rental app, if you will. I use it all the time, but it's like the Airbnb. They have a very small fleet. I found that very interesting. So certainly these issues, as well as the IEDs that were used in each event, make them highly coincidental. So we'll find out more, but I'm steering toward that belief.
Sure. I'm sure you're very suspicious of it, as am I. Jen, could I ask you please about what the FBI is doing right now? Would you mind kind of walking us through the behind the scenes, starting, in New Orleans? Cody just mentioned about seeing other people on video footage who might have been involved. What might they be doing right now to track these people down?
Well, Actually, there was a very recent report that said, in fact, those 4 individuals, the 3 men and 1 woman, have now been cleared of suspicion, but that, of course, they still believe others were involved. The key to this whole thing is those IEDs and the digital communication. In other words, Julie, everyone knew, including Mr. Jabbar, that he was going to die that day. He went in there, absolutely knowing he was committing a word that we need to bring back in our vocabulary, right? There's several: jihad, radicalization, ISIS, Al-Qaeda. I mean, they seem to be making a footprint here again, Julie. And they need to be looking at those IEDs. Clearly, if he was dead, who was going to detonate them? Where were they made? Did he have that sort of background? We don't see it in his military experience. So I think there are, of course, others involved, and we know because they've said so.
Mm-hmm. Right. Such great analysis from you, as always, Jen. Jen, I'm curious what you're thinking about. You're also a podcast host. Break the Case is your show. Tell me, when you heard this news, I know your heart sank. What were your initial thoughts, and then your thoughts waking up this morning, the questions that are really at the front of your mind?
Yeah.
Well, the first thing that I was concerned about was this merely a copycat? Was this just a lone wolf that decided to go in and copycat the Germany situation that recently took place? That made a lot of sense to me. But my heart really sank, Julie, when I found out how intricate this was, that there were other IEDs, this rental car, that he was willing to give up his life for his mission, and that, of course, he was former military. So top on my mind is there an actual active cell working right now to recruit former military individuals who are at a low point in their life and are vulnerable? And are the Las Vegas and this attack connected? Definitely.
I really appreciate you saying that. That's something that some of the members of our Court TV team were wondering about. Does this guy have a network, so to speak? Are there others who might be praising him for what he did that we have to look out for? Would you speak to that aspect of, prevention and maybe identifying other dangerous associates?
Well, Julie, I had a case so similar to this from the standpoint of radicalization. Somebody that was so normal, working their life with a family, everything was normalized. And then when they became radicalized, you could see their whole demeanor change, this anger in their eyes. And what they do is they really isolate themselves from their family, from their friends. You'll see them just completely withdraw and change and sink deeper into financial difficulties with relationships. And that's what individuals need to be looking for. There's always a catalyst, and that is usually despair.
This is fascinating information you're sharing, Jen. This Shamsuddin Jabbar apparently only recently became Muslim, but was very quickly radicalized and became an extremist very, very rapidly from the information that we know. What does that say to you?
Well, back in the times of 9/11, we think of people being radicalized. They actually had to go abroad oftentimes. It was seemingly a longer process. Now with social media, with the internet, just with everything that is happening now, it's so different. And basically it's building a network. And again, these individuals are identified from things that they say on social media, and people who are experts, if you will, in radicalization glob onto them and begin their work.
Wow. Jen, tell me, please, before we have to let you go, do you think we're going to be seeing more arrests for this incident in New Orleans? In other words, do you think that this guy didn't act alone?
I don't think he acted alone. I think we will see more arrests. And quite frankly, Julie, and not to be some sort of alarmist, but just having been active FBI working Al-Qaeda and ISIS cases back in the day, I can tell you It's very concerning to me that there are cells that exist out there that are going to be more active, and they don't have to get planes anymore. They rent cars, they put explosives in them, and they can do acts like this.
It is terrifying and a very, very real threat, as you know, my friends. So the more we can talk about it and discuss ways to infiltrate these groups and dismember them and hopefully prevent any more tragedies like this. So we've got to do it. Jennifer Coffindeffer, always great to have you on the program. Check out Jennifer's show, Break the Case, on YouTube. Jen, thank you so much for your time and your expertise. We'll talk again soon, I know.
Whoa! You're going to get me dinged again. Sorry. I love her music. What can I say? But I cannot get in trouble. I'm getting rid of a commercial, guys. Hold on a second. I'm not going to do that one. There's too many commercials. So, guys, oh my gosh, we've had a lot going on. Let me see. Thank you guys for sending me stuff. I greatly appreciate it. We're going to play this one.
This time that we do have two local football players who were in that attack in New Orleans. Both of them went to Princeton.
Right.
One of them tragically was killed, the other injured.
In fact, Ryan Quigley is an alum of Lansdale Catholic High School, and that's where Hank is now.
Yeah, good morning. And they're not in school today or tomorrow, so it's tough to get any idea outside of the statement the Lansdale Catholic has made of exactly how folks feel here in this community. But it's a tough way to begin the new year, guys, by losing by having one of your very own hurt very badly in a horrific terrorist attack down in New Orleans, and his best friend, or his good friend, who he played football with, is gone. This is the young man we're talking about, Ryan Quigley, who was badly injured on New Year's Day early in the morning in that truck attack on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. A 2016 graduate of this school, Lansdale Catholic, and a 2020 graduate of Princeton, a football player, apparently a punter in the prime of his life. Killed in the attack was his good friend and college teammate, Tiger Beck of Louisiana, who played wide receiver for the Princeton Tigers. He was apparently back home for a long weekend to visit family. A GoFundMe has been set up for the both of them, for Quigley's memory and for Beck's, for Quigley's recovery, and for Beck's memory, bereavement, funeral expenses, and it has collected nearly $80,000 from hundreds of donations, big and small. Now, a statement from Lansdale Catholic president says that the Lansdale Catholic community is praying for Ryan's full recovery. Obviously, we all are, and they are proud of him and proud of the way students have come together to support him. Certainly proud of the things that he's done since he's graduated. And Tiger Beck's brother, Jack, who is a football player, apparently runs through the family for Texas Christian, tweeted out that he loved his brother always. They could now be together in every moment, and he's got this family. And that Lansdale Catholic statement, guys, went on to say that they extend their thoughts and prayers, obviously, to everyone who was impacted, hurt, or killed in that New Year's Day tragedy in New Orleans. Again, no school today, no school tomorrow, but apparently students have coalesced around this young man, and they've made their contributions to help him to the tune of nearly $80,000 in about a day, guys.
So heartbreaking how life can all change in an instant, and just,
all right, 6:37.
A New Year's celebration turning into a nightmare on Bourbon Street.
One gentleman crushed, had tire tracks across his back,
At 3:15 a.m. Wednesday morning in New Orleans, a man, now identified by the FBI as 42-year-old Samsudin Jabbar from Texas, intentionally drove a pickup truck with an ISIS flag attached to its trailer hitch into a crowded street in the city's famous French Quarter, where Bourbon Street meets Canal Street.
Disfigurement and the bodies strewn, something you can't unsee, you'll never forget.
The FBI confirming Jabbar is a U.S. citizen and a 10-year veteran of the U.S. Army, deploying to Afghanistan in 2009. Jabbar died in a shootout with police, but not before hitting two of the officers with bullets. Both are reportedly in stable condition.
He was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did.
City officials say the attacker wore full military gear. New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell spoke shortly after the tragedy.
The city of New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack.
The FBI confirming they are investigating it as an act of terror. They're also investigating Jabbar's ties to terror organizations.
We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. We are aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates.
More weapons and possible explosives were found in the trunk. Other potential explosives were found around the French Quarter.
I know that the federal response is going to be immense and vigorous and prompt.
President Biden releasing a statement Wednesday morning promising every resource available to get to the bottom of what happened as quickly as possible. Donald Trump taking to Truth Social, saying his incoming administration will fully support the city of New Orleans as they investigate and recover from this act of pure evil. The attack came as New Orleans prepared to host the Sugar Bowl on New Year's Day and the Super Bowl next month. Officials postponed the Sugar Bowl to Thursday. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
Wow. I am so hot in here, guys. I apologize.
We want to show you a live look.
I am burning up. Forgive me. I'm trying to get many things done. I am looking at Discord right now, guys. Thank you so very much. I am scrolling. We have so much news. So let me get this here.
Deadly New Year's Day attack in New Orleans. At least 15 people killed, dozens injured when that driver intentionally sped through a crowd of people celebrating on Bourbon Street on New Year's Eve into the early hours of 2025. The FBI is investigating it as terrorism. And many of the victims are now fighting for their lives, taken to University Medical Center here in New Orleans. And we are joined now by the center's chief medical officer, that is Dr. Jeffrey Elder. Dr. Elder, thank you very much for joining us on what has to be a very difficult morning. You've got all those patients there. Can you give us an update on the number of people still under the care of your doctors there and their general condition?
Sure. We have, as of today, we have 15 patients still in the hospital, and their conditions range from critical to stable.
And doctor, every event like this, whether it's a mass shooting or something else, presents unique challenges. This is a vehicle ramming. What has that meant for the work of your nurses and doctors and surgeons there at the hospital?
Yeah, this was a complicated incident. We had a mix of both blunt trauma from the collision with the truck, as well as penetrating trauma from gunshot wounds. So we had a mix of very critical patients that came to our hospital, others that were walking wounded, and we had 26 patients in a matter of minutes show up at our facility that we had to take care of.
You've also got a family reunification process unfolding there at University Medical Center. A reporter for the Times-Picayune, the local paper here in New Orleans, was there for some of it. It was just about as sad as our viewers would expect it to be, but at times uplifting as people were reunited. Can you talk a little bit about how your location came to be the spot for all of this and how the process unfolded?
Yeah, as we really became the epicenter of what was happening on the healthcare side with the hospitals, we had the most number of patients here. We worked with the city of New Orleans and the health department to have space available for those families to come in to try to reunite them with their loved ones that were here, and ultimately have any notifications that needed to be made then here at the hospital with the health department in the city.
Doctor, this was a holiday for the doctors, the nurses there at your hospital as well. I imagine New Year's Eve happens, you're celebrating with patients. It's a lighter moment, and then you get this code yellow and all these patients coming in, all these victims' lives have to be
Code
saved.
yellow?
How
Should it
are
be code
the
red?
staff of the hospital? I know they're trained. I know this is what they're supposed to do, but they're also people. How are they holding up this morning?
This is true.
You know, they're holding up well. I mean, this is tough. This is difficult. We take care of patients that are critically injured all the time. But to take care of this number of patients all at once is tough for everybody. You go from having a good night working in the ER to, you know, what could be looked at as mass chaos for a few minutes as you start to get everything together and moving and coordinated. And so, you know, our staff here have done a tremendous job. We had people come in on their days off early in the morning as soon as they heard about it. We had the staff that were here caring for our patients. And we're going to continue to take care of our patients, and we're going to continue to take care of our staff that are here so we can continue to perform our mission.
Yeah. Residents here taking care of one another. Dr. Jeffrey Elder, you were born here, raised here, and now you have a very important job this morning, doing it admirably. Thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now we want to bring in Alex Burr.
Guys, I am so frustrated with this whole situation, guys. I just really am. I'm heartbroken. And to think it was an organization that did this, I'm going to share this. And if Dawn doesn't like it, well, she'll get mad at me. This is what she's facing right now. Look at all those blowers. She had a flood in her apartment. Yep. That is so horrible, baby. Oh my gosh, that's awful. My heart goes out to you, love. Been there, done that more times than I can count. More times than I can count. And we wish you a quick recovery of your property. Oh my gosh, that's so horrible. Yeah, nope. Not something that most of us want to deal with this time of the day. Or anytime. Or at any time. Live community, that's what I'm looking for. We're going to watch this. Oh, that's what I've been looking for. Yay. Thank you guys for sending it to me. I appreciate you so much. So we are waiting for the live report to start. And it hasn't yet. Nope. Okay, we'll just keep that up. Gosh, I need y'all to be in prayer for us and for our business. We need to get some things done over here. Oh, put my watch on upside down. If that's how this year's going to be, I'm not going to be happy. Putting everything on upside down today, backwards or sideways. Go figure. All right, let me get here. We are going to do this, and then I've got multiple things up for today. I am trying to clean up my screen so I can do what I need to do. I can't wait till I get another monitor in here, y'all. It will be fabulous to have another monitor in here. I got to get another monitor. Yes, done. You did do that, so I need to go here. I'm having to talk to myself. I'll be honest, today has been a difficult day. It's not a good day. It's not a good day. I'm opening up documents while we're doing this. Well, my documents aren't behaving. Thank you. Thank you. So tell me, you guys, what did you guys do this fabulous New Year's? Who did what? These are Sarah Bones. These are not what I'm looking for. What did you guys do for New Year's? I spent it here with you guys. Mm-hmm. I spent it here with you guys. Seeing if these are the same thing. Yeah, they appear to be. Yes, they are. Oh, I thought I saw a name on this thing. I was going to go crazy. Okay, we will be going through a huge document. Thanks to As the Gavel Drops for your document. And it's going to be on the Blake Lively. I know other people have gone through it. We have not. We'll be going through that. Where I worked on getting my pipes unplugged. I could take that in a lot of ways, Andrielle. I can take that in a ton of different ways. I hope it's your plumbing and the house pipes. I want to give a huge shout out. ASU Police, my college. The police are giving us an urgent email. Let me check it. Thank goodness my daughter is here. I don't have to worry about that. I'm trying to set something up. We've got a lot of stuff going on. I have been trying to. The first Monday of the new year has a lot of things you got to get done. So I'm trying to do things at the same time. Okay, yes, definitely. For court documents, join As the Gavel Drops. Their Discord page is posted here to verify your account, so you'll be able to look at the documents. If you are, let me get to it. We are thankful to be partnered with As the Gavel Drops, for they are the #1 provider of all of our court documents. Thank you to their many, many mods who do a ton of research, so we have documents at hand. If you are a document junkie, go to As the Gavel Drops, verify your account so you too can read these documents at your leisure. Ruh-roh, here we go.
Well, already?
And no ASL interpreter.
All right, well, good morning. I first want to start off by reminding the citizens of Louisiana that as you travel around the state, you will see the flags of all state buildings at half-mast in honor of those lives that were lost in this horrific act of violence. I also think that it's important to remember that what happened yesterday was akin to those who are old enough to remember jigsaw puzzles, and that you would take a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle and you empty the box, and you've got to start sifting through those pieces. And you want to start, if you're real good, you start at the corners, right? Try to put your corners together. And from yesterday to today, over 1,000 law enforcement agents and officers, men and women, have been poring over countless amounts of data, of videos, of surveillances, interviews, tracking down every possible lead that came to us, whether it was the New Orleans Police Department, the Louisiana State Police, the FBI, or our other federal agencies. Also, yesterday, I issued an emergency declaration. That declaration was meant to streamline resources and communications between state, local, and federal partners. And we're seeing the results of it. I also would like to remind everyone that what's going on in this city and this state is twofold. We've got an active criminal investigation going on, while we're also continuing to secure the city in preparation for 3 o'clock kickoff time for the Sugar Bowl. With that, I would also remind those who are in the city that as far as state resources are concerned, we have the Louisiana State Police, the Louisiana National Guard, which was part of that emergency declaration, which allowed us to put an entire MP company on the ground. Those become force multipliers, is what we call that in law enforcement in the military. That helps to add to the resources that we have. Wildlife and Fisheries, the Department of Corrections, DSF, DHS, our Veterans Affairs, our Probation and Parole, all state agencies. Any state agency who has a post-certified officers are here in this city to help secure the city. And so with that, I would like to turn it over to Christopher Rea, who is the Deputy Assistant Director of the FBI's Counter Terrorism Division. Chris?
Thank you, Governor Landry. Good morning. I am FBI Deputy Assistant Director Christopher Rea. I'm from our Counterterrorism Division at headquarters. I'm also joined by Assistant Special Agent in Charge Alethea Duncan from our New Orleans office, who you heard from yesterday. I'm here to discuss not only the latest investigative information we have here in New Orleans, but I'll also let you know about other investigative activities outside of the state. I first, and most importantly, want to send our deepest condolences to the victims of this horrific attack and their loved ones. 14 innocent victims were killed in this senseless attack, and at least 35 are injured. We cannot ease the grief people in this community and across the nation are feeling at this time, but rest assured, we stand with you and in support of you. All the resources, and I'm going to go into that a little bit later, all the resources of the FBI are being focused on tracking down every piece of evidence, every lead, every interview, every potential lead we've got. While I won't be able to answer all your questions today, my goal is to be as forthcoming as possible with you on what we've uncovered so far. First and foremost, let me be very clear about this point. This was an act of terrorism. It was premeditated and an evil act. This was obviously a critical incident, and with that, lots of information and tips come pouring in from law enforcement, first responders, and the public. We have been aggressively running down these tips and information. As you all know, that takes time, and we will continue to do so until every lead has been followed through on. This investigation is only a little more than 24 hours old. So I ask you to keep in mind that as I go through some of the specifics later. But at this point, currently, and this is another fact I want to be clear on, we do not assess at this point that anyone else involved in this attack except for Shamsa Din Jabbar, the subject you've already been briefed on. A little bit about what the FBI is doing. So we are surging people and assets to the area from across the region and across the nation. Special agents in multiple field offices across the country have been deployed and are assisting with potential aspects of this investigation and following up on every lead. Additional teams of special agents, professional staff, and victim specialists continue to arrive to provide more investigative power and assistance to the victims and their families. We've also forward deployed a number of our critical incident response group assets, including members of our hostage rescue team, special agent bomb technicians, and crisis management coordinators. In addition, we have deployed more evidence response technicians to continue to process the various scenes that we have. So far, we have received just over 400 tips from the public, and that information is being followed up on both here in New Orleans and across the country. Some of the tips are here in New Orleans, and there are other tips in other states across the country that we are following up on. The FBI team and our law enforcement partners here are also reviewing hundreds of hours of surveillance and other video from both the French Quarter and other locations. As for a timeline, at this point, investigators believe Jabbar picked up the rented F-150 in Houston, Texas on December 30th. He then drove from Houston to New Orleans on the evening of the 31st, and he posted several videos to an online platform proclaiming his support for ISIS. There were 5 videos posted on Jabbar's Facebook account, which are timestamped beginning at 1:29 a.m. and the last at 3:02 a.m. In the first video, Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends, but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the, quote, war between the believers and the disbelievers, end quote. Additionally, he stated he had joined ISIS before this summer. He also provided a will and testament. FBI and ATF. FBI, we have a couple different scenes at the location. We have released the scene at Bourbon Street. That scene has been released. We also have a scene off of Mandeville Address where we're currently searching that scene right now. FBI and ATF agents have secured that house, and that location is being searched for potential evidence. On New Year's morning, Jabbar opened fire after ramming through a blocked off area of Bourbon Street, used his truck as a weapon to run over the victims. Teams of specially trained victim specialists, again, as I said, are on the ground here in New Orleans, assisting survivors of the attack and loved ones of the deceased. We do not believe the public is in any danger around any of these locations. 3 phones linked to Jabbar have been recovered, and digital media exploitation is a priority to see what is on the devices and determine if there are any other potential leads. Additionally, we have recovered 2 laptops and are currently reviewing them for any potential leads. Those laptops were recovered at the Mandeville address. Evidence technicians will also be going over the F-150 truck Jabbar was driving. As you know, we recovered an ISIS flag from the back of the vehicle. Jabbar declared his support for the terrorist group on social media, as I stated before, as he made his way to New Orleans. FBI bomb technicians also recovered 2 IEDs in coolers, one from the cross section of Bourbon and Orleans Street, and the second at an intersection approximately 2 blocks away. There were multiple reports of other devices. Those reports turned out to be misinformation or not actual functioning devices. Those are the only 2 devices that we've been able to recover that were functional. Both devices were rendered safe on scene. We did obtain surveillance footage showing Jabbar placing the devices where they were found. 2 other, as I said before, 2 other items of interest were determined not to be IEDs. A little bit about Jabbar. Jabbar himself was born in the United States and is a U.S. military veteran. We are looking in everything in his life, While we have interviewed many people who know Jabbar, we still need to talk to others. Whether you know Jabbar personally, worked with him, served in the military, or saw him in New Orleans or Texas, we need to talk to you. You may not think you have relevant information, but what you know could tie in to one of our investigative leads. Specifically, we want to talk to anyone who was in the French Quarter on New Year's Eve or early on New Year's Day. That includes people spotted near one of the two IEDs on Bourbon Street. The IED was inside a cooler, and many people stopped and looked at the cooler and then continued on their way. Let's be clear again. We do not believe at this point these people are involved in this incident in any way. We want to speak to them as witnesses and want to know what they saw and when. I went down to the crime scene last night. It is very hard to put into words what it looked like and how difficult it was to see. Anyone with information can call us at 1-800-CALL-FBI or send digital tips to fbi.gov/Bourbon Street attack. Early this morning, evidence response teams finished their work at the crime scene. Bourbon Street has been turned over to the city of New Orleans. As you know, there's also an FBI investigation in Las Vegas. We are following up on all potential leads and not ruling everything out. However, at this point, there is no definitive link between the attack here in New Orleans and the one in Las Vegas. And again, I'll preface everything with what I started with in the beginning, which was this is very early in an investigation like this. Again, our thoughts and prayers are with the victims of this tragedy and everyone impacted across the country. They remain at the heart of our investigation. I also, although I've only been on the ground here a short time,
Okay, I'm going to take a second to stop because I can't sign and do everything at the same time. So, I don't know if I can get our interpreter on, but let me see. Everything's running slow today. Why is everything running slow today? Would help if I did everything, spelled things right. Okay. I'm not going to do all of this interpreting because I can't run the live and do everything the way it's set up now.
Want to express a
But I got
sincere
the main information out.
appreciation for our partners here, which include the U.S. Attorney's Office, HSI, ATF, the New Orleans PD, the Louisiana State Police, the Governor's Office, and countless others. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to the special agent in charge of ATF here, Josh Jackson.
Hey, good afternoon. As stated, my name is Joshua Jackson. I am the special agent in charge for the ATF New Orleans Field Division. And ATF's primary mission is preventing, reducing, and solving violent crime throughout the United States and abroad. Solving part is the focus of this investigation. ATF resources that have been brought to bear to the city and to focus with our federal, state, and local partners have been our national response team. We spoke about the scene that's still being processed now. The national response team of ATF is a team of certified fire investigators, certified explosive specialists, fire engineers, electrical engineers. These folks will give us additional investigative leads to help the investigative team identify what happened at the location in Mandeville and identify how that fire started and move the investigation forward from there. Additional resources that ATF has brought to bear into the city as our ATF special response team. This is a tactical team capable of handling any sort of enforcement operation. This team is deployed, on set, and ready for the Sugar Bowl today. This team is also made available to the Louisiana State Police and also New Orleans Police Department to assist with any efforts that they may have during this period. Additional resources, as the governor alluded to, he executed executive powers and had an emergency declared to where ATF was able to tap in to assist Emergency Support Function 13 resources. This allowed us to bring additional explosive detection canines so that we can safely sweep the city and safely sweep the Super Bowl in preparation for the game today. These resources will still be in the city as we lead up to the Super Bowl and through Mardi Gras. These type of ATF resources will be here. The last resources the ATF has brought to bear, and probably the most important one, there's our victim witness coordinators. These folks come in and they provide resources to the victims and the family members that have suffered greatly during this tragedy. The entire city hurts, but the victims and the family members are in need of resources and care long after this investigation wraps up. This time next year to be hard for the families and friends who suffered during this event. So our victim witness coordinators are working with the FBI, the city of New Orleans coordinators to provide resources to these folks out here. And as we move forward, ATF will be committed. We will work with the investigative team moving this investigation forward, but also we'll be here to make sure the city is safe and prepared as we move into the Super Bowl. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our mayor of this great city, New Orleans. Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, good morning once again. And I just want to just echo my thank yous to the unified command of our law enforcement partners and at every single level, federal, state, and governor. Governor, thank you for your partnership. Thank you. I also want to thank the residents and the visitors of the city of New Orleans for your patience, for your support, and most of all, your prayers. Our hearts and prayers continue to go out to the victims' families. And the city of New Orleans, we're resilient. And as I stated on yesterday, my focus in terms of a priority has been on our victims. As you heard, that yes, the FBI was able to clear Bourbon Street. And what that meant also for me in this city was that we were able to remove our victims, identify them, and notify their families. Real reverence. They mattered, the families matter, and matter to the city of New Orleans. In addition to that, I want to just thank again our federal partners in Washington, listening to my plea personally for the additional resources to allow for the scene to be cleared, and again, attending to our victims. I walked by each one, and I did the sign of cross in my own way, because reverence, again, is important. So while we have been able to have Bourbon Street returned back to the city of New Orleans, and the due diligence has been done, that then allowed me to give the go-ahead to begin the cleaning of Bourbon Street. That started happening in the morning about 2 a.m. It was completed before 8 a.m. this morning. But that has really set the tone, I would say, and with the confidence that I have in the law enforcement partners, all of the resources that have been activated, how we have made sure that safety continues to be our top priority, how our assets have been deployed strategically, again, for the safety and the protection of our visitors and our residents in the city. And because of that, the confidence is there to reopen Bourbon Street to the public prior to game time today.
Yay!
The first order will be to allow for vendors to come in and service the businesses. That's important in order for us to stand up activation, as you know, Governor. And so with that, I want to reassure the public that the city of New Orleans is not only ready for game day today, but we're ready to continue to host large-scale events in our city because we are built to host at every single turn. I want to, again, thank all of those who responded to the FBI's call for information and tips. As you heard, that has been useful. Continue to do that. The investigation is still active and absolutely under the FBI's leadership. We will continue to operate and cooperate as we always have. So I want to also thank all of our partners for the added resources for victim and crisis management. We know that that's, again, important. Working with our partner, the Greater New Orleans Foundation, we have set up a fund for our victims' families for not only today, but into the future. As you heard, this is going to be a long process for our people. So with that, the city of New Orleans, and with all of my confidence, we are ready. And we could not get here again without the unified presence, support, and cooperation. We are stronger together. And I want to say again, thank you so much. Thank you, Governor. So once again, the governor would like me to reiterate that Bourbon Street will be prepared for full activation before game time today. We know 3 p.m., so we're working towards 2:30 p.m. But prior to game time, the kickoff, Bourbon Street will be restored. So we're hard at work now. Our teams are now, and of course, working with our business community to serve our public and serve our residents and our visitors alike.
In closing, I want to rest people assured. Right now in the city of New Orleans, there's an unprecedented amount of law enforcement resources that are being utilized to close out and to hunt down and to finalize this investigation. I want to thank the FBI and all of our federal partners for the amount of resources they have poured into the city. This type of event can happen in any city. And that's the tragedy of it. And I think it's important for people to understand that to protect our citizens in America from evil, you have to crush it. You can't go out there and placate it. You can't go out there and say, oh, I'm going to put this in place and that in place and hope that evil doesn't show up on your doorstep, because it will. You have to crush it. And that's what we're going to do here. We're going to put it all behind us. We're going to continue to keep the victims, those that are in the hospital, either fighting for their lives or trying to recover, in our thoughts and in our prayers. But you know, this morning, and I don't want to single out just one news source, but I just happened to turn on Fox and Friends, and that was a young man who was interviewed, who was actually on Bourbon Street during this horrific act of terrorism. And they closed out by asking him, what now? And I think he summed it up. He said, look, we can't live in fear, because fear will paralyze us. He said, we come down to the city to enjoy ourselves and to entertain ourselves and to be with our friends and with our families, because that's who we are. Louisiana invented hospitality. The people of this city care for each other. And believe you me, we care about each one of the lives that were lost in this city, and that we will never forget them. But it would be a tragedy if we let their losses be snuffed out because of fear. This city will be back. We'll be open to family and friends and loved ones who want some time to relax from the pressures of life. And so today, we're going to have us a sugar bowl. We're going to enjoy ourselves. We're going to keep those, who have lost loved ones in mind. And we're going to get on to the business of this city and this great country. With that, I'll take any questions.
Governor, this is for you and the assistant director. The message has really changed since yesterday. Yesterday, the FBI said that people should be vigilant, that he did not act alone, that he likely had help. And now you're coming out the very next day and saying he was a lone wolf, everything is safe, The game was on.
Dude, this is
At the time.
fluid.
How can you be so sure just 12 hours later?
We're going to bring him up. All right. But here's what I want to remind everyone. Like I was a deputy sheriff, right? I worked in a jail. I worked on the street. I worked on the interstate. I served warrants. I can tell you, look, in today's world, I get it. Information, we get information like that. Everybody lives in a 15-second TikTok video. We think that life operates like it does on our phones, and it just doesn't. Information changes. In fact, that's why we ask the media for patience. We get information, like I said, no one dumps 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle and puts it together in 5 seconds. Okay.
Good analogy.
And what I would tell you is that I appreciate the fact that what we did was we're under promising and over delivering today. And I think that's important.
It is.
And I want to remind something. Look, because over the last decade, law enforcement has taken it on the chin unfairly. And there are great men and women serving in the FBI, in ATF, in Louisiana State Police, in New Orleans PD. Our sheriffs have been unbelievable in this. And I tell you, they want to protect you all. And we have to trust them. And sometimes the information we put out, we end up finding out that it may be incorrect. But guess what? What we're doing here is something I think is important. It's called transparency. And look, something may change again. Here's what I do know, though. Right now, this is one of the safest places on earth. That doesn't mean that nothing can't happen.
Thank you, Governor. And to echo exactly, I think the governor put it eloquently, as could be said. In a lot of these instances, I also had the opportunity to deploy a boss bomb, and I will tell you, this is almost carbon copy of the boss bomb as far as the inaccurate reporting that comes up. And what the governor said is, we want to be transparent with the public. Years of the FBI not being transparent, we're being as transparent as we possibly can. Unfortunately, as we're being transparent, unfortunately for that, there is some information that we have to go back and recorrect. And in this particular incident, you heard the resources that we brought, that the other state and locals have brought. We've had 24 hours now to go through media, to go through phones, to interview people, to analyze those videos, analyze other databases. And after all of that, there's been hundreds and hundreds of leads done just in 24 hours. We're confident at this point that there's no accomplices. And I'll give you an idea of how that information sometimes, a lot of the early reports came out that there were extra people that were setting the coolers down, right? It turns out those were just patrons on the street that were looking inside the coolers, right? Well, we didn't know that at first, so we had to kind of track all that down and put that to rest. So that's just an example, one of the pieces of information, but there were other pieces of information that after we got our feet under us a little bit and on the ground here, we were able to put together a much more accurate picture of the subject and his attention.
We just wanted to double check.
Yes.
14, not 15.
Yeah. 14, and then the shooter himself would be 15 total, to include the shooter.
And
the terrorists wearing the IEDs, were the IEDs pipe bombs, and have you discovered a remote detonator anywhere? And when you said that you have surveillance footage of the suspect planting those IEDs, what time roughly were they planted?
Yeah, those roughly a couple hours. I don't have the exact times in front of me. A couple hours prior to the attack, probably after midnight. I want to say 1 or 2 in the morning, but I can't.
Left the area and came back.
Correct. That's our assumption now. I mean, we still have a lot to work through. We're getting more surveillance video and everything else, but that's the assumption.
Was he wearing suicide sweeps being done on Bourbon Street? Would there have been canines out on New Year's Eve? Would there have been bomb sweeps done?
Look, let me just say this, and either Joe or Rob will correct me. Look, a bomb dog doesn't operate like a drug dog, right?
True.
On Bourbon Street, there's a lot of senses, right? A lot of smells. I don't think you can run a bomb dog down Bourbon Street with thousands of people there and be able to sniff out a bomb. What we've been doing, what they have been doing, is certainly a complete sweep of the quarter because of the limited amount of traffic that's been out there. Let me just say this. I think this may help. It would be my hope that as some additional time goes through, maybe closer to maybe the beginning of next week, we will, if we've got it to what extent buttoned up as we could, I would work with the FBI and the city, and maybe we can come up with a timeline to be able to get you those information, kind of walk everyone through from day one through. I think it's extremely premature, and you're really putting us on some speculative grounds to ask some of those questions, because again, it's only been 24 hours. I mean, can you imagine how far we've come in 24 hours? So
True.
Oh, well, we'll go one at a time.
Being done to make Bourbon Street safer tonight than it was New Year's Eve? Are temporary bollards being brought in to block off the street, and why weren't those used on New Year's Eve?
Well, look, here's what I'm going to say. Every time some bad guy does something like this, there's what we call an after action review. Because again, nothing is 100%. We have reinforced the area. We have deployed some additional types of assets. I personally, it's up to the city or other. I don't like to give specifics because I don't like to tell the enemy what we got. But I can tell you we're in better shape than we were before.
We have time for two more questions.
Director, what brought him down? Can you speak to the Mandeville scene?
And then we'll go to you.
Some neighbors at that site told us they smelled smoke early in the morning. Was there a fire there? Any kind of burning happening?
Yeah,
Do you
great.
still believe that fire happened after the suspect was killed?
That's correct. Yeah, I'll move to AT. I do want to address the suicide vest question. I want to kill that one right away. Okay. There was no evidence that the subject was wearing a suicide vest at all. So I will turn the Mandeville stuff over to ATI.
Yeah, as to the fire at the Mandeville scene, so our working theory now is that the fire started after Jabbar was already deceased. There's a lot of different ways that can happen. You could have different time devices. You could have a long cord that extended that time. You could also have pressure cookers that were put on top of the stove filled with gasoline, and then it went off. There's a lot of different ways to do it, but that is why our ATF National Response Team is here to answer those questions and get that investigative lead back to our team. So more to come on that. We're still processing that scene. We're out there right now.
Are you able to assess what type of how he became radicalized over all of this time? What brought him to Bourbon Street? Do we understand whether any international travel involved? What led him down this path to this sort of radicalization?
Sure, a lot of questions we're still asking ourselves. We know that he specifically picked out Bourbon Street. Not quite sure why. I mean, I think one can assume that it was lots of people New Year's Eve, with a target for an attack. That's the stuff in the coming days as far as that path to radicalization that we're really going to be digging into and making a priority of. So what I can tell you right now is that he was 100% inspired by ISIS. And so we're digging through more of the social media, more interviews, working with some of our other partners to ascertain just how to ascertain a little bit more about that connection.
Oh, we're gonna do one more. Kate.
Right there. You had your hand up for a while.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's actually for that's why you run it. Sir,
I prefer those. I'm with you.
In order to reassure people, would you be able to explain the analysis and evidence that has led to this most recent understanding that he was a lone actor and that there is at this point, at least from your understanding, no further danger to the public?
Sure. I think a lot of that, multiple interviews, the hundreds of interviews that we've conducted so far, the social media review that we've done of his accounts, by my count now, the 5 devices we have, the 3 cell phones and the 2 laptops, been able to initially triage or go through that. And there is just nothing to indicate through call records, through anything on those devices, through interviews, through anything in our systems that he was aided in this attack by anybody. And again, I have to caveat, like the governor said, it's just 24 hours into it. And that could change, but right now we've got a much better picture and much more confidence on what we were dealing with than we were just 24 hours ago.
All right, look, thank y'all so very much. Again, we are going to try to get y'all as much information as possible. So any additional information will be put out through press releases. Thank you so very much.
Moving forward, are we going to be making Bourbon Street a pedestrian only, or are we going to be allowing cars to drive through?
For pedestrian.
No, you good?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, yeah. Take it. Oh, no, I'm giving them to the handler. Give them to,
On the stand or not?
Wow. Oh my gosh, y'all. All of a sudden, I'm having a hot flash. All of a sudden, I'm having one hell of a hot flash. Ooh, it got hot in here. I think my son turned on the heat. Okay, we're going to watch this video, and then I think we're going to go into
The only thing on the road faster than a race car.
I am so
rising
tired
car
of these
repair
commercials,
costs.
y'all.
But with Endurance, you'll never pay for covered car repairs again.
Just 2 claims saved us over $1,700.
I don't care.
I would have paid over $7,000
I don't care.
my vehicle.
So make the
Don't care. Quit. Let me get this off screen. Y'all don't need to see all this crap. You know, it's getting bad when you can't click on something to read without 80% of the page being covered with advertisement. It gets to the point that you just want to go, what the? Give me a split second, guys. I apologize. So right now, the Sugar Bowl is going to happen. People are very happy about that. Yay. That's a good thing. I do think that, unfortunately, for the families and the victims and everything, it's brutal. And I think it's horrible. Life does have to start moving forward at some point. Okay, we're going to watch this real quick. I got too many windows open here, guys. I apologize.
An
Here we go.
18-year-old who wanted to be a nurse, a single mother, a father of 2, and a former college football star. This is all after a man drove through a crowd in New Orleans. About 30 people were injured on Bourbon Street during this attack early morning, and that included University of Georgia student Elle Eisel. UGA's president said in a statement that she was critically injured. She was identified by her high school in Fort Myers, Florida. A lot of UGA fans were in New Orleans there to watch the Dogs in the Sugar Bowl.
Woke up, we had a slew of text messages, didn't even know what was going on,
Missed phone
and
calls.
was kind of confused. And then, of course, you send the post on Facebook, watch the news, and very disturbing.
A lot of people feeling lucky they weren't on the street when this happened. The Dogs in Notre Dame were supposed to play in the Sugar Bowl last night, but that got postponed to this afternoon at the Superdome, about a mile away from where that attack happened.
Well, the FBI is calling this a terrorist act, and they do not believe the driver of that white pickup truck acted alone. They say that there was an Islamic State group flag on the truck that he was driving. The agency identifying this man as the driver, 42-year-old Samsudeen Jabbar. He was born and raised in Texas, but he spent time in Metro Atlanta. This is video that he posted as a real estate agent while he lived here. Jabbar graduated from Georgia State University in 2017 with a degree in computer information systems. He lived in Marietta and Clarkston. He was also a staff sergeant in the U.S. Army who deployed to Afghanistan in 2009, returning in 2010.
While this person committed a terrible assault on the city, the spirit of our New Orleans will never, never, never be defeated. It always will shine forth. We've seen that time and time again throughout its history. And I know we'll see it again in the days and weeks ahead.
And as FBI investigators release more information about the attack and we learn more about how the UGA student who was injured is doing, we will let you know on air and on AtlantaNewsFirst.com. You can also download the free Atlanta News First app to get instant updates sent directly to your phone.
I am FBI Deputy Assistant Director Christopher Rea. I'm from our Counterterrorism Division at headquarters. I'm also joined by Assistant Special Agent in Charge Alethea Duncan from our New Orleans office, who you heard from yesterday. I'm here to discuss not only the latest investigative information we have here in New Orleans, but I'll also let you know about other investigative activities outside of the state. I first, and most importantly, want to send our deepest condolences to the victims of this horrific attack and their loved ones. 14 innocent victims were killed in this senseless attack, and at least 35 are injured. We cannot ease the grief people in this community and across the nation are feeling at this time, but rest assured, we stand with you and in support of you. All the resources, and I'm going to go into that a little bit later, all the resources of the FBI are being focused on tracking down every piece of evidence, every lead, every interview, every potential lead we've got. While I won't be able to answer all your questions today, my goal is to be as forthcoming as possible with you on what we've uncovered so far. First and foremost, let me be very clear about this point. This was an act of terrorism. It was premeditated and an evil act. This was obviously a critical incident, and with that, lots of information and tips come pouring in from law enforcement, first responders, and the public. We have been aggressively running down these tips and information. As you all know, that takes time, and we will continue to do so until every lead has been followed through on. This investigation is only a little more than 24 hours old. So I ask you to keep in mind that as I go through some of the specifics later. But at this point, currently, and this is another fact I want to be clear on, we do not assess at this point that anyone else involved in this attack except for Shamsuddin Jabbar, the subject you've already been briefed on. A little bit about what the FBI is doing. So we are surging people and assets to the area from across the region and across the nation. Special agents in multiple field offices across the country have been deployed and are assisting with potential aspects of this investigation and following up on every lead. Additional teams of special agents, professional staff, and victim specialists continue to arrive to provide more investigative power and assistance to the victims and their families. We've also forward deployed a number of our critical incident response group assets, including members of our hostage rescue team, special agent bomb technicians, and crisis management coordinators. In addition, we have deployed more evidence response technicians to continue to process the various scenes that we have. So far, we have received just over 400 tips from the public, and that information is being followed up on both here in New Orleans and across the country. Some of the tips are here in New Orleans, and there are other tips in other states across the country that we are following up on. The FBI team and our law enforcement partners here are also reviewing hundreds of hours of surveillance and other video from both the French Quarter and other locations. As for a timeline, at this point, investigators believe Jabbar picked up the rented F-150 in Houston, Texas on December 30th. He then drove from Houston to New Orleans on the evening of the 31st, and he posted several videos to an online platform proclaiming his support for ISIS. There were 5 videos posted on Jabbar's Facebook account, which are timestamped beginning at 1:29 a.m. and the last at 3:02 a.m. In the first video, Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends, but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the, quote, war between the believers and the disbelievers, end quote. Additionally, he stated he had joined ISIS before this summer. He also provided a will and testament. FBI and ATF. FBI, we have a couple different scenes at the location. We have released the scene at Bourbon Street. That scene has been released. We also have a scene off of Mandeville Address, where we are currently searching that scene right now. FBI and ATF agents have secured that house, and that location is being searched for potential evidence. On New Year's morning, Jabbar opened fire after ramming through a blocked-off area of Bourbon Street, used his truck as a weapon to run over the victims. Teams of specially trained victim specialists, again, as I said, are on the ground here in New Orleans, assisting survivors of the attack and loved ones of the deceased. We do not believe the public is in any danger around any of these locations. 3 phones linked to Jabbar have been recovered, and digital media exploitation is a priority to see what is on the devices and determine if there are any other potential leads. Additionally, we have recovered 2 laptops and are currently reviewing them for any potential leads. Those laptops were recovered at the Mandeville address. Evidence technicians will also be going over the F-150 truck Jabbar was driving. As you know, we recovered an ISIS flag from the back of the vehicle. Jabbar declared his support for the terrorist group on social media, as I stated before, as he made his way to New Orleans. FBI bomb technicians also recovered 2 IEDs in coolers, one from the cross section of Bourbon and Orleans Street, and the second at an intersection approximately 2 blocks away. There were multiple reports of other devices. Those reports turned out to be misinformation or not actual functioning devices. Those are the only 2 devices that we've been able to recover that were functional. Both devices were rendered safe on scene. We did obtain surveillance footage showing Jabbar placing the devices where they were found. 2 other, as I said before, 2 other items of interest were determined not to be IEDs. A little bit about Jabbar. Jabbar himself was born in the United States and is a U.S. military veteran. We are looking in everything in his life. While we have interviewed many people who know Jabbar, we still need to talk to others. Whether you know Jabbar personally, worked with him, served in the military, or saw him in New Orleans or Texas, we need to talk to you. You may not think you have relevant information, but what you know could tie in to one of our investigative leads. Specifically, we want to talk to anyone who was in the French Quarter on New Year's Eve or early on New Year's Day. That includes people spotted near one of the 2 IEDs on Bourbon Street. The IED was inside a cooler, and many people stopped and looked at the cooler and then continued on their way. Let's be clear, again, we do not believe at this point these people are involved in this incident in any way. We want to speak to them as witnesses and want to know what they saw and when. I went down to the crime scene last night. It is very hard to put into words what it looked like and how difficult it was to see. Anyone with information can call us at 1-800-CALL-FBI or send digital tips to fbi.gov/Bourbon Street attack. Early this morning, evidence response teams finished their work at the crime scene. Bourbon Street has been turned over to the city of New Orleans. As you know, there's also an FBI investigation in Las Vegas. We are following up on all potential leads and not ruling everything out. However, at this point, there is no definitive link between the attack here in New Orleans and the one in Las Vegas. And again, I'll preface everything with what I started with in the beginning, which was this is very early in an investigation like this. Again, our thoughts and prayers are with the victims of this tragedy and everyone impacted across the country. They remain at the heart of our investigation. I also, although I've only been on the ground here a short time, I also want to express a sincere appreciation for our partners here, which include the U.S. Attorney's Office, HSI, ATF, the New Orleans PD, the Louisiana State Police, the Governor's Office, and countless others. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to the Special Agent in charge of ATF here, Josh Jackson.
Hey guys, no, don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Get my mouse. Remove it. Remove. Oh, why is Oh my gosh, y'all, I am so sorry. I love CeCe Winans. Give me some CeCe Winans anytime. But every time a video stops playing, CeCe Winans comes up and then I get demonetized because she's copyrighted. Okay, guys. So let me get another video going real quick. And then after this, we are going to go into the case of what is his name? Blake Lively. Then we're going to go into Blake Lively. This ought to be fun. But right now we're going to do a Lori Vallow Daybell members only stream on this. It's going to be this is going to be interesting. Here you go.
You can start what makes the most sense to you, and we'll just work our way through it. I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions just to kind of clarify.
Sure.
So I know you talked to the initial patrol officer.
And he just got information. He didn't say
Okay.
anything.
So yeah, if you can just kind of tell me kind of what happened. It sounds like some of this may have started last night or something along those lines. So
truck exploded and let's talk about truck exploding in front of the Trump Towers. They are saying that is not in connection with the New Orleans thing in any way, shape, or form. Now, something popped up on my New Year's stuff that I have to take care of right now. It is time sensitive, of course. So, officials ID'd here. Another commercial. Well, after this ad, I will show this to y'all. But the driver of the truck has been ID'd, of course, but the ad has to stop playing. There we go. Share this tab, expand, play. Sound, please.
Special Agent Clint Watts. Clint, these two incidents happened close in time. Is there any connection that you see between Las Vegas and New Orleans?
The only thing that's really there so far is this Truro app. They both rented cars on it. I had never heard of the app until yesterday. That's the one thing that's there. The other one, which investigators are looking into, is potential military overlap in terms of their service. We don't know anything about the individual in Las Vegas. We don't have a name yet. So looking for more details there to see if there's any connection between the two, or it's just a major holiday and two individual incidents that are isolated.
Does your gut tell you that they're connected or not?
It doesn't seem so. I think if there was a ISIS connection, for example, and they were both part of a network, you would have seen some sort of paraphernalia, some sort of videos, something social media wise with the Las Vegas one. Now, that doesn't mean we won't.
Grr. When can we get stuff with no ads, y'all? Dr. Butter. I know, and thank you for the second part of the sentence is unrelated. Yeah, I apologize, guys. It's a little chaotic today. I apologize. It's just like all of a sudden things are popping up that I have to take care of, that I was not knowing that I was going to have to take care of. Let me remove. You don't need to see me wandering around. I need about another 10 minutes to finish what I'm doing. And then I am all yours. I am looking for something specific. Please forgive me. Hey Tash, hi Angela. How are y'all doing? We will be going into the document with Blake Lively in just a momento. Right now, I am going into my son comes in and gets a piece of candy, and I'm like, excuse me, that'd be mine. That would be mine. That would be mine. Why are you eating mine? We're going to go here for a minute. I wanted to hear this. We're going to share this.
Back in 2022. Welcome back.
Okay,
This morning, we're shining the spotlight on the controversial evidence at the center of OnlyFans model Courtney Clenny's homicide case. Clenny is accused of stabbing her boyfriend Christian Abumseli to death inside of their Miami condo back in 2022. The state says it was murder. Her attorneys say it was self-defense. And now they want to keep out a certain piece of evidence from the public eye. Take a look.
But for you guys, it's just essentially the one document.
It is. I think that protects it as long as we are not discussing like the absolute details of what's included. We can talk around it in generalities, but I don't see, and I haven't heard Mr. Quinnen point to anything that makes me feel like we can't do it and just seal that one document.
All right, so the evidence is a checklist of sorts developed when prosecutors went after Clenny's parents for having what they said was Christian Abumseli's laptop. Well, that turned out to be a big mess. They ended up having to drop those charges. They got into things they shouldn't have gotten into that were privileged information belonging to the defense. So this hearing was had. You're going to see all of it coming up, but there won't be a decision from the court as to what comes in, what stays out until the new year. So essentially, the defense team is saying that they had a game plan that the prosecution looked at and shouldn't have looked at, and they shouldn't be able to publicize this and put it in the court case. So let's dig in on that. So pleased to welcome in Courtney Clenny's defense team. They are heavy hitters in Miami, attorneys Sabrina Puglisi and Frank Pietro. Good morning to you both. Okay, so let's start with just a little bit of clarification on what exactly they got. We've been calling it kind of your game plan that they got, but maybe a better way of saying it. What exactly did the prosecution get a hold of through that whole laptop case ordeal that they shouldn't have? Ladies first, Sabrina Puglisi, I'll start with you, please.
Thanks, Julie, and happy holidays to you. So yeah, not just a game plan, but really an evaluation of our case. And then we laid forward our thoughts, our mental impressions of the things we need to do in order to prepare for trial. As you stated, once again, this is the prosecutor getting into things they shouldn't have. It was very clear in the document that was sent. It was actually titled Things to Do Privileged, and that's because the document was both attorney-client and work product privileged.
So it's marked privileged, and yet they looked at it. Frank Prieto, would you speak to that? What exactly did they do here?
Sure, Julie. So you may recall, and your viewers may recall, that the prosecution in the case admitted that they did read a text which the court found to be attorney-client privileged, which was the basis for them having to drop the computer case. And that prosecutor indicated to the court at several hearings, I only looked at the text message. I swear I did it, but you could put me under oath. And, we probably should have, because it came out later that he came across an email through a warrant that they served, which we think was inappropriate. But It was that email that Sabrina just described. And he not only did he read it, he went through it, he opened the attachment, which was labeled privilege, and then he forwarded it to law enforcement. And then we found out he actually showed it to other prosecutors. I mean, it boggles my mind.
Yeah, I mean, this is really bad. I mean, there were ethical constraints, as you both know. The
Okay. Who are you talking about, Angela? Who are y'all talking about? Julie C? Which one's Julie C? The one in the middle? Y'all don't like her? Okay. Well, I'll take it off. Why don't we go ahead and do this? Let's go ahead and get going into the Blake Lively. I hate New Year's stuff. Sometimes we have to do things that we don't like or want to do. And all of a sudden, my legs are cold. My upper body is hot. My legs are cold. What can I say? So what I'm going to do is we're going to take this down. We're going to put me up. Got to share this screen. We have some changes, of course, with everybody. With these up? How do I have 2 of these up? I got to get rid of some windows, y'all. I have way too many windows up and running. Okie dokie. So we've got some documents here. All righty. I think. May help. Don't check my browser, then Ada. TR Redneck Hat. Yeah. Yeah, Dare. Sorry about the hearing aid squeal. Okay, I have to be honest. I have purposefully not dove into the Blake Lively case because we had other stuff going on. So we are going to start diving into him right now. So here's the complaint for damages. This is Blake Lively versus, wow, this is a lot. Wayfair Studios, LLC. And if you notice, there's watermarks on this. As the gavel drops, this is where the document came from, will be watermarked. So that's the way it is. Congratulations for being able to do that. If you get any documents from anywhere, always give credit where you get them from, because most of the time they have been paid for by someone. SH is a complaint for damages. SH, retaliation, failure to investigate, prevent, and or remedy harassment. Reconciliation, aiding and abetting harassment, breach of contract, intentional infliction of emotional distress, neglect, false light, invasion of privacy. What? Hey, Miss Lady Di.
It took so long. I had to move money and pay my son and
Oh, I know. I'm doing the same thing. New Year's stuff. I had stuff hitting my account that I didn't even know was going to hit the account.
oh, that's just lots of fun.
Oh, it's been a joy, let me tell you. Okay, so we're just going over some court documents. And for the Blake Lively case, all the videos we've done right now have been played, but we'll be on that in a minute.
Okay.
So I don't even know who Blake Lively is. I'll be honest.
Well, give me a second. I'll tell you. I'll find out.
What?
Hold on just a minute.
So you can get it first. There it is. Blake Lively, Wikipedia.
Yep. All right.
American actress. Daughter. Oh, okay.
Ernie Lively made a professional debut in his directorial project, Sandman. What we doing trial on her for?
Oh, there's all kind of stuff going on, but I guess with her. You've not watched Gossip Girl?
Oh,
no. Should we? Should we?
Should we watch Gossip Girl?
Should that be a Discord event?
Maybe.
Okay.
Hey, I think I
How
like.
old is she? She's born in 87.
My ex is in there.
Oh, the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants.
That I saw. My ex is in there, and he's complaining because he doesn't know how come or why they should charge him overdraft charges if he knows he has his money in the bank. Well, this is a man who says, if I write them a check or something and they don't take it out, too bad, it's still my money.
Good girl. Oh, here's the Gossip Girl. Okay, she's a lovely person. So let's see what kind of shenanigans this woman is in.
She been in something?
Let's see what shenanigans she is in. I'm having to rearrange some of my pages, y'all. Please forgive me. So I can see everybody, and moving this over here.
Well, that's not bad.
Okay. Blake Lively.
I am.
She is suing for SH or inappropriate intimate harassment on January 4 of 24. Prior to resuming filming, it ends with us following. Oh God, that's too big. I can't do it that big. There we go. Following guild strikes, on all hands meeting was convened to address the hostile work environment that had nearly derailed the production of the film. Attendees of the meeting included Justin Baldoni, who is the co-chairman and co-founder of Wayfair Studios, the owner of the film, as well as the director, executive producer, and actor in the lead role, Riley Kincaid.
Couldn't tell you.
Number 2, Jamie Heath, the executive officer, Wayfair. Okay, all these people were there. They were there to discuss in detail below. Miss Lively was forced to address concerns about Mr. Baldoni and the health Mr. Heath's misconduct with them directly. What?
Well, I don't know. I gotta find
Oh my gosh. During the January 4th meeting, the parties discussed in detail the inappropriate conduct that Mr. Lively, her employees, and other cast and crew experienced at the hands of Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath. Here is what they said. After the list below was reviewed and discussed in entirety, all parties presented and agreed that outline conduct would cease. No more showing of unclothed videos or images of women, including producer's wife.
Oh, yeah.
What? What are you doing, Diane?
I happen to be looking for my title. I went to go get my title changed today or get my tags, and I have to have a title. And I don't know where it's at. So I'm back here. You have my undivided attention.
Oh, no. It's okay. It was just kind of like,
What
it
is
was a
she
big
doing?
bag.
She's a rat.
So they were showing unclothed video and images of women, including the producer's wife,
Well,
to BL and other her employees. Oh my gosh.
that's not nice.
No. No more mention of Mr. Baldoni or Mr. Heath's previous adult content addictions or be a lack of adult content consumption to BL and other crew members. What? No more discussion of Blake Lively and her employees about personal experience with intimate acts, including as it pertains to spouses and others. Oh my gosh, this is horrible.
Okay.
No more mention of Blake Lively or her employees of personal times that physical consent was not given in intimate acts in either abuser or abuse. Oh my God, what this? Maybe this is why I don't want to cover this.
Could be. No
No
more
more discussion of their private parts to BL. No more jokes, disparaging comments to be made to BL or any of her employees about HR complaint Wayfair has already received on set or about missing the HR meeting.
Yeah.
No more inquiries to Mr. Baldones to BL trainer without knowledge or consent to disclose her weight. No more mention of Baldoni or him speaking to BL's deceased father. What?
Talking to her dead daddy? Wow.
So Mr. Baldoni is having personal conversations with Blake Lively's deceased father. That I'd pay to see.
Well,
No more, and I don't say that seriously. I say that very condescendingly. I would never pay to see that. No more pressing by Mr. Baldoni for Blake Lively to disclose her religious beliefs or unsolicited sharing of his.
Wow.
Number 10, Blake Lively and or her infant is exposed to COVID again. Blake Lively must be provided with immediate notice as soon as Wayfair or any other producers become aware of such exposure without her needing to uncover days later herself. Yeah, when you're on a big set and somebody's got the C word, COVID word, not the cancer word, everybody needs to be told.
Yeah.
And she's got an infant, for crying out loud.
Of course.
Number 11, an intimate coordinator must be present at all times when Blake Lively is on set in scenes with Mr. Baldoni. Oh, whoa. Y'all know what that is? I do.
What is that?
Well, sometimes when they have, when they're acting out intimate scenes, there's certain things that they do to protect their bodies.
Yeah.
And it takes they have specialists for that. And apparently they were trying to force her, or apparently by that comment, that person who controls and mandates and all that kind of stuff, was not on scene.
Ooh, that's not good.
No more personal physical touching or intimate act comments by Baltoni to Heath.
Wow.
Or Mr. Heath to be tolerated by BL and or any of her employees, as well as any female cast or crew without expressed consent. What was this? Oh my God, this sounds horrible.
This was her getting really tired of a lot of mess.
Uh-huh. No more.
Well,
no more improvising of kissing. All intimate touch must be choreographed in advance with Blake Lively and an intimacy coordinator. So that's a person that makes sure that the touch is appropriate for the acting scenes. No biting. Oh! No biting or sucking of the lip of Blake Lively's without Blake Lively's consent.
Wow.
And all intimate on-camera touch and conversations must be in character, not spoken from Mr. Baldoni or BL personally. Oh my God. Blake Lively to have representatives on set at all time and with a monitor during a scene involving unclothed, intimate acting or violence with Mr. Baldoni. What film is this? My gosh, it sounds horrid. All actors participating in Blake Lively in intimate scenes involving her being in any state of unclothed or simulated unclothed must be classified as active working actors, not friends of the director, producers, and must be pre-approved by Blake Lively. Yeah, see, when they do all these intimate scenes, usually it's only minimal crew on set.
Oh, yeah.
No other actors,
Closed.
no people sitting there gawking, no friends. It is a closed set.
Yeah. Evidently, that was not closed.
That was not happening. Any scene that BL and other performer depicting the Carrie Lily that involves unclothed or simulated intimacy must be conducted strictly in accordance with the above reference of unclothed writer and must adhere to the BL approved script. An intimacy coordinator must be on set for all scenes involving unclothed and or simulated intimate acts and must have monitor to ensure compliance. No monitors to be viewed or accessed on set or remotely during closed set scenes except by BL approved personnel. Oh, y'all, this is, ooh.
Yeah.
Haley Mouse, they must have intimacy coaches. These people are trained, and there are strict rules that are to be followed, and those are the persons to make sure that they are followed.
Yeah.
OMG. No more entering, attempting to interrupt, pressuring, or asking BL to enter her trailer or makeup trailer by Heath or Mr. Baltoni while she is unclothed at any reason. So she's unclothed in her trailer, changing, getting dressed, whatever. And apparently Blake Lively and Mr. Heath have tried to force their way into said trailer while she is indisposed.
Well, they forced their way into Blake Lively's trailer. You want to see a funny picture?
Why not? I got to get my thing forward so I can see it and embiggen it so I can see it for me. Hold on, Miss Di. Oh, that's you.
Yes. My mother made my dress.
So please tell me why you're looking at wedding photos when you're looking for something else.
I'm not really looking at wedding photos. I was looking through some papers to try to find what I needed. I just happened to come across that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
See, when I make it big enough for me to read, it doesn't get big. It does weird stuff.
It does weird stuff, huh?
Let me see if I can't make it any bigger. You guys see? It does this weird stuff. No more private multi-hour meetings in BL's trailer with Baldoni crying with no outside BL appointed representative to monitor. No more pressing by Mr. Baltoni to stage any BL's employees. Prosecutor Alex Sack is to given standard rights, inclusion, and authority for her job description and as represented to BL to signing it. Okay. I got to make it a little smaller. It's getting too blurry. Sony must have an active daily role in overseeing physical production for the remainder of the film to monitor safety of the cast and crew, schedule, logistics, problem solving, and creative. Engagements of an experienced producer to supervise the safety of the cast and crew, scheduling, and all that. Examples: Todd Liberman, Elizabeth. Okay, so they named people. Engagement of BL approved a list of stunt devils to perform Lily in the scenes where Mr. Baltoni involved in R-ing and or violence. Blake Lively performed only close-up work or work from BL pre-approved shots. Okay. No more adding of intimate scenes, oral intimate scenes, or camera or on-camera enjoyments, I guess, happy endings of some sort by BL outside the scope of the script. No more asking or pressuring BL to cross physical picket lines. No more retaliatory or abusive behavior to BL for raising concerns. An in-person meeting before production resumes with Baltoni, Mr. Heath, Mr. Zach, Sony representatives, a new producer, BL. So, oh my gosh. Wow. And she beautiful. She was beautiful. Miss Di's always beautiful.
Absolutely.
The meeting was an essential step in the producing parties to agree on several months before to allow the cast and crew to safely resume production of the film. In mid-November 23, parties had agreed in writing to implement the list of production enumerated into the contract entitled Productions. Oh my God, this is too big. I can't. Oh, thank you. Productions for return to production attached here to Exhibit A, which includes 17 provisions designed to require Wayfair to cease the on-set behavior of Baltoni and Mr. Heath. One of those provisions require all hands meeting and confirmed approved plan of implementing certain protections that would be adhered to for physical and emotional safety of Ms. Lively, her employees, and all cast and crew moving forward. After receiving the document, Wayfair respectively responded that Wayfair Sony Productions respectfully acknowledges Mrs. Lively's concerns regarding safety, professionalism, and workplace culture. Although our perspective differs in many aspects, ensuring the safe environment for all is paramount. Irrespective of the differing viewpoints regarding of your outline requests, we find most of them not only reasonable, but also essential for the benefit of all parties involved. So they gave into it. They conceded. Yay, good for you. Trying to avoid more legal action, I am sure. Has this film been released? Do we know?
What's the name
Has
of it?
this film been released?
No clue.
At the end of January meeting, having discussed the length of details and concerns given expressed by Lively, other parties agreed to implement the following. Implement and follow the protections for return of production on the film. It has not been released. Wait, yes, it has been released. Came out in August. Why? Okay. What was the name of the film? I'm having a brain cramp. Leading up to connection of the release of the film during the summer of 24. Okay, Ms. Lively and the fellow cast remember motion film according to the marketing plan, created and delivered films. Talking points. Okay. There's 80 pages of this, so I'm not going to read every word.
Well, why not? I tell ya.
But the public also do not know was that this was the beginning of a multi-tier plan for Baltoni and his team, described as social manipulation designed to destroy Miss Lively's reputation. The plan was backed by virtually unlimited resources. The Wayfair co-founder, co-chairman, leading financier, and multi-billionaire Steve whatever, who divulged that the film's New York premiere in August, that he would prepare to spend $100 million to ruin the life of Miss Lively and her family. With that backing, Baltoni and Wayfair associates embarked on a sophisticated press and digital plan to retaliate for Miss Lively's exercising her legally protected right to speak about the misconduct on the set. What?
$100 million. And I guess that was supposed to deter her.
So It Ends With Us is on Netflix. Should we watch this in Discord?
I don't even know what the name of it is.
It Ends With Us.
It Ends With Us. I probably won't. But if everybody else wants to,
there it is. Oh my gosh, there it is. Well, I don't know. What happened?
I don't know.
I heard someone saying, "Oh no."
Maybe they found it.
Oh my gosh. Oh, my coffee is here. What happened? I heard a big oh no.
You guys a gift card for each.
No.
Mm. Let's see. We have no sound.
Right, love you. My dear friends brought me a coffee. They're so kind. They are so kind. So anyway, here is a text stream. Thank you, love you. Mr. Battoni and Mr. Heath and others which describe preparations and strategies should Miss Lively and her team make her grievances public. And this is attached here too. So let's look at the exhibit. This is just Battoni up at the top. Morning. Oh, I got to do it. I got to do it. I don't care, people.
Okay. Good morning. Not in love with the document they sent. Not sure I'm feeling the production I felt on the protection I felt on the call. This is the first.
Hello.
This is the first time I personally gone through scenario planning with them. So I think let them discuss the.
This is 1500.
I've personally gone through scenario planning with them. So I think let's let them discuss the thinking behind the document and the actual process and protocol of how they are to implement these things. That the most important part of this is how quickly they can shut things down and place stories in your favor. What? Be honest on the call and let's give real feedback to each point.
Yeah. Just feels very much like there's no. I'm sorry. Yeah, feels very much like there's not much defense, and also them feeling strong like she's going to do something just a bit concerning what everyone had originally thought.
So this poor, I would be suing the hell out of everybody. I'm going to look at some of the comments because they're way over here, and I gotta redo everything. My screen's going crazy, y'all. My screen going crazy. Let me move it here. Let me put this here. My apologies, guys. Trying to clear my sinus. Oh, I know. I've had allergies for 3 days. I'm reading the comments online about the movie, considering everything in the reviews and comments are positive. I read that the movie was based on a book. I started to watch movie and gave it a thumbs down. Ah, thank you. And oh, wow. Okay, so, yeah. Yeah, I can't do lemon. It'll kill me. I'm deadly allergic to citrus. Initially, Battoni expressed concerns about the TAG's writing plan was insufficiently aggressive to protect him. Oh my God. Okay, here's another. Later that day, Miss Ables and Mr. Nathan exchanged the following text message expressing Mr. Battoni's want to feel like Miss Lively can be buried. Ooh. From Jennifer Abel. You can, of course, do that, but I think he needs to know. I'm going to confidentially send you something. He's texting me about Jamie, and on the side, just to arm you before this call. I think you guys need to be tough, show some strength of what you guys can do in these scenarios. He wants to feel like she can be Very, oh my gosh. From Melissa to Jennifer. Of course. But when we send over documents, we can't send over the work we will or could do because that could get us in a lot of trouble. Continuing, we can't write it down to him. We can't write, we will destroy her. We will go to this. We will go do this. We will go do this. We will go do this. He has to look at it as an information document for us to be armed with. That's all. Imagine if the document's saying all these things he wants to end up in the wrong hands. Nathan follows this by assuring Miss Ables, we can bury anyone, but I can't write that to him. We can bury anyone, but I can't write that to him. I will. I'll be very tough. A few days later, on August 5th, Mr. Bottoni set a narrative for a social media campaign, sending Miss Ables a screenshot of a thread on X accusing another female celebrity of bullying women. Mr. Bottoni said, "This is what we need." Wow. Y'all. This is so many pages and so deep. I'm only on page 9. I love you guys, but I can't. This is just 80 pages. 80 pages, Diane, of this crap. So we'll be following this. I am a little bit perturbed that anybody at this day and age has to face and deal with this as a professional actor or actress. This is male or female. Oh my gosh, y'all. I have to say, this was heaven. I'm in heaven. I'm in heaven. Oh gosh, y'all, that was so good. I am looking for something. Hold on, guys. Miss Diane, are you up for interpreting in a minute? Yeah, that's. Y'all seeing everything I'm doing? No. Okay, good. I am going to have Miss Diane, if you guys don't mind. Well, we're not going to do that. I was going to do some court hopping. I know some of you don't like that, but. Oh! Uh-oh. Do we have no, we don't have. I'm trying to get, there's some new stuff. What's this, Ronnie? But for the rest of the aside with her and yeah, we may break this up. It's just too much for me all at one time. It is way too much for me all at one time. I'm not trying to be what's the word I'm looking for? I'm looking for there has been a response. Do we have it? If I don't have it in Discord, I don't have the doc, I don't think, because I just set it up. This is the only document we have. The only document I have. Only document I have. And she's not live. What? Why is she? Did Judge Boyd take a vacay? Did Judge Boyd take a vacay? Do we know? Do we know? I can't find anything I'm looking for today, y'all. I'm like this today. Everything I'm looking for. Yes, get yourself some Hitchman Homestead coffee, you guys. It is absolutely phenomenal. It is absolutely phenomenal. Diane, are you finding your... I'm going to unmute you. I'm sorry. Did you find your stuff?
Nope. Oh, no, I've got 40 boxes in here I got to go through. That was just one.
Really?
Bag. Oh, yeah. That's everything in front of my desk. Behind me looks beautiful, all nice and black. But no.
Really?
Really. So no, I have not found what I need to find. So it's kind of like, nope, not done it yet. And found some things I needed to cut up.
Okay, we're going to share this page now. Okay, we are now in Mr. Simpson's courtroom.
Let me move some things.
There we go. May steal lunch break. Okay. Yeah, Haley Mouse, because that would be fabulous. I would go over that. We got the gist of this situation. I want to see what they say. But, you know, it's really sad that actors and actresses have had to deal with this crap for so long. And it's horrible. Oh, look at that look at those poor guys. Oh, somebody got hurt.
Well, it looks like he worked on his fingers.
I think everybody's waiting for Judge to come into court.
Honorable Cedric Simpson.
Yes, he's in the middle. We love Mr. Simpson.
Okay.
And this attorney, Amandio, is always in his car. I've never seen him in court.
Maybe he's in like that movie with hot stuff. LA Lawyer. What was it called? Something? I don't remember.
Oh. Interesting. Okay. So come on, Judge. Why am I not hearing you? I heard you a minute ago. Volume is 100%, so he's just not turned on the volume. Court yet. There
Your
we go.
Honor, at the time I was assigned on December 12th of 2024, it was believed that Mr. Gene Giles was not in custody. But based on his appearance today by Zoom from MDOC Reception Center in Jackson, Michigan, it appears that he is in custody, which explains why I have not been able to reach him by email or phone. And so therefore, Your Honor, I'm asking the court to grant one adjournment of the PCC so that he can be written down to the Washtenaw County Jail. Also, I've not received discovery, and I'd ask that that also be provided, and I be given an opportunity to meet with my client before the next PCC date.
I don't know that an adjournment will cause a writ to happen, but I don't have a problem adjourning it. Sir, can you please state your name? Mr. Jean Giles, could you state your name?
There it is down there.
That he can't hear us or. Sir, if you can hear me, just wave your hand. Okay, he can hear me. We cannot hear you. Sir, you understand your attorney's, what she said and that she's asking for an adjournment? Okay, I take thumbs up as a good sign. All right, why don't you give me a date? Probable cause conference in this matter will be adjourned to. Let's go the 23rd. January 23rd, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
And Your Honor, for the record, it doesn't look like we have a copy of Ms. Young's appearance just yet, which is probably what's holding up the discovery.
Okay, very good. I'm sure she'll take care of that. All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Judge, do you believe that they won't honor your writ?
Well, I haven't signed one.
No, but I mean, do you anticipate that they will?
I'm sure that they'll honor the writ to have him appear from MDOC, but I don't think they're going to transfer custody to the Washtenaw County Jail.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Haley Mouse.
Jackson's not that far from Washtenaw.
I know, Judge.
All right, I'm just saying. Hey.
But that's a reception
All right.
center, so that means that he may be going to another facility, but I'll try the best I can.
Exactly.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case of the people versus, is it Cyan Zhao?
On show.
Okay.
Morgan, quick on for people.
Your Honor, Joe Simon on behalf of Mr. Zhou. I am behind Joe.
Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, we are still working through our office's immigration process. I've agenda for leadership. We are just waiting to hear back about what an appropriate resolution would be.
Diane, are you having problems?
All right.
I have a problem understanding. Hold on.
I hate to do this, but I have to leave the office for a minute, and I'm going to leave the live up and running.
Okay, I will do the best I can.
It's going to be about 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Okay. I'm
I
qualified.
apologize. It's something that has to be done right now.
I'll do
I
it.
hate New Year's.
No, you don't.
I don't hate New Year's. I just hate when you don't know something has to be taken care of and signed for, and then they contact you and go, "Oh, you need to come sign this like today."
Yeah.
I'm like, why didn't you tell me this 3-4 days ago? Why am I getting notified now that I have to leave my place of my channel to go take care of this? So I've got to go and I got to go sign something. I have captioning on.
I'm just trying. It's way down here at the bottom of my.
It shouldn't be.
Well, it is, and I can't.
Where is it? I can't see it on my screen at all now.
That's the 16th. That'll be fine.
All right. Probable cause conference, January 16th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond will continue. Counsel, can you approach on this matter, please?
Wait, right here.
I don't see captioning at all on my end. Do y'all?
I see where it goes, but I can't get it up.
It's not coming up on my end. You can't do anything on your end.
Okay, well then maybe that's why.
I have the volume stream up. I can turn the volume up a little more on your end.
Okay.
When I get in the car, I will go live on my phone, so I will be listening in. So don't worry about that. I still will be with you.
Oh.
Yes, please like and subscribe. So I've got to go sign this document. Miss Diane is going to stay on. I'll be on my phone. I'll pop in so I can talk to you while I'm driving legally. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Well, I'm still here. They've got some court stuff they're doing. That guy's, like I said, he's always in his car.
All right, well, Assistant Public Defender Tanazi Carey, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Sean Burrow.
And you're requesting an adjournment?
We are requesting an adjournment, Your Honor. We have not been able to receive discovery yet.
All right. Probable cause conference will be adjourned January 16th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continues.
Your Honor, could we possibly do at the end of the month, maybe on the 30th, just a couple more weeks, to get the substitution of attorney filed as well as discovery over to the new attorney's office?
So it doesn't take that long. Are you making that request on
We could, yes, Your Honor, please.
January 30th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continues.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Court calls the case, People versus Brandon Davis.
We're gonna wait for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Edward Drucas on behalf of Brandon Davis.
Your name, sir? Brandon Davis. Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we are looking for a preliminary examination.
Discovery is complete.
My knowledge, yes, Your Honor.
People have their witnesses available the 14th. Preliminary examination in person, January 14th, 2025, 9 a.m. before Judge Fresh Hour. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the case, People versus, is it Mayan Wang?
Good morning, Your Honor. Amy Reiser, appearing on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Uwe Dow speaking on behalf of Marvin Wong. Marvin, please take your name for the record. Marvin Wong. Thank you for the first probable cause conference. There's a request to adjourn it by 2 weeks, Your Honor, for the reasons stated on the form, which I did share with Ms. Reiser.
And no objection, Your Honor. The discovery package should go out today.
Probable cause, January 16th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond will continue.
Thank you. We do fingerprinting. We'll try and do that today.
All right, thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Clinton Douglas.
We're gonna take on the people.
Okay, there we go. I can see you guys. Yay, but I can't hear. Let me get my ears on and get everything.
Stephanie Cann on
done.
behalf of Mr. Douglas. Mr. Douglas, could you please state your name for the record?
Clinton Douglas Jr.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I did sign a request for an adjournment in this matter. We are still waiting on some discovery. I have spoken to the APA regarding that discovery. When I read the police report, because I just reread it, and it does appear that he made a 911 call. I'm asking for that 911 call. She has requested it. She's going to request again, is what I've been told this morning, because she believes she has everything. But based on my review of the police report, she does not. So we're just asking for a adjournment for that matter. And when appropriate, Your Honor, I'd like to address bond.
Your Honor, I do just want to clarify, I have requested all of the 911 calls related to this incident. There are 3. Dispatch says that I have received all of the calls for this incident. I will ask them to check again, but at this time, I do believe that I have everything that dispatch is in possession of. I will just dot all my
Double.
I's, cross my T's, but I
Understood.
believe at this time there is nothing additional to hand over.
January 16th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued. Well, Bond, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you asked me to reach out to the Housing Commission because he has Section 8. He gave me the wrong name, but the individual that I was able to speak with, she says that he can come there. They haven't done anything. The keys are his. This is his apartment. I did request that they provide me an email or something along that nature so I can forward it to the court. I tried to contact them again this morning to get that email, Mr. Douglas. I don't know if they just weren't in, but they did not pick up. But they are indicating that he can come home, Your Honor, if the court will allow it. If I put it in.
Is the alleged victim a resident there also? Or?
No, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
And so, Your Honor, we are requesting that he be released untethered to his home, Your Honor.
Response.
My understanding, Your Honor, that he has a hold out of MSP and a pending OWI out of 14B. Additionally, he has a prior FA, multiple A and Bs. But in this particular case, we requested $100,000 cash surety because he strangled the victim, punched her multiple times, came at her and tried to.
$100,000?
He was angry at the victim because she. I don't think that a reduction. Especially given the fact that he's at 5,000, 10%.
What did he do, Diane?
Recently, my client was homeless. He's indigent. So there's no way he can come up with 5,000, 10%. Without the help of Avalon, he wouldn't even have a house to live in right now.
Motion for bond reduction denied. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls case People versus Scott Schwartz.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Schwartz, who is present via Zoom from the MDOC. Sir, could you please state your full name for the court?
Schwartz, can you state your name? Mr. Schwartz, if you can hear me, wave your hand. Scott Schwartz, if you can hear me, wave your hand. I'm gonna have to pass the matter. He can't hear me, and I don't know that I can hear him. We'll have to figure something out. You're gonna do it? Okay. So I'll pass. Court does call the case People versus Sidney Lear.
Your Honor, good morning. For the record, my name is Mark Burke. My P number is 54935. I'm with the Attorney General's Office of Marriage for the People.
On behalf Lear, Your Honor.
80s Music Man, I am not
He's gonna
in
wave
his
it,
Zoom.
And
Yes.
just put it in the chat. She's waiving her right to preliminary examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
You understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offense alleged was committed and that you committed it?
Yes.
You understand that by waiving that proceeding, you'll not have that hearing, you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution?
Yes.
People also waive their right.
We are, Judge. Yes, thank you.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on a single count.
Ron Brown appearing on behalf of my client, waive reading, stand mute, request pretrial in circuit court.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial will be set for
At 1:30 before Judge Conlon.
January 15, 2025, 1:30, Judge Conlon.
Your Honor, Mr. Burke and I will stipulate to stipulate to a reduction in.
Wonderful. When I get back to the office, Ronnie, I will get it.
That is correct. It should be 30. Well, based on the fact the rear is a little north of 14,000, the rear should be under the statute, 3,500 cash only to be posted in the defendant's name only.
What's it currently set?
It looks like it's at 5,123, I believe.
That's what the jail has.
Correct, that's what's on here. Has something been paid on it? Is that the,
Your Honor, when the complaint was filed, I think the complaint mentions 20,000.
got it, but it no longer is there.
I
Is
think
that-
16 and some changes, and that correct, Mr. Burke?
The current arrearage right now, like I said, it's just north of 14,000. It was 13,970.61 as of December 27th, and the defendant has an ongoing support obligation of $675 a month. So it's going to be 13,970 plus 6. It's about 14,645.61 as of today's date.
All right, what does that 25% calculate to then?
We agreed 3,500.
Well, is that 25%?
It's, I mean, the 25% of that number, Judge, is 3,661.
32,661.
Pulling up.
All right, well, what I'll do is this, I'll set it at 34.
34. Merry Christmas.
Bond is reduced to 3,400.
Yeah, 3,400.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Court does call the case People versus Jeffrey Hugan.
On behalf of the people, Your Honor. And good morning, Your Honor. Christopher Brown on behalf of Mr. Hugan, who's approaching. Mr. Hugan, please state your name for the record.
Jeffrey Christopher Hugan.
All right. You're requesting an adjournment.
I am, Your Honor, for further plea discussion. I did supply the prosecutor's office with additional information to review. If the court's inclined to grant the request, I have a conflict on the 16th, but the 23rd is a good date.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned January 23rd, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continues.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court calls case People versus Jordan Hartmeyer.
Assistant Public Defender Chinazi Carey, I can really, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Hartmeyer. Mr. Hartmeyer, state your name for the record, please.
Jordan Hartmeyer.
Thank you.
Your Honor, today is a date and time set for a probable cause conference. We are still in negotiations with the people. We would be requesting an adjournment, and I'd like to address bond.
Probable cause conference without objection will be adjourned January 16th, 2025, 9 a.m. as to bond.
As the bond, Judge, Mr. Hartmeyer is currently on a 10% bond right now. He does not have the funds to post it. He is quite indigent. He lives with his stepfather. He's asking if he could be tethered to the home where his stepfather lives. We do, I think it's the address that the court has on file.
No, keep his butt in jail.
That's not the one I have.
Okay, I do have that address for the court.
Response from the people.
Your Honor, I reviewed the defendant's criminal history. It doesn't, I don't show any prior convictions. The facts of this case involve contact with Pittsfield as they were investigating potential retail fraud, but I don't show any retail fraud charges. That's the information I have, Your Honor.
That is my understanding as well, Your Honor.
These people need diction classes.
All right, we'll reduce the defendant's bond to a $10,000 personal recognizance bond with a GPS tether prior to his release for home confinement. So he'll have to provide an address.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Order.
Y'all, you
Court
swear
calls
this
case
is the
People
day
versus
before
Kurt
Christmas
Bender.
out here. It's horrible.
Ready. When you're under Stanford, I'm sorry, prosecutor.
Mr. Stillman, I'm not even hearing you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know if the prosecutor put her appearance on the record.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sanford Shulman, P 43230, appearing on behalf of Kurt Bender. Mr. Bender is on video. Mr. Bender, can you introduce yourself?
Kurt Bender, Your Honor. Thank you. All right, I have before me a plea form that indicates that he's going to plead guilty to the charge of use of cocaine to 1 year. Upon a successful plea to that charge, count one would be dismissed. There is a sentencing agreement to 7411 status and a term of probation. While that's on there, I cannot bind the sentencing judge to that agreement.
That's
Right.
the correct statement of the agreement. Thank you.
And Your Honor, that is the entirety of the agreement as well.
All right, very good. Bender, could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
State your name for the record.
Kurt Bender.
All right, sir, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of use of cocaine. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration and a $1,000 fine plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes.
You understand also, sir, that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge, and you would be sentenced before Judge Freshour in the 14A4 District Court.
Yes.
Understanding all of that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal upright.
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead?
No.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily?
Yes.
Of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
And because you believe that you are indeed guilty of this offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
October 15, 2024, at the location of West Michigan Avenue near North Lewis Street, City of Saline, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan. Did you have cocaine in your possession?
Yes.
Had you used it?
Yes.
And did you know what you were using was cocaine?
Yes.
Counsel, has the court complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is satisfied, Your Honor.
All right. Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to count two. Count one is dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 14A4 probation. Sentencing in this matter will be
At 9 a.m. before Judge Freshour.
January 28th, 2025, 9 a.m. before Judge Freshour. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls case People versus John Paul Remus. Any luck on Schwartz?
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the Honorable Court, David Burgess on behalf of Mr. Remus, standing to my right.
Your name, sir?
Paul Remus.
Thank you.
Discovery is complete, Your Honor. Requesting an exam date in this matter.
People have their witnesses available the 14th. Preliminary examination, January 14th, 2025, 9 a.m. before Judge Valvo. Yeah, that's in person. Bond will continue. Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, can you hear me? Mr. Schwartz, if you can hear me, if you can wave your hand. He can. Court does call the case People versus Tory Brooks.
On behalf of the people.
Brown Creighton on behalf of Brooks County. We filed papers due to a conflict, and I believe Mr. Drukas was reassigned the case.
He was.
Yes, Your Honor. Edward Drukas on behalf of Tory Brooks.
There, state your name. Tory Brooks. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm asking for at least a 1 week adjournment. I do not have the discovery in the case.
Probable cause conference, January 16th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Court calls case People versus Michael Clapton.
And good morning, Your Honor. Joseph Halpern on behalf of Mr. Clapton, who's approaching. No, we have not, but I spoke with Raymond. Your Honor, I've had discussions with counsel on this case. This case is a search warrant case, and we are still waiting on a search warrant for which I know she's already requested. So if we could adjourn for that purpose, I'm on board with their requested adjournment.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned January 16th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continue. Thank you. Court calls case People versus Demita Brown.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Morning, I'm Robert J. Kill on behalf of Demita Brown. Demita, would you say your name for the record?
Demita Brown.
Judge, I was just recently appointed this case. I did briefly with Ms. Brown. She concurs. My request to ask for a 2-week adjournment.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned January 16th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls case People versus Benjamin Whitfield. 2 cases.
Edward Drukas on behalf of Benjamin Whitfield.
Your name, sir? Benjamin Whitfield. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Regarding each matter, in 1444, we are looking to waive our preliminary examination. And in 5692, we are looking to set that for a preliminary examination.
So on the controlled, well, can't call it that, on the 15th district court case, you're looking to set that for exam.
Yes, Your Honor.
Discovery is complete.
To my knowledge, yes.
We'll be ready on the 14th. Preliminary examination in that matter, January 14th, 2025, 9 a.m. before Judge Fresh Hour. In-person bond on that matter will continue. On the other matter, you're waiting on that. Is that correct, sir? You understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offense alleged were committed and that you committed. Yes, sir. And you understand that you'll not have that hearing. You'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution. Yes. People also waive their right. Preliminary examination having been waived, defendants bound over to circuit court on counts 1 and 2 with 3 and 4 filed. Mr. Gurkis.
Your Honor, we're acknowledge receipt of the information. We stand mute.
Pending having waived from a reading, standing mute to all 4 counts, court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial will be set for
January 14th, at 1:30 before Judge Conte.
January 14th, 2025, 1:30 before Judge Conte. Bond will continue on that matter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Get that over to this. Court calls the case of the People versus Josephine Bartlett.
Josephine Bartlett.
Good, hear me? Megan MacDonald on behalf of Ms. Bartlett, present on Zoom this morning.
What are we doing?
Your Honor, there has been another offer that has been relayed in this case from Mr. Childers, and we want to avail ourselves to that offer today and enter a plea.
In front of me, the plea is that the defendant would plead guilty to an added count 2 of false report of a misdemeanor. The count 1 felony, false report of a felony would be dismissed. An agreement that she would not be eligible for a delayed or deferred sentence. May I sign that plea form with your permission?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. And Your Honor, may I present that to the court?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't know where Alan went. Probably just wandered around the hallway. Thank you. All right. That is what the court does have in front of it. All right. Bartlett, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name for the record.
Josephine Bartlett.
All right, Ms. Bartlett, it is this court's understanding that you're going to be pleading guilty to the charge of false report of a misdemeanor. That itself is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. Do you understand that?
I do.
All right. You also understand, ma'am, that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge, and you would be sentenced before Judge Perry in the 15th District Court. You understand that?
Yes.
Understanding all of that, still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
That's correct. I understand.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
I understand.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
I do understand.
Are you on probation or parole?
I'm not.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily
I am.
of your own free will
Yes.
and because you believe that you are indeed guilty of this offense?
Yes.
August 22nd, 2022, at the location of 520 North Ashley Street, City of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan. What did you do? Did you make a call to the police?
I did.
What happened that makes you think that you're guilty of this offense?
A crime did occur, but the information that I provided to the police was false.
Okay, false in what way, ma'am?
Your Honor, I could clarify, she falsely.
Yes,
or
go
did-
ahead.
I'll just clarify, Your Honor. Did you report to the police a name of a specific individual you accused of a crime?
I didn't provide a name, but I provided a picture.
Okay, so did you falsely reported the identity of someone who committed a crime? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'll talk to you. I want to get back in the car.
And that the crime that she's reporting was a felony.
Was a felony. Is that correct, ma'am?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm having trouble hearing you. There's some interference with,
Yeah, I think because
prisoner.
Mr. Schwartz finally became unmuted.
Yes, sir.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, Mr. Schwartz.
Okay, sir.
Ms. Bartlett,
Yes.
was the crime that you reported either a felony or a misdemeanor?
Yes, it was a felony.
All right, very good. Well, I can either take the plea to the higher one or not. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 15th District Court probation. Sentencing will be
January 22nd at 9 a.m.
January 22nd, 2025, 9 a.m. before Judge Parrott.
Hey, y'all.
Bond will continue. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. It does call the case, People versus Scott Swartz, recall.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Diane? Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Swartz. Sir, could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Scott Swartz.
All right. I have before me a plea form. Is that what we're doing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Plea form indicates the defendant will be pleading guilty to the charge of use of methamphetamine.
Get
The
on that side
1-year
of the
offense.
road.
Upon a successful plea to that charge, counts 1 and 2 would be dismissed, and no objection to same-day sentencing should I choose to do so. That supports full understanding of the agreement.
That is our understanding as well, Your Honor, and Mr. Schwartz would like to accept that offer today.
All right. Swartz, can you raise your right hand, please, sir? You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State your name for the record.
Scott Swartz.
All right, sir, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of use of methamphetamine. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration, a $2,000 fine plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You also understand, sir, that while I'm taking your plea, you would be scheduled to be sentenced before Judge Freshour in the 1484 District Court. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Understanding all of that, still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation or parole?
I'm currently incarcerated, so.
Yes. Okay, so no, I got you. Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plea?
No, sir.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you?
No, sir.
You're doing this voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Of your own free will?
Yes.
And because you believe that you are indeed guilty?
Yes.
On August 30th, 2022, at the location of 9825 Burmeister Road, Bridgewater Township, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan, did you have methamphetamine in your possession?
Yes, I did.
Did you use it?
I had intentions on.
Oh.
Okay. But at that time, you hadn't used it?
No.
All right. And you knew what you had in your possession was methamphetamine?
Yes.
All right. Taking the plea to the higher charge of possession. Counsel, have support complied with the court ruling. Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to count 2 or count 3. Counts 1 and 2 are dismissed. Anything you want to say before I do impose sentence?
I would just ask for a sentence of the statutory minimums as well as time served, Your Honor. It is my understanding he has about 2 years of credit in the MDOC.
You've been in MDOC 2 years, sir?
Actually, 29 months.
Got it.
So almost 2.5 years, sir.
Okay. Anything you want to tell me before I impose sentence, sir?
No, sir. Thank you very much for taking my plea.
Not a problem. Fines and cost of $125, which is a state minimum. I'll sentence him to 365 days. Incarceration credit, 365 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a great day.
Court calls the case, People versus Jason Heron.
Your Honor, Alexis Plumey, Assistant Public Defender, appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Heron, who is approaching. Mr. Heron, could you just state your full name?
Jason Lynn Heron.
In your honor, we are requesting an adjournment today. I would just ask for the soonest possible or next available PCC date. I did have a chance to discuss a path towards resolution with Ms. Hughes this morning, but I would just like an opportunity to have a conversation with Mr. Heron about it before we make a decision as to what he wants to
So
do.
you're looking at just a week?
What?
You're looking at 1 week?
Yeah, if there's room on next week's docket, that would be great.
There's not room. We just use a shoehorn and make it fit. Do you think you'll be ready? Did you see her printing? Huh? Have you seen it? Look at this. It's like, it's almost like it's typed. Right? Incredible. It's small. Probable cause conference will be adjourned. Bless you. To January 9th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Calls the case of the People versus Alyssa Reese.
Good morning, Your Honor. William Amadeo, P76194 for Alyssa Reese. Alyssa, please state your name.
Alyssa Reese.
What are we doing?
Your Honor, I'm waiting on discovery. I'd ask for a 2-week adjournment to gather everything.
Fine, Your Honor.
Without objection, January 16th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thanks, Judge. Have a good
Thank
day.
you. Court calls case People versus Edward Newland.
Good morning, Your Honor. Amy Vice on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Joseph Paul, on behalf of Mr. Newland, who is approaching. Mr. Newland, could you state your name for the record, please?
Edward Newland.
And at this time, Your Honor, we would request the court set this matter for preliminary examination. We believe discovery is complete. Defense counsel is seeking to retain right now a Ukrainian interpreter from the University of Michigan. So we would ask that a date be set in 3 to 4 weeks if it meets the approval of the court.
Preliminary examination in person, January 21st.
Thank you, Judge.
2025. 9 a.m. Will the people have their witnesses available that day?
Did you say January 21st?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
All right.
But does the court need to order an interpreter?
No, I don't know that because who needs the interpreter?
It would be the alleged victim if I'm correct about everything, but obviously we haven't reached out to this person nor spoken with them. But in the police report, it reflects that it's English second language, and this report was made to police through another person who spoke Ukrainian.
So we will provide an interpreter for the victim.
Victim.
Yes.
But does he?
My client is fine English speaker. Yep.
That's fine. January 21st, 2025, before Judge Moore. Ron, continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Court does call the case of the People versus John Waddell.
Morgan Quinton for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Patrick Nineheis, P76343 on behalf of Mr. Waddle, who's here. Would you say your name, sir?
John Waddell.
Judge, we'd like to, the PCC today, would like to set this for an exam.
All discovery complete.
It's my understanding it was completed, Judge. I was sent stuff a while ago.
People have their witnesses available the 14th.
Judge, I'll be in trial on the 14th. Can we do the 21st if possible? We've already waived our time constraint.
Preliminary examination, January 21st, 2025, 9 a.m. in person. That's before me. Bond continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Let's call the case, People versus Deshaun Glover.
David I. Goldstein appearing on behalf of the defendant.
Your name, sir? Deshaun Glover. Thank you.
Your Honor, I believe I do have all the discovery after conversation with Ms. Poisson this morning. We're asking the matter be set for a preliminary examination.
People have their witnesses available the 14th.
We'll do our best, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have no problem setting, well, I'm okay with setting it for the 14th. I do have a trial scheduled for Monday in front of Judge Slay, but there is a very good, well, Hamoud, but it's a very good likelihood that.
Well, they're not the
is
same
complete.
person.
I know, well,
Well, then why
they
you
are
say that?
on Monday.
They're not really the same person. I'm gonna call them and tell them you're calling the same person.
This coming Monday, they're the same person, Judge, but after that, no.
Yes, right. This, on the 13th.
But yeah, on the 13th, but I think that case is probably going to end up not going. So I have no problem with the 14th.
Okay.
If there is a problem, I'll call Ms. Poisson, let her know.
Preliminary examination, January 14th, 2025, 9 a.m. before Judge Falvo. Bond continued. Thank you. Court calls case People versus Michael Ware.
People.
Guy Goldstein appearing on behalf of the defendant.
Let me get me.
Your Honor, I have not
Let me
had
kick
any
me out of
direct
stage.
contact with Mr. Ware since the last time we were here, actually before the last time we
I'm
were
gonna
here.
get out of StreamYard. Hold
I
on.
did receive
neither
a
has
phone
community
call.
Gotta get out.
Yeah, I
Gotta
saw
get
that.
out.
Okay, no, go ahead.
Hey,
Oh, I saw
bye.
that, Judge.
No, it's not
The
gonna work.
last communication
Okay,
I
guys,
had
I
with him was a
apologize so
phone
much.
call, and I must indicate that I could not verify it, obviously,
Gotta get me.
where he said he was in treatment, but he didn't say
got the
where.
document signed.
He didn't say
Hallelujah.
when. So
Hallelujah.
and of course, I can't call around because due to HIPAA, he won't tell me.
Right.
So at this
Hold
point,
on,
Your
Diane.
Honor, I don't know where
Hold
he
on. Let
is.
me get. Let
Bench
me
warrant
get.
will issue for defendant's failure to
Yeah,
appear.
connect.
Bond is set amount of $25,000.
That's turned off. That's turned
That
off.
warrant will issue immediately.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Pause this. Diane, thank you so much for holding down the fort. I appreciate it. Oh, now I can hear you. Now you can talk.
Oh, good. That's lovely. Okay. Yeah, gotta hit it.
You got a nerve issue going on, babe?
Oh, here, it just, oof.
Have you lost weight?
I don't know. I hope so, but I need to if I haven't.
Well, do you know how when you have insurance and everything and your agent drops the ball?
Yeah.
And they say, if you don't sign this today, you ain't going to be insured.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I got 40 boxes to go through to find my title. In the meantime, I will contact Indiana, see if I can just get a new title.
Is it a title for what? A car, a house, what?
My car.
You can go go to your county courthouse, file for a lost title.
I can't do that here. I would have to go to Indiana to do it. So I can do this online, file online. That's what I need to go do in midst of this headache. So I'm
Okay, we did get some information.
Okay.
New document. Why is it not opening up big in the case that we were just talking about?
The Blake Lively case.
Yes.
I
We
remember.
got no document. Well, you don't need to interpret because we can see it.
All right, darling. Then
Love, I appreciate you hanging in there. And if you find your thing, come in and let me know.
I will. I'll talk to you later.
You got the link for the day.
I
Love you. Love you, honey boo. Bye. Oh my gosh, y'all, she's such amazing. Y'all are amazing. Thank you so much for hanging in with me. Now, this is in a different program. No, no. I guess it's just going to have to be this way. I hate it, but it is. Okay, let's look at this for a little bit. How many pages is this bad boy? 87. Oh my God, we're not going through 87. But we'll glance at it and see what they have to say. Listen to this. I love it. At 9:46 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday, December 20th, 2024, NYT reporter Megan Towery requests plaintiff's response and an imminent 4,000-word bombshell story concerning their allegations of smear campaign to Blake Lively. Relations, despite the claim reviewed these along with other documents at times. Oh, wow. We're going to have to go and look at some of these. Hey, y'all. Oh, you did? Where in Discord, love? Mod Corner? Well, that's what I got. Open. Is that going to be easier to read? Please tell me. Thank you. Thank you so much. You rock. So, okay, while I'm reading this, if you don't mind, whoever in Discord, if you can find audio reportings of this, that would be great, that are not other content creators. If you do, post it in Mod Corner. Go to the ER, Toxic. I am so sorry. I saw that. Folks, we need to be praying for Toxic. She's not feeling well. Every part is aching, cough, hurts, chest, throat. There's been RSV. There's been COVID. There's been the flu. There's strep throat. There is so much going on. Do we have a new Karen Reed document? Oh, I'm going to Karen Reed, y'all. Love you, but I'm going to Karen Reed. Karen Reed's the way to go. I got to see, Karen Reed is a case that we've been following. The other one I'm just getting interested in. And right now, oh my gosh. So Toxic, we are praying for you, baby. Keep us posted. All right, let's do this. I need to do a mental reset. I'm sorry, guys. I got to do a mental reset. All right. Thanks to my fabulous mods, who I adore you. I adore you. I adore you. We've got the latest Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Commonwealth motion to exclude defense witness Richard Green debunked opinions. Oh, filed today at 8:34 a.m. Here we go. Commonwealth respectfully moves the Honorable Court to exclude proposed expert testimony of Richard Green related to two issues. One, claim that Jennifer McCabe phoned Google how long to die in kick, or how's long to die in cold at any time prior to 6:23 a.m. January 29, 22. And two, Jennifer McCabe's phone incurred user deletions of any data related to Google searches. The Commonwealth moves. Okay, sorry. Wait a minute. You are wanting to exclude. I'm getting my comments up where I can see you guys. Sorry. we're doing a technical setup. Oh my God, you guys are so amazing. So the Commonwealth, the new special prosecutor and the Commonwealth is asking the judge to exclude expert testimony from Richard Green when it relates to the how long to die in the cold and the fact that Jennifer McCabe's phone incurred user deletions of any data related to Google searches. Let's see how and why they think they can do this. Oh my gosh, y'all. Exclusion is appropriate because both claims lack any evidentiary support, and the claims cannot be made in good faith. Allowing introduction of baseless claims without any scientific, forensic, or factual support would be misleading to the jury and disruptive to interest of justice. But she made that Commonwealth expert Ian Whiffen is Celebrite Senior Data Intelligence Expert and an expert in digital forensic. He has engaged in comprehensive analysis of the two above claim lodged by Mr. Green, and his analysis has included, I have people popping up over here, has included the implement of forensic data science personally reviewed by the device data property and accurately employed Cellbrite technology and the study of the materials generated from the device. After the comprehensive study of the forensic data and consideration of Mr. Green's claim, Mr. Whiffen, I want to go, Whiffen? I like Mr. Whiffen's name. Opinions disprove Mr. Green's claim are unequivocal. Mr. Whiffen proved.
I can state with absolute certainty that there is no evidence whatsoever in the device that Google searches how long to die in kick or how long to die in cold occurred prior to 6/23 on January 29 of the 29th of January 2022.
Emphasis provided. Moreover, Mr. Whiffen concludes that there's no evidence that the user tried to delete any search history or tampering occurred with any of the data I examined. Consequently, Mr. Green's testimony on the two issues is wrong, factually unsupported, and should not be admitted at the jury trial in this matter. The underpinnings of Mr. Green's testimony on these two issues fail to meet the requirements set forth by blah, 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 blah. The defendant cannot meet its burdens to demonstrate that Mr. Green is qualified to testify these two opinions. Number two, Mr. Green's opinion does not meet the minimum required for digital forensics, lacking any scientific basis. Number three, Mr. Green will be unable to provide any facts to support his previous testimony, which has been completely discredited related to these two issues. What? Thank you, Haley. That's right. It is for the jury, but they're trying to get it thrown out. Okay. Where did you drop it? Because I'm not seeing anything new in my Discord. Oh, this may have been it. Okay. On June 21st, 2024, Mr. Green testified on behalf of the defense, and Mr. Green, wait. Oh, yeah. Purported to be the forensic expert specializing in computer cloud surveillance systems and other systems. Mr. Green testified that he was asked to parse through data from the phones belonging to Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed, and John O'Keefe. He said the Google search was found in a writ ahead log. The data is stored temporarily before it's written into the main database, Mr. Green claimed. Just by the nature of it, we will find a lot of newest artifacts in the wall file. Mr. Green also proclaimed that the search was in the deleted state. He testified that he found a lot of other user deleted artifacts in McCabe's data from the morning of January 29, 2022. I remember that. But do you know what I don't know. Here's a question. Here's a question for you guys, and please answer. Does this situation on data being deleted by Jennifer McCabe and House Long to Die in the Cold by Jennifer McCabe, how much weight does it hold in the trial for you if you were on the jury? Do you care? Is it something that's going to persuade you one way or the other? For me, no, I don't care. It doesn't, for me, it doesn't sit. It's interesting fact. That's the way I see this. It's an interesting fact, but I don't see it as a make a case testimony. Okay. April 11, 23, Richard Green submitted an affidavit on the behalf of the defendant, opinioning that search history obtained in Jennifer McCabe's cell phone indicates that on January 29th, 22 at 2:27:40 a.m., the phone user entered the following search in Safari: House Long to Die in Cold. In June 21st, 24, Mr. Green testified that the defendant's first trial and rendered a similar opinion, claiming that certain phone calls user deleted. During cross-examination, Mr. Green was broad and vague about his training experience and lack of digital forensic certifications. Mr. Green concluded during his testimony that Sailbright modified their software based on his misinterpretation of data from Jennifer McCabe's cell phone. Despite the knowledge of his error, Mr. Green has yet submitted a revised written report and opinion. I need to find, okay, I don't have anything in front of me. Does anybody, thank you for member chat. Can somebody find out? Oh, there it is. Thank you, Haley Mouse. I found it. Can somebody find out what day Mr. Green testified? I'm going to pull it up. I want to see the testimony. Okay, so you think it helps Karen Reed? In response to Mr. Green's misconduct, Commonwealth retained two expert digital forensic, Jessica Hyde, Ian Withen. During the defendant's first trial, the court permitted courtroom demonstration by Mr. Withen to assist the jury in understanding digital forensics and how the Google search were stored within digital data, specifically in the Safari internet browser. See generally Commonwealth versus Soda, blah, 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 blah. When digital evidence is voluminous, parties should consider authenticating and admitting experts when the jury may find it difficult to master the technology to find and view relevant portions of evidence. According to Jessica, highly qualified forensic examiner conducted an encompassing review of digital artifacts, file systems, and conduct independent peer review experience. You determined that Jennifer McCabe's phone was in use at 2:27 a.m. What? Jessica Hyde, highly qualified forensic systems experiments determined was in use. Okay, somebody else said it was in use. When Safari browser was opened and looking at the website for Mock Sports at 6:23 a.m., the same Safari browser tab engaged a new search for House Long and conducted. Apple produced a suggestion for how long to digest food. The search is instead completed with House Long to Die Cold at 6:23 a.m. A new search is conducted at 6:24 to How Long to Die Cold. This finding was consistent with Trooper Barino's review of the cell phone extraction. Wow, let's take a breath here. In the trial, in my limited knowledge, and my only knowledge is based on my experience with my ex-husband and everything else there. But in my limiting knowledge, it is, I'm kind of dealing with what if I sit like this now? Dealing with a little bit of I've been having allergies, so my eyes are going to be shaded today. When I was sitting there watching trial and trying to understand all the Cellbrite stuff versus what I already knew, both sides did not present that part of the case to me clearly and well defined to the point that a jury could make a decision on either side of this information. I think it was too complex, too argumentative. I felt that one side was trying to argue the other side instead of just stating their facts. So this, to me, is going to be an interesting twist in the new trial. I'll be anxious to see how they present this testimony versus last time. But one side is saying that at 2:20 something, she opened a window to do some stuff and it carried over to 6. The other side saying no, she opened up at 6 something. This is going to be interesting. Oh, that's okay, Ronnie. Let me Google it. What day? Sorry. June 24th, but that doesn't give me the date. Day 10, day 13. What with the commercials? All of a sudden, commercials are going crazy on searches. Oh, we'll do this. Videos. We'll pull up his part of his testimony. I'm trying to find it because I want to watch this. We may not watch all of it, but I want to watch some of it. Okay, here it is. Before we're going to go into argument, and I'm going to read the argument, and then we're going to watch a little bit of this because I think it's important because that will put more context and refresh our minds as to what's going on. And I'm going to sneeze. I hate sneezing. It sucks. Okay, I'm going to read the argument. And it's not very long, I don't think. Here's the argument. Richard Green debunked opinion are not an example of a battle of the experts. Really? Starting to wonder if it was. Just saying. Best left to be resolved by the fact finder, but instead an attempt to infect the jury with inadmissible opinions that is not permitted on reliable digital forensics. Cellbrite has updated its software to prevent manipulations of data. So they're saying that because of him, Cellbrite's changed their programs to prevent manipulations of data. I think that's a stretch. Shortly before the defendant's first trial, Cellbrite created and introduced a physical analyzer software version 10.2. Since the defendant's first trial, Cellbrite has added another version of software update 7.67 The update version removes the timestamp value from the record source from Safari's browser state DB because further research shows that the timestamp is not a reliable source of timestamp relating to the URL shown. Did you pay Cellbrite to do this to help you? Just curious. Hey, Matthew? I'll be right back. Somebody's hopped in. I got to grab it. Be right back. Okie dokie, I'm back. Sorry. It was a delivery. There was a delivery. Okay, so back to this. So this is really interesting. So now they're saying that the timestamp is not. They're basically. Lively. You're basically telling me that your timestamp is wrong. You're telling me your timestamp is wrong. What? I don't understand that. How can you tell me that the Cellbrite has added another version of the updated software? The update version removed the timestamp value from records sourced from the Safari browser state DB. Why would you do that? I don't know if I believe this. I don't believe this for a minute. Why on God's green earth would you do that? You believe that it's not reliable source from a timestamp related to URL shown, the basis for which Mr. Green contests opinion has been refuted not only by the Commonwealth independent experts, but by Cellbrite itself, who has removed the type of timestamp relied on. What? Y'all, this kind of blows my mind. It's kind of like, if that's the case, I gotta calm down. If that's the case, this whole section, let me get this right. Whoa, didn't mean to do that. The section based, no, it's not even highlighting. The section, the basis for Mr. Green's contested opinion has been refuted by Commonwealth independent experts, but Cellbrite itself, who has removed the timestamp from, okay, how many trials in the last few years, but let's just say this year, who have relied on the Cellbrite itself, the Cellbrite timestamp to convict people, okay? So if a case is hinged on the Cellbrite data information and the timestamps. And they've been found guilty. And now you have new information that Cellbrite itself, right here, Cellbrite created, introduced this new version since. I wish I could get in this program to make a straight line, but it won't. And it looks like crap. I'm sorry. I'm going wavy. It's hard to do. Here, Cellbrite created, introduced a physical analyzer software version 10.2 since the defendant's first trial of software update of 7.67. The updated version removed the timestamp value from the record source in the Safari browser state DB because further research shows the timestamp was not reliable. How many cases, y'all, have been tried this year in big court, small court, that relied on that information? How many people now are going to sit here and go, appeal? Somebody could talk to me. Am I wrong in this? Somebody respond. I know. I'm getting ready. I just realized it. There we go. So here we go. Cellbrite created a new physical analyzer software version. Why? Because further research showed the timestamp was not reliable. If that's the case, boy, we got a lot of lawyers who are going to be looking at their cases to see if this applies to them. Look at it. Look at it. This is huge, y'all. Okay. Further, when Jennifer McCabe's cell phone extraction is analyzed in the newest version of Cellbrite, at 2:27 a.m., last visited timestamp no longer appears on the extracted report. No kidding, because you removed it. Rather, the time shown represents the status of the browser tab and digital forensic artifact pertaining to the web history. The Apple Mobile Safari again confirmed that the Hasselong to Diane occurred search occurred at approximately 6:24 a.m. Likewise, there was no evidence that Google search were deleted. Where's my where's my attorneys? I need an attorney on here. Where's our house attorney? Oh my gosh. Even Mr. Green claims are wrong. The defendant herself has engaged in promoting this false narrative in June of 2023. Interviewing with Gretchen Voss, the defendant advises the blameless claim. Here we go. I'm going to have to do voice changes to keep up. Miss Little is going to be the high-pitched. Karen Reed is my voice. First court appearance after we revealed that Jen McCabe.
Google. Yeah.
It happened at the same time as the basketball search, which also wasn't reported, nor was How Long to Die the Cold at 6:23, that she admitted that there was no Google activity in the Cellbrite report that was handed over to us as gospel. Inadmissible evidence should always be excluded. Allowing debunked claims reach the jury should unnecessarily risk misleading the jury and creating prejudice to the Commonwealth. The role of expert testimony is to assert jurors in interpreting evidence that lies outside the common experience. Mr. Green, factitiously wrong opinion would not assist jurors and would not insist the risk of confusing jurors. Law. We don't need to go through all the law. Clearly, the methodology theory underlying Mr. Green's testimony is not sufficiently reliable to be presented for the jury consideration. A jury should not be permitted to consider baseless claims. The defense will not be able to meet the Durbert-Langingen standard required by Mr. Green as to two consent opinion. Conclusion. In the foregoing reason, Commonwealth respectfully requests the court to order a Langingen hearing or exclude Mr. Green's opinion related to the two contested claims in trial. Respectfully, the Commonwealth. Oh my gosh, y'all. This to me is very concerning. All right, I want to listen to him just a little bit. Always go back to the source.
You raise your right hand.
Always go back to the source.
During the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You take the stand.
Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, if you pull that microphone as close to your face as you can so your voice will be kept up, and I'd ask you to state your name and spell your last name.
Sure. Richard Green, that's Green.
And where do you live, sir?
I now reside in Coldwater, Michigan.
What do you do?
I own and operate a company called United States Forensics.
And what is United States Forensics?
Sure. We're a digital investigation firm. We're licensed in Florida and Michigan, but we do cases across the country.
All right. And again, I'd ask you to keep your voice up only because we have an air conditioner there and we have jurors behind me that.
Okay. I'll do my best, sir.
Yeah, as best you can. Now, you are president of that company, sir?
I am.
In addition to managing the company, what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Well, I perform the majority of the investigations. I specialize in computer, cell phone, cloud, auto video, metadata media, surveillance systems, things of that nature.
Do you work in conjunction with others?
Certainly.
Describe that, please.
Certainly. Well, we do take cases from individuals. Prefer to take cases from attorneys. So we've also worked with numerous public defenders. We've worked with a federal public defender. We've worked with law enforcement. So quite a variety of clientele.
Civil cases?
Yeah, civil and criminal. I would put it at about 60% criminals, 40% civil.
Okay. And on the criminal side, you've done both law enforcement and defense, correct?
Yeah, most of the law enforcement ones, though, have been more geared towards civil. It's when they had perhaps they were party to a suit and it was just improper for them to use their own experts. So that's where we've provided assistance.
All right. Now, how long have you been involved in the field of data forensics?
Sure. Well, my first case and testimony was 28 years ago. I'm not even sure we called it data forensics back then, but that was 28 years ago. And then about 16 years ago, started the company United States Forensics and been full-time in the industry since that point.
All right. Now, you'd mentioned that you'd actually testified for the first time 28 years ago. That would have been 1996, if my math is correct?
That's correct.
You were qualified as an expert witness at that time?
Yes, sir.
In order to have been qualified as an expert witness, you must have had experience before that?
Yeah, it was specifically in computers. We didn't do much with cell phones back then. By about a decade or so in computer IT, networking. We actually built a line of computers, a lot of repairs. So I was pretty deep into the computer IT world at that point.
Okay. And you say you formed your company in 2006?
Correct.
And you work full-time, part-time? What's your schedule?
Oh, it's been full-time ever since.
Would you describe for the jury, please, your educational background, your training, certifications, etc.?
Why don't we break it down into smaller segments?
Sure.
Okay.
First, with regard to the training that you've received.
Sure. So that would have to do with Associates of Digital Forensics.
Well, that would more be your education, right? You received an associate's degree in digital forensics?
Correct.
Okay, so why don't we start with education since you did?
Okay. Well, that was part of the work and more or less the formal training to get that degree. The certifications, which again, this all kind of goes hand in hand, but the certification training would be the CCE, which is Certified Computer Examiner from the International Association of Criminal Investigation Specialists. I also have a certification as a computer crime related investigator, cybersecurity, as well as computer first responder. The training aspects over the last 18 years on really a daily basis, when I've worked, I've participated in listservs, done research into the newest developments in the computer forensics, and really on usually a weekly basis, we'll target some training seminar. I found in this business, even if you took like 6 months off, you would start to get behind in this business. It changes that rapidly, and you really need to do continual
And he's
training.
right about that. It does.
And again, your voice trailed off a little bit at the end, so
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to keep reminding you, but I just want to make sure everybody hears. With regard to the amount, your caseload at USA Forensics, can you give the jury some idea of how many cases you handle on a yearly basis or have handled historically?
Yeah, we average, I'd say between 100 and 120 cases a year. We probably get inquiries to about 3 times that amount.
Okay. And have you testified as an expert witness in the area of computer forensics since that 1996 first appearance?
Yeah, we testified about 24 times in various state and federal courts.
Okay. And when you say various states and courts, is that state court, federal court, both?
Both.
Now, directing your attention to September of 2022, were you contacted by somebody to become involved in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Remember who that was?
I believe it was Miss Little.
What were you asked to do?
Well, there was 3 cell phones related to this case, and to provide relevance with the data on those phones as related to the incident on January 29th, 2022.
Okay, and were you aware of the owners of those 3 phones?
Certainly. It was Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, I'd like to ask you first, if I can, about John O'Keefe's phone. How did you receive the data from that phone, if you remember?
Yeah, we received what's called an image file, and that's a forensic term that we use. Essentially, it's a copy of the data that's encapsulated into a single file. In this case, it was a zip file.
Did you examine that data?
I did.
What were your goals during your examination of John O'Keefe's phone? What were you looking for?
Well, initially what was reported was the location data. We wanted to get an idea of when he had arrived and anything else that we could tell from that as far as location.
And when you say when he arrived, do you remember the location that you were asked to learn when he arrived?
Yeah, 34 Fairview.
In Canton?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were you able to determine, as a result of your examination, approximately when his phone arrived at 34 Fairview Road according to the location data?
Yes, sir.
And how did you do it?
Sure. Well, I say we, so that's proverbial we. I extracted the location cache data, which is stored in the on your phone, and it's in the certain location. We exported that out, and then we use a tool called CellHawk, and we import it in there, so it can take literally, thousands of data points and automate that process to specific GPS locations, and just as importantly, the range of accuracy that location is reporting.
Okay. So according to the process that you underwent, what time did the location data indicate that John O'Keefe's phone arrived at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022?
So the first one right to the driveway was at 12:24 and 28 seconds.
12:24 and 28 seconds.
Correct.
Now, if I asked you to filter John O'Keefe's location data within an accuracy of 3 feet using CellHawk, could you try to do that?
Yes, sir.
In fact, Did you try to do it?
I did.
When?
Last night.
Who asked you to do that?
You did, sir.
Why?
I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I placed that document before you. Could you familiarize yourself with that and look up at me when you're done?
All right.
Recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
So this is a screenshot from the CellHawk program. It has a kind of a central box here that says database settings, and this is where we apply a certain filter.
And what filter did you apply?
This was for the accuracy of less than or equal to 3 feet.
With regard to what?
John O'Keefe's location data.
Is that an exact, is the data on that document exactly what you received when you, used the CellHawk program to filter the data?
Yes, sir.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objections.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he said objection.
So you need to give it to Madam Court Reporter?
I'm all flustered. Sorry. And if the witness could have that again.
Thank you.
With permission, I'd like to publish that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so, Mr. Green, what are we looking at?
Okay, so that is the screenshot from the CellHawk.
And what can you tell us about what you learned from that exhibit?
Well, I'll just use the pointer here, might help. You can see up in this part here where this is where we apply the filter
forgot
for
about
3 feet
this,
or
y'all.
less. That'd be the accuracy. And then it actually returns 0 results, meaning all of the data within there had an accuracy rating higher than that 3 foot. It could be 5 meters or 10 meters, but none of it was granular enough at a 3 foot or less accuracy level.
Okay, and if you had inputted an accuracy of within, say, 500 feet, what would you find?
Yeah, you would see then a large number of circles, each circle representing the meters that the accuracy would be related to. What's really important to understand, though, is you don't want to look at just the middle of the circle. That accuracy indicates it could be anywhere in the circle. So if you saw one and it encompassed 2 or 3 houses, you could only draw that inference of somewhere in that circle. So it's kind of like how the hurricane, they say don't just look at the cone, right? Because it could be different than that. Also, the accuracy, this is Apple's best guess what the accuracy is. So it could actually be different than that. It's Apple is using a number of services, and they're giving back the best estimation that they can for the accuracy.
Okay, so we've talked about the location cache data and where it put John O'Keefe's phone in terms of arriving.
I
at
hope I'm not coming down with
3450,
something.
but
I'll
was
take a
there
comfort
also
break while y'all
Apple
listen. I'll
Health
be right
data
back.
on John O'Keefe's phone during that time?
Certainly, yes.
Is Apple Health data generally accepted within the forensic science community as being reliable?
Well, the Apple Health data comes from something called HealthKit, but it's integral to the iOS system. So anyone that has an iPhone probably seen Apple Health data, and it's known to have extremely valuable data that the forensic tools work with and present to us. The degree of accuracy, it depends on the type of data that's being pulled out on the artifacts. For example, steps are known to have an accuracy of around 98% on the actual steps occurring.
So if the Apple Health data returns, for instance, steps of, 20 steps within a certain time period. 98% of the time, Apple's going to be right?
That's what studies have shown.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you want this back? Okay.
Mr. Green, I've placed another document before you. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do. This is this lists out Apple Health data for that was from John O'Keefe's phone on January 29th, 2022.
All right. That came from the data that you received, the image file of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That is correct.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally?
No objection.
Give back to the witness. And with the court's permission, may I publish that, Your Honor?
Okay.
Specifically, I'd like to start with page 2, record 2. Okay, Mr. Green, are you wearing the right glasses to be able to see the scene?
Yeah, I probably need bifocals here. I keep switching glasses, but
Are you able to read what is on the screen? And if it's easier, you can look on your document in front of you. It's page 2, record 2.
yeah, I think I'm going to have to do that. I can probably still see good enough to do the laser one. I'm sorry, which record is this you're looking at?
Page 2, record number 2.
Okay, yes, I have that in front of me.
Okay. What does record number 2 show on page 2 of John's Apple Health data?
Sure. So this is the number of meters. It's listed as 87.74, and the time is listed between 12:21 and 10 seconds. And there's milliseconds after that, but I'll just round it off to the second if you don't mind. So 12:21 and 10 seconds to 12:24 and 22 seconds.
Okay. And you said that it showed 87 meters traveled during that time period?
Correct.
And with regard to that same time period, 12:21 and 10 seconds and 12:24 and 22 seconds, please turn to page 5. And Mr. Bates, if you would zoom in on record number 2.
I have that.
Okay. What does record number 2 reflect?
Again, it's the same time period, and the steps taken is recorded as 80 steps.
Okay, and you said the same time period, so again, 12:21:10 to 12:24:22, correct?
Correct.
All right, now I'd like to direct your attention to page 4, record number 1. And Mr. Bates, if you could post that. And when you're ready, Mr. Green, if you could tell the jury what that reflects.
Sure. So this indicates 3 sets of floors that represents elevation change. So it doesn't indicate to us up or down, but 3 steps. And the time period for that is 12:22:14 to 12:24:37.
Okay, did you say 12:21:14 to 12:22? I'm sorry, 12:24:37?
Yeah, 12:22:14 to 12:47:37.
I see.
Okay.
And with regard to all of this data, the 80 steps and the 3 flights of stairs that you mentioned, is it possible to pinpoint where within the time frame that's given those steps or flights of stairs were ascended or descended?
No, the most granular we can get is the time period, and it doesn't signify as any more likely at the beginning of the time period than at the end of the time period than at some time in the middle. And if you think logically, like distance traveled, that doesn't happen at a split moment. It happens over a period of time. So it's time is a factor in that equation, and this is how the app.
I hope I'm not getting sick, y'all. I think I'm getting sick. So this is going to be, I'm not going to listen to all his, this is what I want to get to. I don't want to listen to every square inch of his testimony, but I want to get to Gosh, I forgot how angry everybody looked in this trial. This is what I wanted to get to. Here we go.
Records now.
I think I'm getting
I'll
sick.
just talk about this particular report here. It starts at 5:33:47 in the morning, and on the second page we see it ends at 8:50 and 15 seconds, again a.m. And then the normal calls, what we would call live data, then begins at 8:59 and 34 seconds. And goes on throughout the day with no additional deletions.
And am I right that that's the call log, those are all phone calls?
Correct, yeah, this is the call log.
And what was the difference between the calls that were at 8:59 and after on January 29th, 2022, and the calls that were before 8:50 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Yeah, well, it's the state they were found in, deleted versus live data. Deleted data at the earlier time and live data after the 8:59:34.
What percentage of phone calls were found deleted on Jennifer McCabe's phone prior to 8:50 a.m. on January 29th?
So all right, I have to see you. Take this down for a minute, please. I have to see counsel.
Look at this guy. I forgot how. Oh, I forgot.
I have an opinion.
If I remember correctly, they kind of.
Certifications in regard to Cellbrite as a tool and how to use it, those kind of things.
That's correct, sir.
And in this specific instance, at any point, did you reach out to Cellbrite to go over sort of your findings or your opinions in relation to this search?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with from Cellbrite?
As close as I can remember, I know it was Leo, and I believe it was Santos.
And do you know what part of Cellbrite they work in or what they do?
Well, he was in the technical support and contacted him. He had informed me that they had elevated this up to some higher level technical support when they came back. His comments to me, if you want to hear them, was that this. Okay.
Answer his comments, but at
Okay,
some point,
I
you
understand.
talked to technical support. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And they indicated that they would refer you to actually Mr. Whiffin's team.
No, sir, they did not.
So you weren't told that you were referred to Mr. Whiffin's team, and you weren't contacted by anyone from Mr. Whiffin's team?
No, and I forget the exact date. A couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago, out of the blue, I got an email from Ms. Whiffen saying, and I can't, I don't want to misquote them, but certainly I got an email
I'm not
from
asking
him.
you about any specific conversations
Okay.
you had. What I'm asking, and I'm asking about a time period more back in 2022.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Back in 2022, did you reach out to Cellbrite in relation to this search and your opinions related to it?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, was that the point that you spoke to someone from technical support?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, did someone from technical support actually refer you or tell you that they were referring you to Mr. Whiffin's team?
No, sir, I had absolutely no idea about that.
So no one from no one from Mr. Whiffin's team reached out to you, and then you just never called them back. That didn't happen.
Not that I'm aware.
Now, you were asked to look at a couple different phones, and I'm assuming by counsel for the defendant, correct?
Can you say that once again? I'm sorry.
You were asked to look at 3 different phones is what the testimony was. And I'm assuming
Correct.
that was by some counsel for the defendant, correct?
Yeah,
No one else asked you to look at these phones, correct?
Oh, correct. Yes, it was from the defense asked me to. Yes.
And so the phones that you were asked to look at were Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the defendant's phone, and Ms. McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as Kerry Roberts' phone, were you ever asked to look at that?
No.
And with respect to the defendant's phone, was there any GPS location information or data that you observed in her phone?
So we had an indication that location had been using. There was something called Apple Map tiles, and those probably when you use the Apple Map app, that it in order for it to work, it will create these little tiles or little pieces of pictures, and they get stitched together to give you the view that you see on your phone. Now, for that had been working, we know location data had to be working. This particular location data, the location data cache, is known to only be present on the phone for a couple weeks. Now, what I don't know, and Mr. Lally, if I'm going too far, just please stop me. What I don't know are what measures were taken to preserve that data, whether it was put in airplane mode, where the location services were turned off, whether it was put in a Faraday bag. And quite frankly, Mr. Lowry, I don't know if they did all that, if the location data would have remained or not. I've never tested that, but all indications, it would have had location data on the day that it was seized, because we received the Apple map tile. But when I got the full extraction, there was no location data there. Now, I did observe.
So there was no
Okay.
GPS location data on the defendant's phone, correct? From what you observed.
And again, if I'm, I did find deleted location data from April of 2022.
Yeah,
Now,
guys,
with
I'm getting
respect
sick.
to the defendant's phone, did you also find deleted web history data from the afternoon of January 29th, 2022?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't observe that.
Didn't observe it, or didn't look for it?
You know, I really don't have a recollection if I specifically looked for deleted data. I don't believe I did. I don't know if I would have had to have a cause to.
Now, with reference to, you were asked some question about location accuracy within 3 feet. You did some sort of thing last night on CellHawk using that tool. Is that correct?
Certainly.
And you were asked to do that after Trooper Guarino testified yesterday. Is that correct?
I understand you testified yesterday.
And so with relation to you creating sort of that document, and that's now been marked as an exhibit, was that something that Mr. Yannetti asked you to do in relation to Trooper Guarino's testimony yesterday?
Well, in all fairness, you need to ask Mr. Yannetti. I could make an assumption here. I mean, if
I'm not.
I don't know quite.
Doing anything.
I'm not trying not to answer you. You know, but I was asked by Mr. Yannetti to perform that search.
So, Mr. Lally, please be cautious of that.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Green, with respect to that 3 feet of accuracy, are you aware that what Trooper Guarino was testifying to in regard to that had absolutely nothing to do with phone applications or anything to do with data from a phone or a CellHawk or a tool or anything like that?
Now, I don't know the full extent of what Mr. Guarino would have been testifying to.
And so you're not aware that his testimony was actually in regard to reviewing cruiser camera video from the Canton Police Department and photographs of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, and then mapping that using GPS latitude and longitude. Objection. Based on that within a 3 feet accuracy.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
Sure. Are you aware of any of what Trooper Guarino testified to yesterday?
What you're mentioning, I may vaguely be remembering, and again, I'm not trying to not answer your question exactly. My conversation with
No,
Mr. Yannetti
I don't need to go. It's just the coughing is starting. That throat thing is starting. So I ran to take some medicine. We're good.
is 3 foot when it comes to GPS data. Can you tell 3 feet from GPS data? And no, it's not known to be that reliable, and particularly Apple location services. How that applies to the trooper's testimony, you know, I can't say with specificity. I'm happy to opine on location data, though.
There's no question.
Okay.
But that's, thank you.
No talkie. No question asked. No talkie.
I may have a moment, Sean.
Sure.
No talkie.
Now, sir, with reference to Safari and deleted tabs, isn't it true that there is no way for a user to delete a tab, only to close it? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, well, when you close a tab, all right, you're taking it out of the active state, and it's going to an inactive state that some people could call deleted. Now, the Safari history allows you to go in and delete history by certain date ranges, but you can also go into specific websites that you visited and delete those. Now if you want me to continue, the WAL file itself, you can't open up a WAL file and say, I want to delete that record. But functioning the phone through the user interfaces will have an effect of deleting data within that WAL file.
Isn't it also true that Cellebrite uses that red X to annotate that the record is no longer active and has been recovered? Which would then make it incumbent upon the examiner, being you in this instance, to determine if it was actually deleted, correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you for asking. It's yes.
That's all I'm asking, sir.
Okay. All right.
Now, you stated in your affidavit, in your testimony, that you used the Sanderson SQLite or SQLite Forensic Explorer to examine the Safari tabs DB associated with the WAL file log. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in your analysis using that Sanderson Forensic Explorer, was there an indication that House Long to Die in Cold was found in the WAL file?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to that, did you independently verify the cause of that timestamp that you observed there?
Yes, sir.
Now, is it your interpretation that the timestamp means the search appeared at that time solely based on the naming of the field in the database?
No, sir.
Now, can a WAL file contain items that are so new that they're not yet committed to the database?
Yes, sir. That's the purpose of it.
So the WAL file holds the newest information until it's merged to the database, including additions, deletions, changes, all of those items, correct?
That is correct.
Now, according to your affidavit, the device was in active use between 2:23 a.m. and 2:31 a.m. And just to be clear, I'm talking about Ms. McCabe's device, correct?
Correct.
And what other searches did you see at that time, and where were they performed?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I couldn't quite hear you.
Searches did you observe in that time frame, and where were they performed?
Well, there were a number of websites, including the Rainy Men exhibit that we did. There was Ozone Basketball, I believe. There, Hockermont, Smith, and I can tell you that those similarly, the last entry with those there is the browser state DB file. It's not at the beginning. It's not at the end. And
Okay, so we've listened to a lot of him. This is a guy that we listen to. This is a guy they're trying to get blocked from testifying, the prosecution in the Karen Reed case. I'm a little bit perturbed about this because, I mean, I know they're doing what they got to do. Hold on. I got to answer her. But this is going to be this is going to be interesting to see how this turns out. The Cellebrite company has added an update stating that the timestamp from any Google search was not reliable. So now you no longer can, when they run the Cellebrite, it does not function as it used to. I struggle with that. By the way, do you remember how many people knew the woman that they used to call Catwoman? Jocelyn Weidenstein. She passed away. And she spent millions of dollars to look like a kitty. Go figure. She looked horrible. She couldn't even open her mouth or close her eyes. She couldn't even perch her lips to kiss. I was just like, grotesque. But anyway, the Sugar Bowl is going to start today at 3. So I don't know if anybody's going to watch that. They're trying to get everybody. Yes, this is true. And that's the tactic. I don't fault them for trying. But what concerns me What concerns me is Cellbrite. Will it open up a situation where people it can open up a situation. Yeah, I got my blankets back there, sorry. Where if in fact the prosecution is successful at holding at bay or getting Mr. Green banned from trial, meaning they win their motion, what does this open up with Cellbrite and other cases across this nation? That the evidence that helped convict a person was based on the fact that the Cellbrite data showed the timestamp on a search was at X time, and that put that person, that person was partially convicted on that. That can unravel a lot of cases. Cellbrite is not the only program out there. It can confirm it happened or not at that time through any other programs. Yes, I don't disagree at all on that. My concern is what are the ramifications of this guy's accusation? I'm concerned. So we're going to get caught up real quick. Something else has launched. Why is can't do it? What are you doing, StreamYard? There it goes. We're going to share screen. We're going to switch real quick over here to the newscast that just linked. And thank you so much, Toxic, for posting it. How you doing, baby girl? I'm getting sick. I feel it. But Angela, what you want to hop on and talk with me about this? I'll invite you on. I'm interested to know your opinions on this. Would you like to hop on? Go to Discord. I sent you an invite. Wait a minute. You sent me something, didn't you? I don't know. So this to me is a concern. I know some people don't agree, but this is a concern. Great. In the meantime, we're going to roll this beautiful bean footage so people can, we're going to get caught up on
from New Orleans.
this situation.
So the city moving forward now with plans to open up that Bourbon Street area today. 2:30 is when they're planning on doing that.
Bridge. I
Of course,
hope
after
I'm
the
not
deadly
going there.
New Year's Eve attack. The latest update on the victims, 15 is still the number we're being told. That does include the terrorist himself who plowed the truck into the crowd, and then 30 others are injured. And the FBI saying here just a little while ago, confirming that this is the man, 42-year-old Samsudin Jabbar, an Army veteran, U.S. citizen living in Houston at the time. They have recovered a black flag of the Islamic State on the truck. We told you about that yesterday. And then also confirming today that Jabbar had indeed posted some videos to social media just hours before the attack as he was driving from Houston to New Orleans that indicated that he was motivated by ISIS to kill people. And then, of course, Jabbar killed by police. It was in an exchange of gunfire after the attack. And the FBI, this was sort of one of the biggest points that came out today. The FBI initially saying yesterday, you may remember, that they were looking for other likely suspects. Today, though, they are saying that at this point, they do not believe that others were involved in this attack. They believe that he did act alone. Also, a couple of more items here. They found an improvised explosive device in Jabbar's vehicle. They did find a couple of other explosive devices that were in coolers in the French Quarter area. Let's take a live look now, if we can. Is this live, Amber, or is this from earlier? Okay, this is live. in the area where this happened. So Bourbon Street and Canal, very busy area, just right on the edge of the French Quarter, just after 3 o'clock in the morning on New Year's Eve. Sanitation crews, we've been watching them all morning here, finishing up their cleaning efforts to get those streets ready to go. They finished, and then since then, what's been happening here in the last couple of hours is they've been letting some of these supply trucks come in because they want to get the businesses restocked. Again, they're going to reopen this area at about 2:30. The Sugar Bowl, which is about a mile away, is now scheduled for 3 o'clock. You might remember that was postponed from last night. So 3 o'clock. Amber, why don't you, if you have a moment, could you pop in here? I know you were busy listening to the majority, if not all of that news conference that just happened here in the last 90 minutes with the FBI and local officials. So anything else that stuck out to you as we were listening to that?
I mean, really, like you mentioned, Amy, the big thing here was that they said they do believe he acted alone. They asked, why do they think this? They mentioned there is surveillance video of this suspect going around and putting these suspected bombs in trash cans. When this was first mentioned yesterday, they believed that maybe these were accomplices, which is why they were saying that maybe there are some other people involved in the FBI, even putting a call out yesterday for help in tracking down these potential associates. Now, of course, backing off on that call. They've also gone through his call records, had several interviews with family, friends, any known associates, his social media, texts, you name it. The FBI is digging into it, and they can't find any signs pointing to him having help there either.
And just to interrupt you, did they found some electronics? Do you remember? I think there were a couple of cell phones, or two or three cell phones.
A couple phones. I was kind of at that time dipping in and out of the press conference.
Okay, sorry, and I think there were a couple of laptops too. So
yes,
yeah, they do have quite a bit of technology that they're taking a look at too. But again, this all just is so early on in this investigation, and I'm pretty surprised at the amount of information that they've been able to give us so far.
Yes,
a lot of details have come out here in the last 20
I would say
30 hours.
What they really focused on not knowing, they have no idea why Bourbon Street right now. So that's a big question. Why New Orleans? Why the French Quarter? Why Bourbon Street? Don't know. They know that he was inspired by ISIS. The FBI is very, very adamant about that point, saying 100%, no doubt about it, this was a terror attack. Why here, though? That remains to be figured out.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So I think we have some sound that you pulled.
Yes.
Do we want to listen to some of that?
Yeah. I think the biggest updates today, the most information came from the FBI, the Deputy Assistant Director of the Counterterrorism Division. So we're going to play that whole clip there for you.
First and foremost, let me be very clear about this point. This was an act of terrorism. It was premeditated and an evil act. This was obviously a critical incident, and with that, lots of information and tips come pouring in from law enforcement, first responders, and the public. We have been aggressively running down these tips and information. As you all know, that takes time, and we will continue to do so until every lead has been followed through on. This investigation is only a little more than 24 hours old. So I ask you to keep in mind that as I go through some of the specifics later. But at this point, currently, and this is another fact I want to be clear on, we do not assess at this point that anyone else involved in this attack except for Shamsuddin Jabbar, the subject you've already been briefed on. A little bit about what the FBI is doing. So we are surging people and assets to the area from across the region and across the nation. Special agents in multiple field offices across the country have been deployed and are assisting with potential aspects of this investigation and following up on every lead. Additional teams of special agents, professional staff, and victim specialists continue to arrive to provide more investigative power and assistance to the victims and their families. We've also forward deployed a number of our critical incident response group assets, including members of our hostage rescue team, special agent bomb technicians, and crisis management coordinators. In addition, we have deployed more evidence response technicians to continue to process the various scenes that we have. So far, we have received just over 400 tips from the public, and that information is being followed up on both here in New Orleans and across the country. Some of the tips are here in New Orleans, and there are other tips in other states across the country that we are following up on. The FBI team and our law enforcement partners here are also reviewing hundreds of hours of surveillance and other video from both the French Quarter and other locations. As for a timeline, at this point, investigators believe Jabbar picked up the rented F-150 in Houston, Texas on December 30th. He then drove from Houston to New Orleans on the evening of the 31st, and he posted several videos to an online platform proclaiming his support for ISIS. There were 5 videos posted on Jabbar's Facebook account, which are timestamped beginning at 1:29 a.m. and the last at 3:02 a.m. In the first video, Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends, but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the, quote, war between the believers and the disbelievers, end quote. Additionally, he stated he had joined ISIS before this summer. He also provided a will and testament. FBI and ATF. FBI, we have a couple different scenes at the location. We have released the scene at Bourbon Street. That scene has been released. We also have a scene off of Mandeville Address where we're currently searching that scene right now. FBI and ATF agents have secured that house, and that location is being searched for potential evidence. On New Year's morning, Jabbar opened fire after ramming through a blocked off area of Bourbon Street, used his truck as a weapon to run over the victims. Teams of specially trained victim specialists, again, as I said, are on the ground here in New Orleans, assisting survivors of the attack and loved ones of the deceased. We do not believe the public is in any danger around any of these locations. 3 phones linked to Jabbar have been recovered, and digital media exploitation is a priority to see what is on the devices and determine if there are any other potential leads. Additionally, we have recovered 2 laptops and are currently reviewing them for any potential leads. Those laptops were recovered at the Mandeville address. Evidence technicians will also be going over the F-150 truck Jabbar was driving. As you know, we recovered an ISIS flag from the back of the vehicle. Jabbar declared his support for the terrorist group on social media, as I stated before, as he made his way to New Orleans. FBI bomb technicians also recovered 2 IEDs in coolers, one from the cross section of Bourbon and Orleans Street, and the second at an intersection approximately 2 blocks away. There were multiple reports of other devices.
We're switching to a more updated version. Just handed to me.
Christopher Rea. I'm from our counterterrorism division at headquarters. I'm also joined.
This is the
by
newer version.
Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Alethea Duncan, from our New Orleans office, who you heard from yesterday. I'm here to discuss not only the latest investigative information we have here in New Orleans, but I'll also let you know about other investigative activities outside of the state. I first, and most importantly, want to send our deepest condolences to the victims of this horrific attack and their loved ones. 14 innocent victims were killed in this senseless attack, and at least 30 and an evil act. This was obviously a critical incident, and with that, lots of information and tips come pouring in from law enforcement, first responders, and the public. We have been aggressively running down these tips and information. As you all know, that takes time, and we will continue to do so until every lead has been followed through on. This investigation is only a little more than 24 hours old. So I ask you to keep in mind that as I go through some of the specifics later. But at this point, currently, and this is another another fact I want to be clear on. We do not assess at this point that anyone else involved in this attack except for Shamsa Din Jabbar, the subject you've already been briefed on. A little bit about what the FBI is doing. So we are surging people and assets to the area from across the region and across the nation. Special agents in multiple field offices across the country have been deployed and are assisting with potential aspects of this investigation and following up on every lead. Additional teams of special agents, professional staff, and victim specialists continue to arrive to provide more investigative power and assistance to the victims and their families. We've also forward deployed a number of our critical incident response group assets, including members of our hostage rescue team, special agent bomb technicians.
Okay, this is a repeat. Here's new stuff on Las Vegas.
For this investigation. As you look at this Cybertruck here, we had to transport this down to our fleet services so that we could really get through this thing. And I remind you that the subject inside wasn't able to be removed for a very long period of time because he was burnt beyond recognition.
I'm sure.
And so as we continue to move through this, I'm going to talk a little bit about his identity and what we believe. But I would like to highlight a couple of things that the teams found inside of the Cybertruck that are useful to the investigation. And that first and foremost is a military identification. We also found a passport. We found a Desert Eagle 50 caliber semi-automatic pistol. And if you'll notice on a lot of these guns that we're going to talk about here, they're almost just burnt beyond recognition as well.
There goes mine.
There's an SLR model B30 semi-automatic firearm. Number of fireworks that were still in the vehicle that had to be removed. Notably, we found an iPhone and a smartwatch. And then several credit cards were also in the name of our subject.
New Year, Coleman.
Our subject is 37-year-old Matthew Livelsberger.
You want to join me today,
He's of
Carmen?
Colorado Springs, Colorado, born
I
July
have some
22nd
in the Karen
of
Reed trial that
1987.
popped up.
Now,
new info.
as you'll see here on a picture of his driver's license.
I'm going over it in a minute.
Let's see.
Again.
The question really still remains for me, and I know that there's a lot of you folks in the media that are identifying this person as a person in our vehicle. As I mentioned to you already, his body is burnt beyond recognition, and I do still not have confirmation 100% that that is the individual that was inside of our vehicle.
I sent
And
you an
as
invite,
I'm
Carmen,
calling
and
it
just
now the subject or person of interest, I will not come back until I have the confirmation through DNA or medical records that this is indeed, in fact, the subject inside of the vehicle. Now, further complicating this identification of this individual, we also discovered through the coroner's office that the individual had sustained a gunshot wound to the head prior to the detonation of the vehicle. One of the handguns was found at his feet inside of the vehicle. Obviously, in how we're trying to identify him, and I'm feeling comfortable to give you this information, is a tremendous amount of substantial evidence to include he rented the Turo vehicle. There are 2 tattoos, one of which was on the stomach and one of which is on the arm, that we can see bits and pieces of it as in comparison to what it is that we now know he had on his body. That has given us a lot of confidence that this is, in fact, the same person, as well as the clearly obvious, which is the credit cards, the military identification, the passport. And then furthermore, as you'll see here in just a very short period of time, we tracked his movements from Colorado to Las Vegas. And in a number of the photographs that we were able to determine, he was the individual that was driving the vehicle. And also, I'd like to iterate this point to you. We still have only ever seen him in this vehicle, and we're not aware of any other subjects involved in this particular case. Now, I would like to acknowledge a couple of things because I know what's going on in the social media world, and there are a number of things in this case that are similar to the attack in New Orleans. We do know that our subject here served in the military. In fact, he's a current member of the military. Both of the subjects served at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. What we do know about that is it's a very large military base, and we have no record that they served in the same unit or even at the same years at Fort Bragg, something that continues to remain under investigation. I also know that they both served in Afghanistan in 2009. We don't have any evidence that they were in the same province in Afghanistan, the same location, or the same unit. Again, something else that remains under investigation. And we also know, of course, that they both used the rental company Turo to.
What do you think about how this year started?
Well, wow. It's crazy. Sorry.
Yeah,
I mean,
it is crazy. Okay, I'm very surprised he's disclosing this right now. I know. I bet y'all
Well,
are
at least-
busy talking to Carmen.
At least they disguised his passport number. If that's, yeah, that's the passport number where it usually is.
Yeah, they covered it up. They redacted it.
But everything else is pretty much there.
I'm surprised, Carmen, they didn't have your butt over there in Nolans. By the way, for those of you who are not in America, and some of you who are, we don't say New Orleans. It's Nolans. N-A-H Lens. Nolans. Nolans. Instead of New Orleans or New Orleans, it's Nolans. Kind of runs it together.
But I did watch the NCIS Nolans, and they did say New Orleans.
Well, the news and people reporting and the officials will say New Orleans, but in conversation, there's formal speaking, New Orleans. In everyday speak, it's Nolans, honey. So if you hear me say it as Nolans, it's New Orleans. I've always said it the way they said it. I lived in Louisiana as a young child. It was Nolans.
I want to visit
everybody
New
is.
Nolans one day in the future.
I want to come out with the song "Way Down Yonder in New Orleans." That's all I hear all day.
I love jazz, and Nolans has a lot of jazz festivals. So I want to go there during one of those. So yeah. It has 366 festivals a year, so just pick a day.
Pick a day. Well, I've been in New Orleans a couple of times, and when I was in Sweet Adelines and I was a competitive barbershopper, we had our 50th competition there, our 50th year, and they actually held a ticker tape parade for us with the Mardi Gras floats and the beads and the whole 9 yards. All the competitors got to ride the floats. But I will tell you, in some areas, it is nasty. Downtown Bourbon Street area, the French Quarter, smells like pee because all the drunk people pee on the street. You will see people peeing on the street. But man, what's that dessert? Is it Boudin? Boudin is good. It's a pastry. Oh, I can't think right now. I'm not feeling all that great. But anyway, I wanted to get your opinion on this new document that dropped.
I gotta say something. I have started to talk to everybody and everyone I know about Karen Reed case. I'm not telling them about the case because I know they're not interested. No, and it's too complicated to tell them the whole story. Instead, I just pick their brain about the specifics.
Right.
And my neighbor, she is a nurse. Yeah, she's a nurse. There's like a ranking here in Sweden about the nurses, and she's one of the lower ranks nurse. I don't know what would that be in US, but she's still a nurse, and she's a nurse, but she's like a what would be equivalent to lab technician or like a nurse that is like going, runner doing stuff here and there, some
A
kind of that
charge nurse,
equivalent.
meaning she's a nurse that does all the paperwork and running of the schedules and the ward, or is she actually physically nursing? Tech.
She's a tech. Yeah, tech. There. Yes. But she has seen her share of injuries and so on. And I showed her the injury, and it was like, it's not what I asked her, does this look like from an accident? She said no. She did work in ERS in her early days. But now she works in primary care, I think. Yeah. And I asked, I have one former military guy here in my neighborhood. I asked him. I have friends that are work with IT and data and so on. It's when you Google something, even if you go on your laptop and Google something, it makes a timestamp. No matter, and it's there. You can't change it. You can, but you do leave a trace if you changed it. And either you use Celebrite or whichever program there is. Apparently Celebrite is not the only one. It's the main one, but not the only one. I think one of the childs who followed with the RA, she explained like she didn't use Celebrite, she used some other program to extract data from the people involved. And I didn't notice. One of the guys asked her, was it like a Celebrite? And she said, yeah, but I use this one. It's the same thing. So my point is, FBI said it happened at 227. The Vanity Fair guy or girl or person said it happened at 227. Everyone I know who has zero knowledge of this case and has zero interest in this case, or like are not invested or whatever you want to call it, they say if she Googled something at this timestamp, it happened at or around that timestamp. Like that guy said, sometimes timestamps can be second off or some kind, a little off. It happened at or around that time. It could not have happened hours later.
Right. What they're saying, real quick, Carmen, if you want to chime in on this a little bit, please do in the comments. I know you're on lunch break, and I appreciate you hopping in. The thing is what they're saying is I have all these windows open on my computer, for example. Each window was opened at a separate time. So the timestamp on the window that I have this document up probably was an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, right? But the window is still open. If I change the content of the window, that timestamp is going to stay from when I opened it. It's just, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. But did you see this document? Did you read this document? Okay,
No.
we're going to go over shortly.
I just have to say something. I just have to show you something. Earlier you said that you have like too many windows open, and I do have, and I don't want to even count how many I have on my laptop. But look at my phone. I have 72
windows open.
Yep.
You need to close all your windows, honey. It's
well,
going
I
to
have
slow
a few
down.
that I need
Sorry about that,
open
guys. It's
because
going to slow down your phone.
I mean, it can't get worse. I need a new phone like yesterday. My point is like, and I don't even want to check my mom's. My dad is worse, even worse. Like he closes never. So my point is, I mean, there is a chance she reused a window, which I use on
Yeah.
reuse on my phone. So that I could believe at 6-ish a.m. that she did, but I do not think. Also, she did not use the same wording at
Right.
6:23.
It changed. Well, here's the argument. Richard Green debunked opinion. I gotta do this. It's hard. Debunked opinions are not an example of battle of the experts, best left to be resolved by the fact finder, but instead an attempt to infect the jury with inadmissible opinions that is not permissive and reliable digital forensics. Here's the key. I'm going to highlight it again in red. Cellbrite has updated its software to manipulate at a first trial Cellbrite. Let me just highlight it. It's easier for me to do that and try to read it. And I can't get it to highlight straight, so I apologize. Liable. Okay, this is the big key, I think, out of all this. Cellbrite has updated software to prevent manipulation of data. Shortly before the defendant's first trial, Cellbrite created and introduced a physical analyzer software version 10.2. Since the defendant's first trial, Cellbrite has added another version of an updated software 7.67. Well, that's strange because usually the numbers go up, not down. The updated version removed the timestamp value from the records sourced from the Safari browser state.db. It removed it. Why? Further research has showed that timestamp is not a reliable source for the timestamp relating to the URL shown.
Okay, there's a funny thing. I googled latest updates of the SED, and the absolute latest update is 7.69.
But they
I'm
come
trying
clean.
to- and
But are they really?
I can send you the link. There are like gazillion, depends on what you need, but there are like more than a few versions.
But my concern is they're saying that the research has showed the timestamp is not reliable source in relating to URLs. I'm like, how? How? I want more information. Why was it not reliable? And if so, how many other cases are going to jump on this boat in their appeals to get their verdicts overturned?
Isn't like the whole Brian Walsh case around him Googling a bunch of very incriminating stuff? So,
yeah. And I feel like they're throwing crap at the wall. But whether they agree or disagree with her expert, don't they have a right to bring somebody in to be an expert?
they are going to have a hard. Yeah. The problem is that the Commonwealth is having a hard time trying to find an expert that will say it did not happen at 227. And the two experts they did have, they did not have complete data. And I don't remember who crossed Jessica Hyde and that British guy, but they both lawyers, or the same lawyer, pointed out, asked them, did you have the complete data? And they said no. So, and that British guy did not even have the same iOS version. And he didn't even use the Cellbrite, he used his own software, which no other police station, or I don't know how to say it, but no other
Departments.
Yeah, used it or approved of it. I don't. How was he allowed to do it? How was he allowed to use his own? Wasn't he like Celebrite expert? Shouldn't he show like Celebrite? You know, you do it on the spot.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how to respond to that. But I'm like, how much weight does this really pull? Is this going to be something that's going to turn the case for them? I feel that this is grasping for straws at this point. I mean, there's so many other things that they could be trying to have thrown out, but this, as a juror, at 6 something in the morning when she was supposedly in the house, that was the other thing. At what point did Jennifer McCabe go into the house? At what time? Because it's approximately right after this was done. She goes into the house and wakes up her sister and brother-in-law, remember? And there was no dog, and she's screaming. But she did Google how long does it take to die in the cold and misspelled things miserably the first time and the second. It doesn't matter when it happened. It happened as far as, well, I take that back. It does matter. I want somebody who knows. I need somebody who knows more about Cellbrite. I don't. Ooh, my hearing aid just did something weird. I don't know much about Cellbrite, but I would think if I take my phone, right, and I sit here and I start to Google, all right, I'm starting to Google house long to die in the code, and I got to get out of StreamYard. House long, okay, it's going to timestamp it at 2:35. The moment everything is traceable on your phone, everything you do is timestamped on the phone. Thank you, Haley Mouse, for joining. If I'm searching, it's going to stamp. What is the problem?
I think the Google. I think too many people has Googled this because look what. It didn't came up earlier before when I looked up because now it came out.
What did you Google?
House long to die in the cold. I think this is like
that
the article.
Is funny.
I think this is the article I used in my spreadsheet.
This is Reddit. This is Reddit.
Well, I'm in Sweden. You're in US.
I
Yeah,
mean,
this is
it's
the
coming
article
up like crazy.
But
Yeah.
this may also have to do because I am logged into my Google account and I looked this article up or yeah, this is an article. When I was researching for my like what was the weather that night in Canton and like facts literally how long to die in the cold based on the temperature and so on. So that may have influenced my results.
Right. Well, it's interesting. Thank you for that. I got it.
Let's go.
So Cellbrite.
Look, it came out. My history. And I don't even have the latest iOS, I think at least. I'm not really good enough at updating.
2 years ago, did this woman how long to die in cold at 2 a.m.? The Commonwealth did not withhold the information from the defense when the defense requested the raw extracted data from the Commonwealth. It was timely provided. As a detail for Trooper Nicholas Guarino, the Commonwealth ran McCabe's phone through the Cellbrite UFED reader that was created on May 4th or 22nd. The defense expert used a Cellbrite physical analyzer versus 7.61.0.12. So the 10 version is the newer. A newer updated version of the software utilized to download said material. It's the purportedly incriminating search question does not appear in the downloaded material using the earlier version of the software and was therefore not in the earlier extraction. The updated version of Cellbrite that was not in existence at the time of the trooper's initial download does show such search. However, Google's search, How Long to Die in the Code, did not occur at 2:27:40 a.m. The file was phrased far. Wait, I got to blow it up. The file was parsed from a write ahead log, WAL file. A WA file is a file that is what database creates, a temporary stored data prior to being written to the database. Okay, so that was 2 years ago.
Okay, but what? Okay, but so they updated just before the Karen Reed trial, but what software update did they use to search Brian Walsh phone and iPad?
Don't know.
So I would guess that I mean, I have to
Understand.
come out clean. I have to come out clean. Anna Walsh, she's from Serbia. I am from Serbia, so that case is really close to me, and I have been following. Even news in Serbia has been following it since day one. So, yeah.
Hold on. I just got a tickle. It just won't go away. I'm hoping this is just allergies. Okay. Well, here's my concern about it, my frustration with this. I want somebody from Cellbrite to explain this to me. I need someone to explain it, because if I'm on the jury and I'm thinking as a juror, it's reasonable doubt is what I have to look for, right? As a juror.
Yeah.
If I hear that one expert witness says, yes, at 2:40, whatever the time was in the morning, the search was initiated. The window was left open. It's like you do a quick search and then you throw the phone on the seat of the car and you get out and you go back at 6 in the morning and you pick it up. And then you saw, oh, I misspelled it wrong. Let me do it correctly. I could see that happening. That's plausible.
You know what's also plausible, but that she did search at 2:27. But now, no, or at least no.
I believe she did the search at 2 something in the morning, or why wouldn't it?
The thing is, she Googled stuff after 2:27. That's my problem. Did she really? What was like millisecond change between Google searches, or second change between Google searches? It was when was I don't have her Google searches history, but what? How fast can you switch? Like, how fast can you switch Windows? I can do fast on my computer, but how fast can you do it on your phone? And type whatever she types after How Long to Die in Cold.
You can do it super quick.
But you also have to type the second search, which was like basketball things stuff.
Well, let's get Ms. AJ in on this. Hold on. Why can't... Oh, there you are. Hey, beloved.
What's up? Hello.
Oh,
Oh,
Didn't mean to do that.
That's okay.
My
by the
my
way,
windows are doing something creepy.
I forgot to ask. Does anyone want some popcorn?
I hate you. Love you.
My mom and my brother are watching Top Gun right now, and she made popcorn.
Okay. Cellbrite. Do you know much about it?
That's not
Okay.
that's not what we use. Like, but use it, but that's not anything that I deal with.
Would it not be a reasonable to believe? Did you hear what I said about this?
No, I was trying to take most of my gear off.
Okay. I kind of like to see you in your gear, but you can't. Cellbrite. I'm a military brat. Uniforms. Cellbrite update software prevent multiple. Hold on, let me get it over here. Has updated to prevent multiplication of data. Shortly before the defendant's first trial, Cellbrite created and introduced a physical analyzer software version 10.2. Since the defendant's first, Cellbrite has added another version of update. So they updated. The updated version removed the timestamp value from the record source for the Safari browser state DD because the further research shows that the timestamp is not reliable source of timestamp relating to URL searches shown.
Kind of weird.
Is that not fishy?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
If you open your phone at 2 a.m. and start searching, it's going to timestamp.
Yeah, I mean, if they're gonna do this, then you might as well just go throw out every other case.
Yeah, that's my whole point. I said that when we first read it. This just hit today. And I'm thinking, do you know what this right here opens to a lot of cases that are under appeal?
Yeah.
There are a lot of cases that timestamps on searches and phone activities, especially searches, how to unalive somebody in a certain way or whatever, and at a certain date and time. And now Cellbrite is saying, oops, our bad. It's not dependable. It's not reliable. So we're throwing it out.
They just don't want to take any responsibility, and not when they really don't understand the repercussions. I mean, I don't want to talk anything bad about them because I don't want to get in trouble, but that's what it sounds like.
Well, you're not talking bad. We're just talking about this case and the plausibility of issues that result from their decision to do this. And what was the basis for them to do this? If you're on a jury, all right, if you're on a jury and you know what you know about the case, how much did that timestamp at 2:27 in the morning on Jen McCabe's phone weigh in on your decision as a juror?
This is the one I don't remember. This is the one I don't know a ton about.
Okay. Jennifer McCabe is in the truck or SUV as they're pulling up to the house where they find the decedent, John O'Keefe. At 2:27 in the morning, at some point, I don't remember exactly where she was, there was a search that was claimed by the defense and was brought up. The first Google search right here, Common respectfully moves the Honorable Court to exclude this testimony. The first search was how long to die in TIDIE and CIKD. It was misspelled. Then it was done again, Huss long to die in cold. So there were two searches at any time prior to 6:23 a.m. And the two that Miss McCabe's phone incurred during her whatever. They're saying the search happened at 6:23 in the morning, which was after everybody been on scene, after everything had been, everybody was there, the victim was already being removed. You know what I mean? After everything blew up. But the prosecution is denying that it happened at 2:27, when in fact the defense is saying it did.
That's a hard one. So now that basically they're like, oh no, it's we don't know our timestamps anymore.
But
That what
hold
they're
on
trying
a
to say?
second. But the 2:27 a.m. search matches the second search. I need to look up her. She tried to I think she tried like 2 or 3 times to match the 2:27 search.
Yes, she did. I'll let you look that up while I
And
answer
she
Dr.
was like, I was sharing some links to this YouTube while you were talking. So so it's like, if let's say the search how long to die in cold happened at 6:23 or whatever.
Yeah.
But wouldn't first search be at 6:23 how long to die in cold, not whatever misspelling she had?
Yeah. And here
Let's
they say
say
again.
Let's say I Google how long to die in cold at whenever I Googled this earlier, and I did something else and went back. This will be the back page to this. I will go back to the same page, to the same search result, same whatever I looked up.
Read
It
this
just does
paragraph
not
right
make
here that
sense.
I'm dotting. Read this. Let's read it real quick. Dr. Bullbutter, this is a creator of the program, updated the program because he saw the defense expert was relying on something that's unreliable. You guys, I understand you feel KR's innocent. The guy that updated was the creator of the effing program, though. Come on, y'all. Look, I'm just saying. I don't care what the creator chooses to do with his program. If he feels that something is not working and it's not accurate, fine. My point is this motion, if the judge accepts it and denies the entrance of this evidence based on the fact that the creator of the program changed and updated the program and took out the timestamp, if this argument holds, it's going to affect a lot of cases.
Yep.
Brad
That's
Walsh
what I'm
first.
saying. A creator can do whatever they want to their program. They could take the timestamp out if they want. That's fine. But
may I ask something, Dr. Bullbutter? Okay, let's say this is true, but how do you say this did not happen in Brian Walsh case or any other case across the US? Let's leave Canton alone. Let's leave Massachusetts alone. Let's say some random case in Los Angeles, which is on the opposite side of the US, or Hawaii, which is thousands of kilometers away. Let's say there's some case that use exact same program, exact same everything in Hawaii, and the whole case hinges on this. How do you explain this? I mean, it just does not make sense. And really, I mean,
I guess I hear what you're saying.
I learned the fact that through things that we are not going to talk here, because you might get this, you might, yeah, whatever. So Cellbrite is used not only in the US, it's used worldwide across all the police stations.
It is the premier program internationally for forensic cell phone data extraction.
Yeah, they hold monopole, as people would say in the they're like number one monopole. Over 50% of the world uses it. So let's get out of the US. Let's say somewhere in Sweden here. Like there will be not problem only in US if this is true. There will be a problem across the world.
It can be catastrophic. What are your thoughts, AJ? Spawn of AJ?
I mean, I just kind of feels like they don't want to take responsibility. And I mean, there was if you're going to do it for one case, you got to do it for all. And if you're going to say that there's a flaw in your system, you're going to have to go. Sorry, I just ran downstairs.
That's okay.
You have to, I mean, you got to treat them all fairly. So, I mean, you're opening the door for a lot
This
of
is a can of
appeals.
worms.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
and then he says there was no evidence of tampering or deleting of any data in her search engines. That's the second part of this document. And
there is this thing called deleted, yes, in the Celebrate extraction. It said, yes, she deleted the search at 227. And it, unfortunately, it does not say when she deleted it, which I would guess soon after, sometime after 227,
yeah,
before
sometime.
623.
Look, I understand throwing shit at the wall and hoping something sticks. That's his job. I'm just saying, if this argument wins, I see a lot of problems with a lot of people. Because then this could, I just thought of this, guys. This could double back and bite the prosecution in the butt. Do you know why?
Yep.
Because they're using the Cellbrite data to pinpoint where the cars were at what time of the night.
Yeah, you can't.
And
I
if
mean,
this
you can't have your cake and
timestamp
eat it
is
too.
wrong on a Google search, then how can you assure the timestamp is correct on any other part of your search?
Yeah.
Am I
You can't-
wrong?
Oh, I mean, I look
Yeah.
at it. You can't have your cake
Then
and eat
that-
it too.
I mean, you do investigations. If you know that the company says, "Oh, our bad," when it comes to Google searches, our timestamps are not accurate and not dependable. Would you trust them on? And I know Dr. Bullbutter's telling me I'm wrong, and that's okay. But how much weight do you think a jury is going to put in the Cellbrite program as a whole if they go back in trial number 2 and say, "Oh no, but they took that out because there's something wrong with the program"?
Oh,
I mean,
I
I would.
don't.
I was a juror, then I wouldn't put any weight like in it because they're sitting here saying there's a flaw in the system. So I can't trust. I can't trust what they're saying if they're like, oh, there's a flaw in our system, but believe us. I can't do that. And even as in, like, if I do any sort of investigation, if I see any flaw in the system, I can't use that anymore. I have to go find another avenue, or
Yeah.
prove that either the flaw in the system did not affect this, or that they're lying about a flaw in the system.
See what they're saying here when we read it. It says prior to 6:23 in the morning, you cannot rely on any previous search prior to 6:23 in the morning on the 29th.
I think that's crap.
But they're saying that she searched at 6:23 in the morning, house long to die in the cold. So are you telling us that the Cellbrite data Google search timestamp is inaccurate prior to 6:23 in the morning? But you want us to believe that anything after 6:23 in the morning is admissible? Dr. Bullbutter.
I mean, she isn't wrong. It does depend what kind of file, but it goes back. They can't have their cake and eat it too. Have they said anything about that they had a crash in their system at that time?
No.
That there was
Here,
a
this
crash
is what
in
they
the
said.
server?
It's right here. They said, I highlighted it down here. In the argument, I'll show you. It states Cellbrite has updated its software to prevent manipulation of data. Shortly before the defendant's first trial, Cellbrite created and introduced a physical analyzer software 10.2. The defendant's first trial, Cellbrite, has added another version updated at 7.67. The updated version removed the timestamp value from records sourced from the Safari browser state.db because further research shows that the timestamp is not a reliable source of timestamp related to the URL shown.
Go ahead, Ailey.
So if the URL is not reliable source for timestamp related shown at 2 something in the morning, then how is it reliable at 6:23 that same morning? That's my question as a juror.
Oh, I may have caught someone in the lie. I have caught someone in the lie. So here it is. They say about 767 and 760.
I don't think we're beating the dead horse. I think the prosecution's beating the dead horse, and we're just entertaining it. We're watching the whooping.
Okay. So, oh, I love Celebrate. I was looking around.
Go.
I have looked up now. So 767 has been updated as the latest April 1st, 2024. And hold on a second. I need to look up this 768. 767, let's see, has been updated at March 18th. 768 has been updated April 1st. Let's look at what they did in I can send you the link so you can share with everyone.
Okay, put it in private.
And you can open up, there are like versions, so you can like open 766, 767, 768, 769, and what kind of updates there were. I don't see any.
Okay, I think the update that they were looking at was 767. Okay, 769. Okay, I don't have a 7. There it is. That update was when? March 18th of 24.
Yeah. And 768 came out of April 1st, and 769 came out April 1st as well. So both 68 and 69 came out April 1st.
Okay. March 18th of 24 is when version 10.1 came out.
So why don't they have the other stuff saved on a hard drive where even if they did update their system, that it wouldn't matter because they have the stuff from the very first trial saved on a different hard drive so they can go back and refer to it if they need to. Why don't they have that?
I think they can. Something is not wrong. Maybe because something is wrong. Maybe because I have like 100 windows open. I'm actively
I
searching
wasn't
for
saying
jobs.
that towards you, Haley. I was saying that towards the courts. Of why is this even an issue? Okay, let's say that you updated your system. That's fine. Do whatever you want. Systems update all the time. But why is the evidence from the first trial? Why is there a discrepancy with that now? Why was that not saved on a hard drive?
Well, see, and that's part of it. And I know, Dr. Bullbutter, you say data's written in different files. You are right. But they they displayed where they had the deleted information and they pulled it. If you have a clean, uncorrupt file on a phone, which is basically what Carmen's saying, and it's saved, and if you run it through every single update as you go up the pike, up to the latest, if something that was not available then, it will be caught now, right? And you would see a chain of involvements with the programs. But they're saying in the document that the timestamp for Google search in the Cellbrite was unreliable.
Okay, I found something. Hold on a second. I need to just close. I don't remember. Someone look it up. What kind of what kind of iOS Jen McCabe used at the time. But so at 768 highlights. What?
It was the latest at the time of that date.
Okay, so not 17. So web browser PA768 introduces significant improvements to web browser support by improving existing parsers, or however you say it, and adding support for an additional 12 web browsers. They're improving. Nothing. I look it out. There is.
But here's the other problem that I have with it. If you already have a trial that's going on, even if you update your system, you are tied by law to hold on to your previous stuff because this is evidence in a case. You can't just let go of that. That's why I do not understand why this was not saved on a hard drive before the update ever happened. I don't get it. That doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't. But the biggest thing is they're claiming in this document that the timestamp was unreliable. How is the timestamp unreliable is my question. Explain to me. And I know, Dr. Bullbutter, you think we're beating a dead horse. I'm seeing a broad spectrum of issues here. If the judge grants this motion, just the accusation alone everyone's going to start scrambling. But
take the case, for instance, I don't remember her name, but she worked for the federal government and she did like drug analysis and stuff like that to see if, and they allowed it. And this was one I'm happy that they allowed it in because there's a lot of people who went to prison for things that they didn't do. But it's if you open the door that there was a discrepancy like this was, they had to go through thousands, tens of thousands of cases where people were convicted for drug crimes when in reality their substance was never even tested. They don't know. That could have been cotton candy. I don't know. And it was all thrown. And if you know anything about that case at all, it will show one little discrepancy such as this opens the door to so many things. And
that's my point of this.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm not saying she's innocent. I'm not saying she's guilty. I'm not arguing on her behalf. I just saw this door go. It was like this, and now it's like, yep. Okay, go ahead, my dear Angela.
Yeah, I mean, here the website is bugging. There can be problems solved with one move. Request, what's the word? Do the
retest.
No, search a warrant to Google to see if Gemma Cabe is logged into her account or somehow there is evidence somewhere when exactly this happened.
They got a search warrant directly from Google.
And what does it say?
Don't think they used it in the trial because they relied on the Cellbrite data.
Can they use it now?
I don't see. They can Google them again. Can they not warrant them again to get in?
I think the 5 years.
They can rewarrant.
But it also depends on how far Google saves data.
The statute of limitations on what they. So again, it goes back to, from my understanding, if there's a current case going on, they have to save that stuff until that is done. And I think that they even have to save it after a conviction because they have to have it for appeal.
You can't, from like with my ex-husband's case, they took a bunch of stuff that belonged to me, had nothing to do with the case. Nothing. When they did the search warrant on the house, they said we can't give it back until all the appeals are exhausted and 10 years later.
Yep. So I mean, appeals can take.
I'm never getting
years.
it back.
No, you're not getting it back. Sorry, you're not getting it back.
I lost baby pictures of my kids. I lost all kinds of stuff. But
can't you request it back?
I already did. And they said no.
Nope. That has to go through all the appeals, which can take like 20 years. And then on top of that, like she was saying, you have to wait an additional 10 years after that. And that's even if they ever still have it. But it goes back to, some of these people that have been in prison for like
True.
30 years or something like that, that the Innocence Project is able to go back on things. And that's why, I mean, it's just an example on why they save things.
Yeah. Well, he's been out. His appeals are done. It's probably
Oh, I
been,
don't
but the
know why they didn't
problem
look.
is they probably don't even know where it is anymore. They probably
Yeah, I
do.
was gonna say, if they
Dr.
said,
Bullbutter.
no, they probably lost it, to be honest with you. If they're
Yeah.
saying that, no, they probably lost it.
Yeah. You have this crap all the time, though. Computer programmers find flaws all the time. True. And then all kinds of cases can cite the case. It happens. Whatever. I know, Bullbutter, you're so done with Karen Reed. I appreciate you. Even your thoughts, even if we kind of have a little disagreement on where we're going. Love you. But once again, it's not about me fighting for Karen Reed's innocence or guilt. It's the potential hell that this is going to cause.
I have a problem. My problem with this case is people not understanding basic physics. It's like it does not exist in Massachusetts or Canton. What
really doesn't.
teacher do they have? Seriously.
No, it doesn't.
I mean,
They're aliens. They're aliens.
my
They're not even human.
14-year-old brother, I told him about, I asked him, he loves cars. He even had internship. He's in 8th grade and they have internships here in 8th grade and 9th grade. And in his 8th grade, he had internship at a mechanics shop. And so he loves cars. He loves motorcycles. He even wants to he has his own, which he does not drive yet. But trust me, as soon as he can, he will be driving it. So he loves to fix it and find what's wrong. So I asked him and my dad, who has been a professional truck driver since at least 17 years.
Oh, wow.
So I asked both, is it possible? It's not possible. And I asked even my dad, who drove like 25 meters truck, which is like the kind of truck, that long haul truck.
Yep, I know.
18-wheeler.
Yeah.
Rig.
He drove it in reverse in order to back into wherever he needs to back
The
into.
base.
Yeah. So I asked him. He's the best person to ask this kind of question, because he knows stuff like that. Is it possible to drive 24 miles per hour or 40 kilometers per hour, 40-ish? He said no.
Wet in the snow.
Yeah.
And that.
I live in Sweden, so I asked him that. So that's not that was already calculated into his gun. Yeah. No, it's not. It's borderline, like even Trooper Paul and everyone else. It's borderline dangerous to drive that fast in reverse, if not dangerous. Yeah. So how? I just have one question. How?
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
by the way, Scotty Bello. Sorry, but I do have to say this. She's from New York, and there's a lot of things happening with or had happened with New York Emmy. So when your boss is shady, and when then shady stuff may be thrown onto you. So I may have some reservations regarding her.
What is your opinion, Spawn of AJ, about the rear tail light? Now, mind you, I told people, and you may disagree, and that's fine. My mother has the same exact car.
You told me that, yeah.
There's no way an elbow is going to go all the way into that tail light and break it and come back out without leaving. And I did this example. Well, I can't grab it. I'll use my medicine bottle. If I come at something this way, like I'm doing, I've got DNA transfer here. And then when I come out, I'm going to have it here. How in the hell did they not have DNA transfer? What's your thoughts on that glass backing up theory? I've been wanting to ask you this. I forgot to.
I think, one, there would have been DNA there, and two, you would have cut yourself.
But they're saying the cuts on his arms came from the tail light. Well, you have a sleeve. Yeah. Oh, here's perfect. My crown. Pretend this is broken glass. And I lost a rhinestone off of it when I knocked it off my desk. If my elbow, get here, comes in like this, and I rip it out, you're not going to have puncture marks. You're going to have rips in the shirt.
So
They
is
had
that the one that
puncture
they're
marks in the shirt.
is that
If
the
a
one that they
dog,
were saying? Okay, that's what I was gonna ask. Is that what they're saying? Is this is the tail light versus the dog?
right. So pretend this is the upper jaw of the dog, and your arm is like this, and he bites, and you're ruffling, and then he let goes. You're going to have a hole with the little tear, but when you open up, you're going to have here. Oh my gosh, I actually made a hole here. You're going to have here and here. People are saying that's a tail light. How in the hell is a tail? If it's a tail light, it's going to be a smaller area.
That and it's gonna be like you can when somebody has like a scrape or even if it's a a deep laceration, you can tell the difference between that versus a dog bite.
Yeah.
Like I've seen many dog bites. I have scars on myself from dog bites. And I just What do you mean
Exactly.
you're not allowed to come in anymore? Dr. Bullbutter, you can come
Oh,
in
you're allowed to come
anytime.
anymore? We're good.
Yeah,
Hey, Dr. Bullbutter. Dr. Bullbutter, listen. I love the devil's advocate. Sometimes I disagree with you. Just to talk about the opposite side of the coin doesn't mean I don't have an agreement with you. You're welcome, no matter what your opinion is.
Okay.
You are welcome to be here.
For instance, Dr. Bullbutter, for instance, Ada and I are not on the same page with Ethan Crumbly's mom. But we agree, but we disagree. And so I mean that's
What's your side on that, my friend?
we already talked about it last time. I don't think
I
she
have
should have
something to
been she shouldn't have been charged with what she got charged with. She should have
I-
got charged, but I don't think she
I-
should have got charged what she got charged with.
I wait a minute. I played devil's advocate on that. I don't think she should have been charged with what she got charged with either. But I agree. She had enough knowledge and information that she should have been more responsible and should be responsible to a level. But I don't think she should get off scot-free. And people say, well, she didn't do it.
You remember that
So
I
we
did a
actually do
paper?
agree. I'm just devil's advocate.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. But there's things I know we disagree on, which is
Yeah,
fine.
there is.
You remember I did a paper on Crumbly case?
Oh, did you really? That's great.
Yeah.
What? Oh, she
Yeah, I
did.
did a paper on Crumbly case, yeah. So that was interesting. My teacher was, I passed, but my teacher was like, I did, it was like pass or not pass.
Dr.
Grade.
Bullbutter, excuse me for a sec. Dr. Bullbutter, we need to have a call. I'd like to know what you know. I won't share publicly, but I understand sometimes that is true. If sometimes we know something about a case because we know somebody who's a part of a case, we can't share it. It's very hard to keep our mouths shut. And it's better for you not to be a part of the conversation. Listen if you'd like. I get it. But you are a
trust me,
friend.
I get
You
that.
are welcome here anytime. And we appreciate your comments.
Absolutely.
Back to you,
But-
my dear.
But I understand that because there's things that like I just flat out cannot talk about, and I get it, and it's really hard. So
I managed to
And I
keep
just won't
a
talk about it.
secret. I managed to keep a secret last year, actually, exactly a year ago, for about a month. And I wanted to scream from the top of my lungs. I did tell a few people, but that was fun.
No, I get it. That's how I feel currently with work. I just want to be like but I can't. Which reminds me, it's 3:17. I got a meeting at 3:30. I don't have to go yet, but I do have a meeting at 3:30.
So when do you get off from work, friend?
7 a.m. tomorrow.
You are in the military, right?
No.
No, okay, sorry, I misunderstood.
He
you.
works in a government agency.
Okay.
So I'm supposed to get off at 7 tomorrow, but I have a meeting right after I get off work. So I don't know what time I'll be home, and then I got to turn it right around and go back. And then I'm supposed to have this weekend off, but I won't. So I was scheduled. I know I'm scheduled to have it off, but that's not gonna happen. So
Well, in the spring, I got a schedule to come out there. I need to find out when they're going to be having a powwow near Livingston so I can come out there and visit you, my dear.
oh, absolutely.
Find a campsite.
Yeah, absolutely. I know. See, on the 15th, because I had to change it recently. I have a light test to do with my epilepsy, so I know I won't be working that day because they already told me no. They're like, no, you're not gonna come in. So we'll see how
We
I feel that day.
appreciate the hard work that you put in, and what you go through. I'm sure, are y'all feeling any of the pressure from what's happened because of in New Orleans in your departments? But either
It's-
people being sent and you taking more work or
Yeah,
I'm
and
sorry.
that's okay. It happens. That's what we sign up for.
Yeah. And then of
Do-
course the thing
do
in
you
Las
at least-
Vegas.
Yeah, and then there's that, and trying to deal with the immigration part of it and what's what and information that we cannot disclose at the moment. I think some more information will be disclosed within the next 24 hours that will probably shed a little bit more light. That's kind of what we're hoping for. But if
Well-
not, then within the next 72 hours.
I have gotten some interesting information myself, kind of related to the thing that happened with the Crumbly case. There was a similar case in Serbia, and parents were charged, and the kid, he was 13, I think, under 14 or under. He was like 7th grade, so like under 14. He was like 12 or 13 at the time. Because of his age, he was not charged, I think. Or he was sent to juvie until 18, something like that. But his parents were charged and what was the name? And they were like 10. They got like 10 years each. Because they bought the gun and took him to gun range. Exact same circumstances as a Crumbly case. But that's not the point why I took it up. Apparently, some outside government agency, by outside I mean non-Serbian government agency, is interested in the shooter and wants him
Yeah, well, you'll have
for
that.
some reason.
Most of the time, that's because they have information. Like, so with the United States, if we have information that you have any ties to the United States that could be detrimental to us or anything of that nature, we're going to put you on a watch list, and then we're going to want to talk to you.
Mhm.
But he's like 13 or 14. No, he would
Hey,
have started high school, so 15.
You could be 5 years old. If there's
say you could
reason
be
to
a
watch you, they're
5-year-old.
going to watch you.
Yep. Because I mean, we had one that he was a school unaliver, but that's how his parents, like from the country that they were from, they really hated Americans, and so they purposely moved here to do a school unaliving, and that guy was a dick too. Like, I wouldn't mess with him because he really hates us, but that's how he was programmed. I mean, you try to talk to him, you try to, even anything that we did, like if we had been in his holding cell, he'd be super disruptive and stuff, but it didn't matter what you said to him because he would say some not very nice words back to you. But he was young, but we had some questions for him, and then his younger brother, I think, was 7, and we questioned him.
And do you know what children like people, from what I was told, even though the child was 7, they'll watch them through early adulthood until they can make sure that they're not following in footsteps.
We'll watch you till basically your frontal lobe is completely developed.
Yep.
So like 21 ish.
No.
later than that.
25, 27.
Okay. By the way, I don't know what agency you work for, or except that it's a government agency. But my favorite show is on this. Well, it's on Max. I don't know what channel would that Discovery probably or something like that. Like Declassified Secret, Untold Stories of American Spies or something like that. It's called. It's
Yeah.
really interesting.
Yeah, no, that I know what you're talking about, and that's actually really cool. But
And
Sorry.
she left.
your phone. No, I'm right here. That was her.
No, she froze on my end. So I just quickly popped her in and out to get her moving again.
Yep. No, you're good.
But
So I gotta hop off here so I can get ready for this lovely meeting that we're about to have. We're gonna get some updates on some things.
Yeah, well, do you know what? Before you go, I'm going to say amen, Dr. Bullbutter, because I expected something to go to New York. And one of the things that everybody talked about New Year's Eve in New York was how the streets used to be lined shoulder to shoulder people from miles. And now you can see every block there's a break for emergency vehicles and things to get through and all of that. And it might, yeah.
There's a lot of security there. I mean, not that we can stop absolutely everything because we can't. It would be very hard.
Well, but see, that's the one. I want to ask you this. I know you got to go, but they're getting up there. The feds, the city, local, and federal people. This is a safe place. We're going to keep you safe. Come on, we're promised we're going to keep you safe. And I'm like, you can't make that promise because it doesn't matter how much money and man and safety you throw at it. Somebody can always get around it.
Yeah, and that's why, like, I'll never make that promise to anybody. I will say I will keep you as safe as I possibly can, but I will never say that I'll just keep you safe. I will keep you as safe as I possibly can.
But they're saying you're safe.
Yeah.
The dome is safe. Everything is safe. I'm like,
I mean, the dome might be safe because we did send some dogs in there, but just because the dome might be safe doesn't mean right across the street is safe. And obviously, we just saw some corruption with our own military people that did this. So,
well, and not only that, you can take a printed device that's not detectable in certain parts of your body and get in.
Yep.
You can also just take a piece of bamboo. There's ways. Look,
we call that your.
I would love
call
to
that
talk.
your,
I would
your
love
jail
to
purse.
ask you. I would love to ask you a few questions
Yeah.
offline. So
one of HA, we love you. Thank you so much. Call me. I want to talk to you.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I wanna talk
Like
to
I
you too.
said, I don't. I have to work until 7 tomorrow morning, and then I gotta go back. I'm supposed to be off this weekend. I think
Doubt it.
I will be off. I highly doubt it. If it goes how it's supposed to go right now, I will at least have Saturday off.
Okay,
So
give me a holler.
we'll see. So, all right. Thank you
Stay
guys
safe.
so much.
Tell your honey hi.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
You guys have a good day.
Have a good day. Be safe.
Bye.
Bye. She's an amazing woman. Absolutely adore her.
I would love to ask her a few questions, especially since she watched that show that I asked, because I have a few questions from that show.
Yeah, what was the name of that show? I had a hard time hearing you.
Put
it in
the
private chat.
Yeah, I need to look up what it's called because, like a few other shows, I always get the name wrong.
By the way, Notre Dame versus Georgia in the Sugar Bowl is in the first quarter and still 0-0. Charmed by Charm. Hi, Kelly. Welcome, Kelly. We appreciate you, Kelly. Thank you for
It's
joining
a
Dr.
Max.
Bullbutter. We love you. So just a quick recap for those who are just joining. We have been talking about this new filing from the prosecution in attempt to squash the information from the Karen Reed trial. I didn't mean to do that. They moved I have like a film strip below the little monitoring screen in the program that shows the
Yes.
different layouts, and I had them memorized, and now they've been moved in the update, and I'm hitting the wrong buttons. Hi, Kelly. And the big thing is that they are trying in the Karen Reed day. The prosecution has filed a motion to exclude defense witness Richard Green debunked opinions, and that's where we are. And it's not that we're for or against the motion. It's what it may do to a lot of other cases, because they're saying that Cellbrite has done an update because the timestamp was not reliable for Google searches.
And to add to that, not only cases in the US, Cellbrite
Worldwide.
is used everywhere, worldwide. So yeah, and it may directly impact one of the local cases, that's Brian Walsh, because the whole case is basically what he Googled.
Mm-hmm. And the time. Not that they Googled, but the timestamp is the issue.
I want to say, but
we will be covering that case, and that horrifies me that nobody
saw that
tried to save her. I would have covered her with my body to try to save her.
Isn't there like I'm trained in CPR, and there are like CPR toolkits, and even like
CPR
at least
would not
here
have
there
saved
are
her.
like what?
What did you say?
There are like CPR machines in government buildings and like other places.
You talking the heart or the mouth?
Heart.
Defibrillator.
Yeah, defibrillator.
Wouldn't
Yeah,
have saved her.
and but that's not. But where there is, if it's a government building or government building nearby, at least here in Sweden, there is also like first aid kit, and there is some kind of aid blanket, just something throw on her.
What
And
was in the
did you
subway?
saw it?
Huh?
There should be something. There should be something.
No,
I don't know
in
how it
subways
works.
they do have it's called an AED machine. I own one. I bought my own. And it reminds me, I got to buy the batteries are $400 for it. But the problem is when you're on fire, yes, it hurts like hell for a short time, and then there's no physical skin pain because 3rd degree, you burn the nerves. Once the nerves are gone, you're not going to have pain. The problem is, by that time that happens, the esophagus is burned, and she's not going to be able to. You die. Whether you die in the hospital on a ventilator or not, once those lungs are burnt, there's no recovery.
Have you seen there were like at least one police officer nearby, and he was just looking at her.
Yeah. I told people I would have stripped to save her. That's me. But yes, yeah. And she was asleep, but there had to been an accelerant used for it to get that bad that fast. I got to research all this. But the biggest thing for me is,
shall we go back to like Georgia case where the wife set her husband on fire, although he was dead at the time. At least we hope he was dead at the time when she set him on fire. So there was no proof there she used any kind of accelerant, and basically only bones were left.
Yeah.
So,
but the thing is, as a firefighter, when you have someone sitting on a public access and they combust like that.
Are you hungry?
I am.
You want a cookie?
Huh?
Microwave?
Okay, thank you. Sorry, my son's going to cook me food because it's now almost 4 and I haven't eaten lunch or breakfast. So anyway, she's sitting in a public transit. For her to go up and the type of flames that I saw on the video, at one point she was standing up then she
Yeah.
was down. There is, for it to be that intense, that fast, for her not to roll and pat it and get out, there had to have been some, he must have sprayed something on her. I don't know. I want to see more of the evidence. I want to talk about it. I want to look at the information. But the fact that someone stood there screaming and filming it and nobody tried to help her, it infuriates me to no end. You have a police officer who would not step in. If I was a family, pay attention. Hello, sue the hell out of the PD because they have to stop and render aid no matter what. They could have grabbed a fire extinguisher, although it would hurt like hell. They could have grabbed the fire extinguisher that should have been on each car, should have an extinguisher. Each car. Why didn't somebody take the extinguisher and put her out? AED's not going to do nothing.
No, it
Number
did not.
one,
No, but
she was
first aid
hurt so
kit
bad.
should.
There's nowhere to attach it.
But police. I watch cop show and cops things on YouTube. Police officers, at least police car on those clips, they are equipped with fire extinguisher and first aid help and blankets. So why didn't he go get a blanket?
It's in a public transit, like a train underground. There was nowhere to get a blanket. They're walking.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
You may have it.
Yeah, it's getting soft.
Okay. I can't hear Sarah. Sarah, what's up? So anyway, my daughter. So when you're on a train, that's a train underground. They don't have all that. They have a AED and a fire extinguisher. They should have a fire extinguisher on every train section and the AED somewhere within a certain
Even a
area.
blanket, because sometimes just throwing on a blanket can extinguish it. They should
Yes,
have that.
but they didn't
too.
have a blanket. It's
I
not
mean, add-
mandated.
Yeah.
But how many people had their coats on?
It's December. I would say at least, I would hope a lot of
There
people.
were people in video with coats on. Nobody took their coat off to try to extinguish it. The police officer in that patrolling that area on foot should know and are required to know where those fire extinguishers are. He could have gone and gotten it and attempted to put her out. He did not. I am furious that people stood by and did nothing for that woman. I don't care if she's homeless. I don't care if she's a billionaire. We are humans. Most important thing, we are a human. And if I'm on fire, I pray to God somebody helps me get it out. She can stop, drop, and roll, but when an accelerant is put on it, it's a lot harder to put out.
Did they cut the guy? Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I was
yet.
working.
I haven't heard.
I was working. The reason why I got CPR certified because I was working on an event last year, and we had all of us 600 plus people, maybe even 1,000 people, had to get CPR certified if you were not already, or if you don't already have a license, CPR license, because some of the people did have who works for the government. Or the city, not the government, the city had the CPR license, or people who were just in the medical field, because there were some people who worked, who were in the medical field who had CPR. But we got the card because where I was stationed, we got a card of the map where were like all the fire extinguisher, AEDs, every first aid help, and so on. We did had paramedics on the site, so it was like first aid until one of them comes. We had two, I think.
I think every freshman in high school or eighth grader, somewhere in that age range, should have full CPR training. And
Agree.
once you get into college, you should have it again. I think every person should have it. Okay, here's the information. The victim brutally burned in the attack in the subway in New York is Deborah Quammen of Thomas River. The man, the man charged with the unaliving was arraigned on the December 24th and ordered to held in custody. Is Sebastian Zapata-Chali lit Misk on fire using inside a parked F train and then watched from nearby bench as flames consumed her. A complaint lodged in Brooklyn Criminal Court indicated she died of thermal injuries and smoke inhalation. The smoke inhalation, first of all, your skin is your largest organ. So if it's charred over 90%, you've got very minimal chance of living. But
Even
in that case,
even
the esophageal burning is what's going to really be a huge problem too. She is an all right, the unaliver, the person who committed the crime is an undocumented immigrant from Guatemala who deported in 2018. I'm trying to see if they put in there. He painted by friends and acquaintance as a homeless shelter he lived in for a couple of months, was largely at odds with, so he wasn't a well-liked man. Pretty much kept his head down. But the thing is that poor woman had been sleeping in the train before the attack, according to law enforcement. Did not seem to know the person who lit her on fire. She was already on the train before the guy boarded it in Queens. They both rode towards the end of the line on Coney Island. They had to use DNA evidence to identify.
Did she have a family?
Somewhere. The attack occurred on a cold Sunday morning while the train was stationary at Coney Island Stillwell Avenue. The guy calmly walked through the car and approached the woman, according to the police. Then, apparently without a word, he pulled out a lighter and set the woman's clothes on fire. I guess she did not have flame retardant clothing. It just feels like there had to have been an accelerant for that fast, which that may be a part of the facts they're not reporting.
It depends also what kind of clothing. Certain clothing does burn
are
faster.
not fire resistant.
Unfortunately, I do wear mostly those clothes.
Oh, it says here, doorway, subway, people screamed in the background and police officer walks by. When asked at the news conference why the officer did not try to help, the chief of transit police department said the officer was securing the crime scene. Oh, that department is going to get sued.
Sorry for laughing, but I couldn't help. Sorry.
They said, okay, so she's asleep when he lights her, so she wouldn't know for a while. He fanned the flames by waving a shirt up and down around her. Finally, fire continued to burn until police officers and transit workers doused the woman with a fire extinguisher. She was pronounced dead at the scene. A little late, do you think?
Didn't we learn throughout X amount of cases that we watch that first aid help, then secure the crime scene, unless you're CPD?
Oh, yes, Kelly. Training has changed a lot. But the thing is, I agree, Dr. Bullbutter, nobody tried to help. And that police officer?
He's not the police officer, so let's not tarnish
No.
He's
the
a transit
initial
officer.
police officer, they said, was securing the scene. Other police officers grabbed the extinguisher, but it was too late. I'm like, I saw the video unedited. She is standing in the doorway on fire, all black, all charred, before she collapsed backwards. Not a single soul went up there to try to put her out. And when they got the extinguishers to her, she was too far gone. There's nothing it would. Sadistic. Sadistic. I can't say the word. You know what I'm trying to. Evil.
Mm-hmm.
He's pure evil.
Pure evil.
Pure evil.
Yep.
Yep. Nobody stopped him. He's fanning the shirt, getting it to burn quicker. I'm like, and nobody stops him.
I'm against that penalty, but in this case,
I will tell you something. I have a license to carry. And if I saw somebody light someone on fire and fanning them, they would have lead traveling through their brain matter. And I would be putting the fire out. I would be stripping to take my clothes off to smother the fire if that's what I had to do. And I'm not saying I'm holier at thou. I'm not saying I'm better than anybody. I'm just saying I would go to any lengths to save that person.
And nobody tackled him down or something, like stopped him, or
They just sat there and watched it.
But hold on a second. Daniel Penny, or however, the guy who analyzed the guy in the subway, he was acquitted, thank God. But like, this is the reason why you do not put Good Samaritans on trial, because of cases like this. It happened also in New York.
People are terrified to step in because they're afraid of being sued. And somebody asked me, because when I see an accident on the side of the road, if there's not EMS or a fire truck, I stop. Even if it's just a police officer there, I stop because I have more training in first response than most police officers do in first aid. It's different. And under the Good Samaritan Act, as long as you are operating and doing what is within your training, you're protected. Even if the person, say, for example, I stepped up and I tried to put the fire out. And one thing about doing CPR on somebody like that, you touch them and start doing this, all their skin is going to be all over you. It's that bad. But I would have done anything I could. And if she had died, most people would say, oh, well, then you can be sued. Well, you can try and sue me, but I'd rather be sued doing the right thing and being acquitted than be charged for not doing the right thing. Because if I have a skill set as a volunteer firefighter, first responder, and I don't render aid, I can serve time.
Yeah, apparently that's not gonna go there, but yeah.
And the thing is that it is so heartbreaking that society has not improved over the years when it comes to helping people. Back in the 60s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, if you pulled over on the side of the road and put your hood up, you're going to have a lot of people, hey, are you okay? Do you need anything? Okay, no, I'm gone. But because of the fear of being accused of being, like a woman, single woman on the side of the road with the tire blown out, a lot of men won't stop because they don't want to risk being accused of doing something they didn't do. Inappropriate.
That's sad.
It's a devil's. It's bad. You're darned if you do and darned if you don't. But Karen Reed, she's darned if she did and darned if she didn't.
Oh, I almost went there. Like you as a first responder, you're obligated to render help. Who didn't come out that morning? Alberts did not leave the house.
That's something, and that's one of my biggest pet peeves with this in trial with Karen Reed. is they're saying, oh, thank you for that. And I just saw your message. You have a man in a house. I actually have pictures of the inside of the house I've sent to people. The house where John O'Keefe died. They said they had blackout curtains. They did not. I have pictures. No blackout curtains were there.
I saw the same pictures.
I actually was one of the first to have it because as soon as this case hit and I knew about it and I was going to cover it and I heard the house sold, I went online and I pulled up the realtor's photos of the house that the family had taken when they were trying to sell the house. You have a standard bedroom window, standard curtains. Those curtains may have been closed, but with all of those emergency vehicles out there, that bedroom's going to be lit up. There's no way they didn't know what was going
All
on.
the noise as well.
Well, yeah. Well, once again,
They
I'm
had
deaf.
to
I don't
have
think
had
about those.
extra insulated house to not hear ambulance, fire truck, and police cars. Sorry, fire trucks, police cars.
Ambulance?
Yeah, only one ambulance. So yeah.
But all of those go woo, 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 woo when they
Yeah.
arrive. And if they, well, sometimes they turn the sirens off at night because they don't wake everybody up.
So a
But-
year ago, when the Treehouse trial was on, if you remember that trial,
He has one of these by his bed in his house.
or wait, maybe it was in the bed between him and his wife.
This is, I mean, mine will wake you from the dead when it goes off. But my whole thing is, he knew what was going on out there for that many hours. The light. I had a cop pull a car over on the street in front of my house, and my bedroom and front living room was lit with one cop car. One. I can't imagine. I can. There's no way you could sleep through that. I'm sorry.
So when the Treehouse trial was on last year, there was like I was on my way home, and I saw a car with blue lights, and from the distance, it may have, because sometimes you know how firefighters has those cars. So maybe I don't know, a fire car was in the neighborhood doing some checkup, but it was like 8 in the evening, you know. So I don't know, but that was like my first thought, like fire car was in the neighborhood. I can send you the picture of my neighborhood so you know like approximately how big the neighborhood is. But and I just put it off. But then I saw cars. One police car. There was a police chase in my neighborhood, and my neighborhood is like, in order for police car to get in, they have to have a reason to be in. They can't just patrol. We have security that patrols the neighborhood, and
They
stays
have to have
clearly on
just cause.
yeah, and it says clearly on the side, like security, some version of security. I don't remember the
Security
what
personnel
exact-
only.
Yeah, and they go through here at random hours, and so there was not one car, but there was two cars. There was snowing, so in the morning, I saw all tire trucks all over the place. We have like a soccer field near my house. They even went through soccer fields, like even like through it was. And my point being is, I am on the second floor of the house. I have a roof window outside of my door, my bedroom. Like my whole bedroom, my whole hallway was lit up, even if I was on the second floor. And this window, which is behind my laptop, you also saw some kind of blue lights. And I'm on the second floor, just like my Albert's. Sorry, So, and this was one car that constantly went by. I later found out there were two cars chasing. There was a guy who did some bad things, narcotics. It had to do nothing bad, that not murder, not online, but narcotics related. So how didn't they do it? And 34 Fairview, I measured 34 Fairview Road is just slightly bigger than my road, and my yard is slightly bigger than, no, approximately the same length as 34 Fairview. So I went on Google and measured just to be sure.
I like you. I like the way you think. But
yeah,
it's just no way. I don't care what anybody says. There's no way the front of that house wouldn't be lit. Now, Georgia Gators about ready to get a touchdown. They got it down to the 11-yard line. Second, and they're in the second quarter. I got people who love the game, so I'm just kind of keeping it up. So if the master bedroom was facing the backyard and you had like front of the house had a guest bedroom, bathroom, you had the closet, master bathroom, and then you had on the back wall of the house was a master bedroom, I could see where they may not have known what was going on because the light would not make it all the way across that big house. But when you have a bedroom on the front of the house and you have curtains and light can come in between, I mean, it wasn't like he had shutters and it wasn't like it was taped all the way around. There were flashing lights hitting that inside that bedroom.
I mean,
and by the way, if you're going to
how
sell
many-
your house and you're going to have a realtor take pictures, please dust. It was filthy. Okay, go ahead.
How many people were there? Like 10, between 10 and 20 people were there. Is that house like seriously insulated? How? Because there are people in my front yard, and if I'm on the bottom, on the first floor, facing in the room on the front yard, I can hear people, and there's a person or two. But if 10 to 20 people, cars coming, going, think commotions, you can hear it. Okay, you don't see the light, but you can hear 10 people talking, someone screaming, It's. I also have questions regarding McKay because I looked at the schematics of the
There's
plan
the
of the
bedroom.
house.
Look,
Can you go to
two
the
windows. That's
Can you
the
go to-
bedroom.
Can
You
you
can
go
see
to
the house
schematics
across
of
the
the
street.
house?
Look at all the dust on the bed. Look how dusty that is. It's gross. Say it.
Do you have schematics of the house?
I do.
Can you
But look,
can you open it?
those are the curtains. When you shut those curtains, there is no way you're not going to have light coming in the front of that house. And if you can see the house here across the street, really? Let me get this back down. I do
Don't
have
get
a
me
floor
started
plan of
on
the
across
house.
the
Let
street
me find
because
it.
don't get me started on across the street and the width of that street because I have thoughts on that too, which I shared last time we talked. But I'm happy to share it again.
Yeah, here it is.
So John McCabe's going to the front door and back. If you look at this, you see this.
So, let me explain it to everybody. Floor 1, that's the basement. Exercise room, storage bonus, okay? This here is floor 3, the bedroom. Where my hand is the photo we just saw. Here's the main floor of the house. So this right here is the door that you go in right here. I'm going to expand it so we can see it a little better and pull it through. Is that better?
Yeah.
So you enter here, and here's that living room, or they called it the den. You go in here and take a left. There's your dining room, which is open to the kitchen. Okay? But here's an entryway into the foyer here and here. Jen McCabe and other people kept saying they were in the dining and kitchen room area, and they kept going to the window here or to the door here, looking out front to see that Karen Reed's vehicle was slowly creeping and was moving up the street. So the study that they talked about going into, where all of the photos and everything is right here. It has a smaller fireplace. This home had 2 fireplaces. This here is where some of this trophy stuff was. Remember they said that they went in there and were looking at pictures? They also had a built-in over here that had a bunch of pictures too. So can't quite tell exactly which one, or they may have gone to both. Season room and deck. Now, look at the basement. You come in here, come down the steps. You're in the exercise room. This chick has photos of the exercise room. Here's the exercise room. Let me switch the view. I wish they made it easier to switch views in this mode, but they don't have it yet. I'm going to get a hold of them and talk to them about it. So I'm going to this one.
If you...
The back of the exercise room, the stairs are over here. Like where you and I are.
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's go kitchen. So I'm sitting in the dining room. I would be looking straight into that kitchen from our view.
Yeah.
So here's the dining room looking at the opposite for what we just saw. This little wall here is the foyer where the main front door is. Okay, here. Oh, my
Yeah,
God.
that fight.
This is the big room, the living room you walked, or the den. When you walked in to the house, remember they said you walk into the den and then you take a left into the kitchen? You notice there's that built-in, but there's not a lot of photos. So I believe they said when they went to look at the different photos, it was the opposite end of this, that other living area.
Yeah.
Sorry. This room here is that other living area. Here is the front door, stairs going up. This behind this wall is the stairs going down. You have these photos, right?
Yeah, I do. No, I didn't save them, but I have the link saved.
Yeah.
But that
Chloe wasn't there. That's one thing that I keep telling people. Chloe wasn't there.
No.
Chloe was not there. Could not have been there. If Chloe was there, everybody and their brother would have been awake in that house.
Jen McCabe didn't saw Chloe. No one remembers Chloe in the morning. They came back to 34 Fairview around 9 a.m. or so. No one saw
Because
Chloe
the
there.
daughter who left after midnight that night, the last one to leave after the fight, after everything happened, took Chloe with her.
Yeah.
That's what I believe. If that's the theory you're going by.
I mean, that's the only explanation since no one remembers seeing her.
And she was a loud dog. She was a big dog. Oh, by the way, they found Chloe. That's going to be part of the... Oh my God.
Yeah, but the problem is...
I guess you're expecting me to share this with you.
You don't have to.
Yeah, I will. Look, we went and had
It's
steak
amazing.
at Tracy, my sister's husband, had the best steaks. And we went and had steaks and played games last night. And we had potatoes and green beans, which we cooked. So, yeah. Oh,
So
I'm
I was
sorry.
trying to look. For some only known reason to YouTube, I can't find the whole video of the doorbell camera from that morning when Karen left the house to search for John. But if you pause at the right moment, even at the moment when the defense paused, and they even enlarged the photo of the taillight, it's a whole taillight. It's red. If it was broken, the way they say it was broken, it would have been white light glowing, not red light. You know? When she put on the brake or something. I don't know what I don't know what if it was just a usual light or if when you brake it shows one of those things. It was whole, nothing missing. Maybe a dot missing, or because she did back
I know
into John's
exactly what
car.
you're talking about.
If you have the
I have a
video, please
picture.
show it because I could not find it. I may have screenshotted it
I have a
and
photo. I remember this because that was one of the first things I was screaming. Let me see if I can find the photo quickly. That was one of the things I was screaming because I screenshotted that
what's happening on Saturday?
when she was leaving her boyfriend's house and she bumped into his car and then she drove off. You can see just a sliver of light coming out, but what you don't see is a big bright. Is that what you're talking about?
Big bright white light.
Yeah.
Even if you, I may
I know,
have.
I can't get it quickly.
I can't find the video, but I am gonna find it somewhere in my YouTube history. Unless Core TV deleted it. However, my point is that if you slow it down, slow down the video to like 0.5 or 0, less than 1, less than normal, you can see, and even enlarge, you can see that at some angles, that sliver of light that you said, you don't see it. It depends on what angle the car is,
Right.
So that means there was just like that police officer from the city where her car was towed from, where her parents live, which I forgot the name. So you know which I'm talking about. I'm sorry that I talked with my hands. I love to use my hands when I talk. So sorry about that. So that means that crack was small, maybe just that officer, a small piece missing, small enough or big enough for at certain angles to see the white, the missing piece or like a light going through, like you said. But at other angles, you see the whole red piece, the whole, like nothing missing, But
I'm
again,
looking.
let's say the Google search did not happen. Let's say there was no conspiracy. Let's say everything prosecution said is true, but I have one problem. Physics and laws on physics laws, and I can't get past that.
Well,
Hello.
I can't either. And I can't understand how they found the glass scattered. I mean, the plastic taillight scattered in such a big space. When you have an implosion and of two forces coming together, one or both are going to cave and may break. But when you pull apart, they drop down. When you have such force as 270-mile-an-hour vehicles coming together, they're going to explode. But with I'm just going to, hello, everybody. Welcome to
Hello.
CA How are you doing?
Hello. I'm okay. Exhausted. It's been a very long day. It's past 10 p.m. in the UK. So,
Sorry.
11 p.m. here.
oh
I'm
wow.
so sorry.
You see, even I've been up since 4 o'clock in the morning. So yay. My time. 4 o'clock. I don't know. Math. It's too late for math, so don't ask me to do it.
I
we can
have
still
gone.
do. We can still do something and do it on Saturday if you'd like.
Yeah, we can do it. I'm taking the day off tomorrow because I've been going so hard. I need the day to just do research, and do nothing as well, which is very good. But then Saturday I'm doing like a mini stream. But probably we can do something on Saturday night. We can do our version of Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that. That's copyrighted. So, what's your
they won't
opinion
find
about
me.
what we're talking about?
Well, Karen Reed, or do you want me to start with the situation in the subway in New York? Well, one of
Whatever
the
you want to bring
situations
up.
Well, we can talk about Karen Reed. I don't think she did it. I think the Alberts did, plus the McCabe's. All everyone got together to blame Karen Reed because she was not part of the clan. Like, she was not from Canton, so it was an easy target to exploit and just because they on the first trial they did not prove. They proved that they drank a lot. That they certainly they proved
And
that.
they all were drinking and driving.
Exactly, drinking and driving and breaking the
And
law.
they're in the legal field. They're caught.
Exactly. Hi, Ronnie. So it's just no. I don't think they've proved the case. The second one, it's gonna be even harder because it's gonna be basically the same thing. What new evidence they have now that Chloe that is alive, and that's pretty much it. They don't have much more.
They knew where Chloe was the first trial.
Yeah, very.
Well, let me ask
But
you,
there
what
must
do
be
you
a
think
reason.
about that? What do you think about that new document that we've been going over?
Sorry, I haven't had time to read which document is that one.
Basically, the Commonwealth has filed to suppress Mr. Green as an expert witness because Cellbrite has updated, and because of the update, Cellbrite no longer depends on timestamps on Google searches because they are not accurate. Summing it up.
Yeah,
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah.
No, you go. It's fine.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, but still, even though that the Cellbrite cannot prove the timestampings, Google they can subpoena Google himself, and Google can give you the history and the timestamps. Then
they can get a warrant. But my thing is that document, which is it still up or did I close it down? That document right here, I'll put it up just so you can see, opens up a can of worms for a lot of court cases because what it says, and I have it highlighted down here. Here's the problem. Right here. Cellbrite has updated its process to prevent manipulation of data. Shortly before the defendant's first trial, Cellbrite created and introduced physical analyzer software version 10.2. I'm going to skip the next. The updated version removed timestamp value from the record sourced from Safari browser state.db because further research shows that the timestamp's not reliable source for timestamp relating to URL shown.
so then they can subpoena Apple or can just subpoena Google itself, or they have both the options of subpoena Google or Apple because Apple will still have the stamps, and Google will have as well attached to the account whoever did the history search.
Because so much time has passed. If a warrant was not served to Google with the original case, they may no longer have that data saved. They can Google warrant them again, or they can give a new warrant, say if they never did.
Yeah.
They can warrant them, but there's no guarantee that that data is no longer saved.
Yeah, but that just proves that was what was her name? The McCabe girl, Jennifer.
Jen.
That was searching how long to die in the cold. Well, that proves that they were awake and they would have seen all the flashing lights, like you were saying earlier, through the house. And the dog would go crazy because how can you not, if you have a dog, by the I don't have a dog, but my husband his parents, they have quite a few dogs. So any sound that they hear outside of the house, the dogs go literally crazy. So how Chloe was so quiet and so silent with everything going outside.
Well, I have to confess, when I had that cop car outside my window just a week ago, and they ended up there for over an hour because they arrested the person and had the car towed, my dog never did anything. But she's professionally trained hearing dog. She alerted, and then that was it. But
yeah, I doubt Chloe was any trained
was an
dog.
aggressive barker.
Mm.
So they knew if that dog was there, they would have known.
Yeah, exactly. Because especially, oh no, I think they are involved somehow, but it's just they're hoping that everything goes away with Karen Reed. But I don't think. I don't
They
think
did
it's
not
either
expect-
this. Yeah.
They
Sorry.
did not expect FBI to go in. I don't think so. They even, I mean, have you seen the Paul O'Keefe interview? I mean, if I was him, I would be all over FBI. Tell me everything. How can I help? Jeez.
Well, and here's the other thing. He's a first responder. All police officers are considered first responders. If he knew that somebody was harmed laying in the front of his house and he did nothing, he could be held
Yeah.
criminally liable.
And I'm sorry, but that just goes to another case. There was like a small case that no one really covered. I did cover it a little bit on my channel, but out of Colorado, right? And you guys are gonna be shocked. A teacher, middle school teacher, she was texting and driving. She hit a 10-year-old. He died sadly from that event. Right, there were firefighters that were going to the scene, and instead of giving aid to the kid that was lying in the road, they went to the driver because they were friends of the driver, and they literally let the kid in the middle of the road dying, literally.
I would be livid.
That and you're gonna be even more livid. Do you know that in Colorado, that the texting and driving and causing someone's death is a misdemeanor?
What?
So she's facing 1 year in jail for unaliving a 10-year-old.
That's
I
insane.
shouldn't be surprised.
I don't. Well, it's about as insane as Hannah Gutierrez Reed being responsible, getting a conviction of murder and only getting 18 months.
Oh, can I say something else? In Serbia, how crazy sentences are in Europe. In Serbia, a mass murderer got sentenced 20 years, and that was the maximum. Because he was
Wow.
under 21 when he did what he did.
I bet you. In the UK, there's a case I've been following that I'm going to the sentencing at the end of this month. He got found guilty of unaliving someone, and he's out. He's literally out and is expected to go in and to the sentencing, and then after the sentencing, he goes to jail. He's not in jail yet. He's out and about, like not even on probation. He is just living his life like normal, like nothing is happening. He's a convicted felon, and he's still out and about, and he's expected to go to the sentencing in court at the end of this month to go to jail for how long?
You know that guy in Norway that killed like 70 and 80 kids? He did it in like 2010, 2011, I remember. His sentence was 21 years. And that was the maximum.
That's just crazy.
What are y'all's thoughts on the Menendez brothers?
They should be let out.
Same. Because I mean, I'm sorry, this is what I say. If Gypsy Rose Blanchard is out, so should they.
Amen. That girl's a crazy bitch.
Because
Excuse
I
me.
mean, I'm sorry, she's
batshit.
No, she ordered the unaliving of her mom. She did what, 10 years. The boys went through what they went through. They got life without parole. How is that? I know it's 2 different states. Don't get me started. I know it's 2 different states, 2 different laws, but still.
You're preaching to the choir on that one. I think
Also,
in the United States that there are certain across the board, the country, murder, first degree, second degree, certain of these levels and charges should be consistent across the entire nation.
Yeah, same.
Entire nation. No matter where you live, if you do this crime, and it's doesn't matter. It's same time. It needs to be
okay,
consistent.
I need to say something. So, key witness, and the reason why I'm doing this, because you will soon find out why. In Menendez brothers' case, is their psychologist some kind of a doctor. He was disbarred in 97, 98, sometime after the second trial and before year 2000. So sometime in that period, he was stripped of his license. He was no longer allowed to practice medicine because he broke, among other things, confidentiality. And that was not the first time. Either under when he was Menendez brothers' doctor, or right before, or around that time, he was on probation for breaking confidentiality. And he broke confidentiality because he was the one who, his girlfriend did not overhear him. He told his girlfriend. He broke by telling his girlfriend. That's how it happened. You know?
Well, true. He broke confidentiality just asking her to listen in. Period. How she listened in and to what level. All right, Gypsy Rose unalived her mother. She manipulated this boy who had mental health issues to help unalive her mother. What her mother did to her was cruel. Beyond cruel. Having her teeth pulled, good teeth pulled. Lying to everybody that she had cancer, getting a free house from Habitat, keeping her in looking like she was an 8-year-old baby doll. I mean, just go Google it. But
I mean, I'm not saying
out
that what
of
her
jail.
mom did was right, but unaliving someone, it's a bit of extreme.
She didn't deserve that. Jail, maybe, but not that.
Oh, yeah.
Gypsy Rose got out on parole
last year
and married a guy.
23.
This girl is stuck back at the age of a 13-year-old kid mentally, is the way she's behaving. She's pregnant with her first child with the second.
She gave birth.
I don't keep up. When did she give birth?
I think on the 1st, yesterday or something. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Good thing I have popcorn because it's a popcorn night.
I'm sorry, honey. I just had a rockin' butt good steak for the second time. But she is mentally ill. Hands down. She did not get enough help in prison. She's mentally cray-cray. There are people who paid to get her nose done. She got her teeth done. She's gotten all this close to $1 million from people the moment she got out.
Oh yeah, and she's
got
still
a book,
manipulating
she's got
people.
movies. She's got all this stuff going. The difference is when it comes to her versus Menendez is I believe the Menendez brothers have bettered themselves in prison. They have proof of helping, getting an education, reforming, doing everything they can to become better people.
And what did Gypsy did in prison? Interviews for what? For
Got
money, for clout,
married.
for
Well, he got married. She got married before she was out. So yeah.
Right.
yeah, she got married and
While
yeah,
she's in prison.
completely different case. I do know the case is completely different and the states are completely different, but still, I mean, yes, they did do something very bad. The Menendez brothers, they did something horrible. Probably was not the best solution for the situation. And aliving is never a good solution for getting out of a situation.
Right.
But compared the situations, yeah.
Yeah. And the situation for me is this 30 something years. To me, they deserve I mean, how do I put this? They've not been in trouble in prison. They've been good inmates. Everybody. We lost her.
Oh no.
She messaged me? No. Anybody who has done what the Menendez brothers have done in jail, whether or not they should be there, to me deserves a right to be free.
Yeah, and the thing is, if that case was
Are
in
not a
today's
menace to society.
yeah, if that case was in today's age and not when it was, they would probably get about 30 years. They would
Right.
not get probably more than that.
But the law changed right after they were convicted. Right after. And so they would have had possibility of parole.
Of parole,
But
exactly.
I don't. Here's the thing. When you have children who were abused to the level that Gypsy and the Menendez brothers were, you have to take into account the mental abuse and their state of mind, because a lot of people don't realize that you mentally do not continue to grow at the average rate and mature
No, yeah.
when you
get
are under that
stuck
kind of
in
abuse.
exactly. And
Oh, there she is. Yeah.
but then the thing, I do know the prison system all over the country and in other countries, not just in the US, is not the greatest. But yet the Menendez brothers they tried to do the worst in a worst situation, the best out of it, and they bettered themselves. While Gypsy, she did things for clout and for money.
And manipulated in prison and had problems
Exactly.
in prison.
She had what? Sorry,
She had
my
girlfriends
internet.
in prison.
Yeah. Sorry, my internet just went out.
Adair, you say they were spoiled. There's family and a lot of witnesses to the mental and emotional abuse that those boys went through. There are
There's a-
witnesses to some of the physical abuse those boys went through. I do not want to quickly stand up and defend people who just say I was abused without proof.
There's also
Because I know that everybody lies.
There's also a victim of their fathers that came forward.
Yeah, there's
recently.
another victim.
But then the thing is, if they do get the chance of parole, how easy is in Los Angeles to get parole at the first time? Because we saw it's completely yet again it's a completely case, but we saw what happened with Susan Smith in which is her state again? You know, the one that's unalived her kids by drowning in a car. She just had a parole hearing.
I've had so many people I can't remember. I've got a lot of
don't
women I know. Well,
I don't think I even followed that case.
Oh, it's an old
the
one. It was
brothers
like about 30 years
abuse-
ago.
The brothers' abuse started at the age of 5 and 6, and it was witnessed abuse. And the brothers created positive programs with the mindset that they were going to be locked up for life.
Yeah.
Guys,
But- what do you
they
think?
were in separate prisons until like a few years ago.
Yeah.
That was cruel.
That is hard. Can
Yes.
you imagine that?
What did she say? What did you say?
Who, me?
What? No. Angela.
Brothers were in separate prison until like years ago.
Yeah, they were separated That whole time, most of it, yeah. Well, there's never a straightforward answer to any of this. But I always believe every person on this earth, no matter how bad you are redeemable. You have to choose for that redemption. And if you choose to stay evil, then you choose to stay in prison, and you deserve to be in prison, and that's where you need to be.
Well, but there's
If you-
people that straight away you can see that they are not redemption. For example, Wade Wilson. I would never trust him to be out again after what he
I
did.
don't.
He's a
But I'm not saying they should be out of prison per se, but like the Menendez brothers, they had a choice in prison, believing that they would never get out. Up until very recently, it's been with the mindset, we're here for life, right? They still chose to redeem themselves, to do good, get education, pay their time in penance. That's what I'm talking about. They may never get out. That doesn't mean that they're going to turn around and be this evil guy again. I believe that if you do not have some kind of demonic mental illness thing, you can be redeemed. But you have to choose it.
Yeah,
Wade
true.
Wilson is never going to choose it.
He's never gonna choose redemption. That is for sure.
And I don't have any sympathy for him.
You know who else won't choose redemption, and I'm kind of happy that she will never get out of prison, or even accept that she did what she was sentenced and convicted of. Melody Walker from Georgia, that case that we followed with RA, that RA ended up being
Well, I did Melody Walker too. So,
Yeah.
What is your viewpoint on Melody Walker? I want to hear this.
Before we start, I want to say something. Did you know that Melody Walker and Chloe Driver, they are in the same prison in the same block? They are in. I found out that at the end of the day because I covered both trials as well, and I was doing some investigations the other day, and they are both in the same prison and in the same block. So there's a very high possibility that they know each other because they both came from Cherokee County. So it's just interesting. Sorry, just me and
she did it.
You know they do. But do you know what scares me? Chloe Driver is a young, impressionable person, very wounded. And Melody is a mature grandmother. You bet your butt they connected.
Oh yes, and I think somewhat in a way, Melody is gonna help Chloe navigate the prison system. Because if Chloe was on her own, oh my days, I don't think that was gonna end up very well. But Melody is gonna keep an eye on her, and it's gonna be like the grandma for her in prison.
Okay, question. Both of your viewpoints on Melody. I'll keep mine out of it until y'all give yours.
Think she's guilty, but I think Scott is involved in a way.
I think
both
she's
of them
guilty.
were involved, and she got caught, and Scott didn't.
I think she's guilty. I think she did it alone, and I think she is manipulative person, sadistic definitely, and I think she is the kind that blame everyone but yourself. And I'm happy that she will be in prison until the rest of her life. Hopefully, her conviction will not be overturned.
Melody Walker is the one whose husband was found deceased in the burn pile, and in closing, when she was sentenced, in her statement, accused her son of unaliving her husband. And then they also found the bullet in the rib cage.
I don't think Scott did it, because whichever way you turn and switch, it's impossible. He is not at the house. He's always away. At whichever timeline you try to build or put together, he's not at the ranch. Also, don't forget, again, the AM calls. She called her boyfriend or whatever he is. He is
Boy toy.
Boy toy. She told him he's at the burn pile at 2 a.m. or either the 3rd or the 4th, before even anyone knew Gary was missing. Sorry, forgot the name for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I did not say he did. He was involved in it. Scott was involved somehow. Because I don't think they would ever kill him, because you don't kill the cash cow. You know, because that's what Gary was for the kids and for the family. Scott and what was the other name, Chris? They would not kill the cash cow, especially Scott. But somehow Scott got roped into it, and he might have helped the mother somehow. Because I
Maybe
don't see
he-
Melody dragging a body like Gary, right, to the burn pile from the wherever she killed him, unless
don't
she
think-
killed him by the burn pile.
Exactly.
Don't forget,
Okay.
she lifted a piano. So don't underestimate her.
Hey, us country girls, ranch women are strong. Okay. I could go two ways with this trial. She did it. They had an argument. Maybe he got aggressive with her. Country girl like me always carries a lead shooter. Always have one on me. I got one on my desk, one on my hip. We've had people walk into my business, my son's business, and just appear like, boom, there you are. So it's security here. But I think that if she did it, it was a heat of passion fight by the burn pile.
Mm.
But what I struggle with is he was the cash cow. And any woman who loves the finer things in life will put up with anything to keep it.
Well, they
She
did
had a boy
both-
toy. He had
He
an
had a-
affair.
Yeah.
Huh?
No, I was gonna say he had an affair as well. She had an affair. They had the perfect arrangement.
I know several couples who realize that live apart. They each kind of have their own life. They come together for the holidays and birthdays for grandkids to put a good front, because
I
divorcing
know
would
that way too well.
financially kill them. Divorce will destroy them financially. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
So it is a marriage of convenience at this point. Now, I don't believe, in all honesty, that the son did it, Scott, that was accused. Here's why. People are going on and on about him using money, stealing daddy's credit cards, all that. If you've ever lived on a ranch and worked the ranch where you're room and board and it's your family member, I can see the father and the son having an agreement. I'll pay your basic necessities. You can play golf once a week. I'll pay the cell phone. I'll pay for your groceries and all of that. And you can live here, but you're going to have to work the ranch. It's not easy. It's a hard job. And so for me, the money in that aspect, I don't have a problem with. My mama may not have liked it, but daddy had an agreement with his son. This is what I'm willing to pay for. I need the credit card. I give you a credit card. You can put so much money on that credit card without asking. So if you want to spend $50 and it's reasonable, fine. If you want to spend 200, you better talk to me first. Get gas, whatever. But I need the card back sometimes for certain things. So the card gets passed back and forth. It's like a ranch card. It's like my papa has a ranch. He has a guy that takes care of the ranch. He sometimes is out there for weeks staying. He may have my papa's credit card, for example. Then later, when he's done doing what he's doing, he can give the card back to my papa. Okay? I'm just saying it's that. It doesn't mean that the son was stealing from his father. And sometimes the father may be irritated because he's got to use the card and the son has it and he goes, I need it now. Get it to me. Come on. How many times do fathers and mothers get irritated with their kids when you give them a credit card or something and they don't put it back in the wallet.
Also, I need to. There were people discussing. Oh, isn't that like no, I won't say fraud on tax or. I don't think they use fraud, but they use like something along that line. But if it's a family business, I mean, technically, you do not have to have your son on you as your employer. I don't know how tax law is.
Well, first of all, he's not done a W-2. He's not there as a contractor.
Yeah.
He's just living there. It's a verbal agreement.
Yeah.
You're a family. You live here, you take care of the farm, I'll pay the bills. No big deal. So for
Yeah.
example, I have a child,
but
they take care of my house. They clean the house, they take care of the yards. They're going to college. I pay all the bills. It's not about taxes.
Okay,
yeah, but the thing is, during the trial, they were talking that the financial situation wasn't as perfect as it seemed.
No, it wasn't.
So
No,
probably
he was
what
in
they
a lot of
did,
debt.
yeah. So probably what they did was the best solution was, unaliving him to get to the insurance money, because probably they got more insurance money after now, with his death than actually with him alive, because they knew they would get more with him not here anymore than alive.
Right. But here's something I want to say. Andrea, brother, it really bothered me that the kids were more forgiving about dad's affair than mom. Amen. And maybe just more discreet about it. But here's something else I want to say. The other brother, I struggle with him. The one that was the good brother,
Chris.
the one that was blaming Scott, the one that was screaming Scott did it. I think he knows more than he's letting on.
Do you mean
because he
Chris?
too made money? All of them got money. They are all potentially.
Oh yeah,
part of
but you
this.
know what? With the Andriel comment, one of the girls was very forgiving of her mom's affair with Rusty, because when all the jail calls were played, they all three were talking in code, because she was visiting mom in person, Rusty was calling, and every single Amanda. That was it. Every single time Melody was like, have you talked to Amanda yet? So Amanda was very forgiving of the mother having the affair as well, because she was talking a lot with Rusty on the with the jail phone calls.
Well, but the thing is when you have multiple children and you have parents who both agree to kind of live together for convenience, but they have their own personal intimacy lives, you're going to have a split.
Oh yeah.
And we're going to support dad, going to support mom. But I, as an adult, I would not like it if that's how my parents chose to live, but I can't do anything about it. And I'm not going to get in the middle of it.
Oh, absolutely. Not saying
I
like
don't know
too
who
much
did
on-
this.
Yeah, I know of a couple that they are married, but they're married for appearances and they don't literally do anything together, whatever. But it's up to them. It's their lives. I'm not gonna. It's between. We have a saying in Portugal, where I'm from, that says more likely we translate between a man and a wife. You don't put the spoon in between. So it's like it's none of your business.
Yep, exactly. I don't know really who killed him, honestly.
Don't think
But
we'll ever know.
I watched her statement. That was raw. She believes what she's saying. There was no acting. It's possible that Scott did it, or Chris, or whatever his name is. It's possible. But we'll never know. The other
think-
Chloe Driver case bothers me a whole hell of a lot. What are y'all's thoughts on that case?
I have no idea about that case, so I can't comment.
That one is a bit difficult because of the cult situation and the mentality that they had in their marriage or whatever that was. But I was like, you can't use everything for an excuse. She knew what she was doing, and she couldn't have had. She couldn't have just, I'm sorry to say, unalive herself to get out of the situation. She did
But
not
she
have to take the
tried.
baby.
Well, do you know why she took the baby? Because if she unalived herself, that little baby girl would have been raised under the house with that mentally crazy stuff, that being forced to drink urine and doing all that crazy stuff. She would have been married at 16, 17 years old to a 50-year-old man, made to be a baby machine. That's where her brain was. She's better
Yeah, but
dead
what about
than
the
alive.
fact that just before she did that, with the whole situation, she was just with her mom. Just
Without the baby.
before. No, the baby was there. The mom said the baby was there too.
Not the whole time.
Yeah, but the
The
time that it was,
husband-
they had their opportunity. Why did not do something when they were together with the baby and with the mother, and they had to?
Right. I hear what you're saying, and on that side of the coin, I agree. But is it called Stockholm syndrome?
Yeah.
Yes.
She had that. I was held in sex trafficking for over a year and a half. And there were times I could have walked away. But I knew if I tried, certain people would have been unalived. And I believed he would do it because I know he did other things. I knew he would do it. I had evidence and proof that he was capable of it. And I was not willing to risk those I love
But the thing
to
is,
leave.
there's
Luckily the Fed saved me. But anyway.
yeah, she did what she did, and she tried to. I'm sorry, but you did whatever she did to the baby girl, right? And then she tried to herself, and she said she did not know how deep she had to go. I mean, you literally just did that to somebody else. You don't know how deep you have to go
Well,
to do it to yourself.
In herself, but if you didn't know from the reports, she was so deep. She did, there's a bunch, it's not this, but she was hitting it. And had they not done what they did to her within a minute or so, she would have been gone. But I will tell you, I will say this. I do not agree with her choice. I'm not advocating what she did was right. But in her mind, there was no other way out. She was mentally ill, mentally abused, little girl.
So then it goes to the case of the Menendez brothers and Gypsy again, because they were also mentally ill. But then again, she got life with the possibility of parole after 30 years in Georgia.
Right. My biggest concern out of all of these cases, if
Is she getting
my
the help
root-
that she needs? That
my
Chloe's not going to
root
get the help.
is there's not sufficient help for these victims who become perpetrators of a heinous crime because of what they experience. Do I believe that she's going to be a harm to society? I don't. But this girl's life is forever ruined by another person. And that man's walking free.
Not really walking free completely, because he has cases on his back as well. Both Z and Jason, they have cases on their backs that they're not going to go away, and they are being investigated by federal court. So
Until he's locked up and in prison, he's considered free. And in his mind, he did nothing wrong. He's a sick man. Those two men
oh
in
yeah,
Chloe
he is
Driver's
completely a
case,
sick man. I'm not saying that he's not. He is completely. I mean, just his demeanor at the sentencing
do.
trial was absolutely thing. I mean, the way he spelled his name, that was just
every time
something
I
else.
see people like that, I think of The Sound of Music with the song when the kids lined up going, cuckoo, cuckoo.
For sure, cuckoo. But then again, we were not there, and we don't know 100% of the things. We know what was portrayed in trial, and that's the and the media, and that's the information we have.
Just with the thought of them being forced to drink
Oh,
their
no,
urine
no,
daily.
no.
She's like, don't even say it.
No.
That's not even the worst of it, y'all. That's not the worst of it.
That's not. That's
It's a
just scratching the surface.
see you. And I would probably, I don't know what I would do, but I
But
just
then the
believe the system needs to find a better way. Does she deserve to do time? Yeah, I'm not saying she doesn't. Okay, hear me. You unalive
no, I
somebody,
understand
you do
that.
time. But there's
Yeah.
nothing in the system to heal the broken person within her. She didn't have a chance.
But the thing is,
I
the
like
prison
95.
system. that's my other half. He's called Nightbot.
Hi, Nightbot. Welcome.
So what I was gonna say, I lost my but the things that I was gonna say is the prison system in America, wherever you go, are not ready to deal with mental issues. She's not gonna get the help that she needs in terms mentally in prison. That's a fact. So whatever the verdict that she got, guilty with the mentally ill thing, it's the same thing as getting a normal guilty verdict. Just on paper says that she's gonna get help. I'm sure she's not gonna go get help, or it's
They're not going
gonna
to
be
get
the
help.
that-
And the way I see
Oh.
it is, I used to work in what's called a state hospital for the forensically insane. The only people who are in that hospital are people who are, one, not guilty by reason of insanity or incompetent to withstand trial. And you think these crimes are bad? Y'all heard of Andrea Yates? The woman in Houston
Yeah.
that killed her kids years ago? Sweetest person you ever meet. Extremely talented artist. Wonderful person. Could get out of there. But she was chemically out of her mind. I read all the files. I worked in that facility where she's housed. She is so guilt-ridden, but she was not in her right mind. She had extreme postpartum depression, a lot of mental stuff going on, and her husband was told time and time again, don't get her pregnant again. It got her pregnant again. Then don't leave her alone with the children. The postpartum is so bad. Don't do this. And and he didn't give her medicine. He left her alone. He's partially responsible for this.
I agree.
And got off scot-free.
Yeah.
Went on, had another wife and more kids. But she got help. And that a lot of people think state hospitals are just a holding place. No, she got help. She can't go live in society because the unaliving threats are written to her weekly, and she won't survive. She knows where she is. She willingly stays and doesn't fight it because she feels she deserves it. But my thing is, not everybody that does such heinous things, once they get the appropriate help, are horrible people. We are all, this is so true, we are all 30 seconds away from a complete mental breakdown.
Ooh, that's not a
Something
good
can
thing for Nightbot.
But what I mean by that is, it only takes something to happen
To make you snap.
for you
Yeah.
to snap.
I'm
For
sorry,
you to
guys, but
snap.
I have to leave.
Oh,
I would love to stay.
Well, it
but I
is
have to
almost
leave.
midnight, yes, for you. So
Yeah.
Well,
So,
bless you. Thank you for hopping on. Anytime you want to hop on, just let me know. You're more than welcome
there
to
is a
hop on.
case that I would love you two to talk. So just one thing to say. There's a case that I would love you two to look into. It's in the same box as Gypsy Rose. It's Scamanda case. It's very interesting.
Put it in my
She
private chat. Type it in there
I
real quick
will.
for me.
Scamanda is the name of the podcast, so that's how I remember it. So it's a very interesting case. It's I recommend it 100%.
Okay.
So that's
I'll look into it. Just let me know. Put it in
Yeah.
the chat. Everybody, thank you. And
Thank you so
Angela,
much.
so much for joining us. We appreciate you. And you have a great
Thank you.
evening.
I will be in the chat, so I just can't talk
Okay.
anymore, but I will be in
No
the
problem.
chat.
We'll see you in chat.
Bye bye.
So the thing with us, and we're talking about, is with some state facilities. I believe that what's her name? We were just talking about her.
Oh my days. We're talking Chloe Driver, and then you were
Thank
talking
you,
about
Chloe Driver.
Yeah.
I believe Chloe Driver should be sent to a mental health facility to deal with the programming, and because she was programmed. She was programmed. I don't give a crap what anybody else says. If you don't, after seeing what that witness, remember that witness that got up on the stand, that guy that talked about the yellow punch?
Jason. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll call it yellow punch.
Yellow punch. That's nice.
The yellow punch, the warm yellow punch.
No.
The acidic warm yellow punch. Anyway.
Oh, no.
So
watch
anyway-
me cringe. No.
I'm ruining you. But anyway, the yellow punch, she's programmed mentally, and they need to deprogram her. They need
Yeah,
to.
but that's not really
But
gonna
that's
happen.
not going to happen in a jail or prison.
No.
Put her in a state facility, mental facility, whatever, for a year, whatever, until the physicians there feel that she is in a good place. Then that time she's there is accredited towards the time
The
she serves
prison
in prison.
Yeah.
And she deserves a right to parole.
She does.
My
She
humble
got
opinion.
sentenced with the possibility of parole after 30 years in Georgia. So she will have a chance, but she's gonna be what, 54 by the time?
My age.
So she's gonna be about 54 by the time that she is eligible for parole, and yeah. But anyway,
she's gonna be my age.
Another case that I want your opinion is Carly Gregg from Mississippi, the teenager, the 14-year-old that unalived her mom and tried to unalive her stepdad. Did you follow
Yes.
that case?
Oh, yeah, the whole thing.
That case was, I'm not saying it sounds bad, me saying sounds bad, but it was one of my favorites of the year, of last year. I keep forgetting that we're already in 2025, of last year. Because I have never seen a kid, literally a kid, a teenager, getting on trial, tried as an adult, and then get a life sentence at 14. That was, please come back. I don't want to be
Allergies,
alone
and I
on your
don't
channel.
want to on camera, so I just took me off camera for a second.
Oh, you got to, you scared me there. I was like, oh no, what am I gonna do?
Guess what, baby? This is your life now.
No. I'll take myself off too. No, I'm joking. Don't leave me alone. It's scary.
My poor
out here.
interpreter. My interpreter this morning. My morning did not start off well. I had to go sign some documents that had to be signed today that I wasn't told until today that I had to do. It's like insurance documents. And they said, oh, we forgot to tell you, you got to do this today. You're not going to be insured. I'm like, oh. So I put my interpreter on live. I get in the car. I get back on live driving my car.
Oh, no.
Anyway, go ahead.
Oh. Well, we were talking about Carly. I was just like, that trial was one of the best of last year. Of course, you have Sarah Boone and Melody Ferris afterwards, and Chloe and everyone. But that one was, I think, the highlight for me. And it was also the one that I started my channel on, and my TikTok channel as well. So it was kind of my foundation trial in a way. Yeah. So
yeah, I think for me, that for me was George Kelly,
Mm.
the one who was the farmer who an illegal alien was found unalived on his property, and they accused him when in fact it wasn't him, and I never thought it was. But but well, the thing about that case was, I'm trying to remember. All right, first I'm going to ask you questions. Number one, do you
Don't
think
speak
she
English.
deserved to be found guilty?
Carly.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Without
Do
a doubt.
you think her mother abused her or did anything that would have caused somebody to snap?
No.
Why do you think she did it?
Wow. The only thing that comes to my mind that's like teachers made that why she did it was because probably she didn't get her way in something, because there was proof that the mother was getting her help that she needed, talking with therapists and everything, trying to get whatever she wanted to. Probably she didn't get her way and she was upset, and because something happened between the time that they came home and she had the dog out and then come back home, and the mom found something in her room that she did not
I think it was drugs like marijuana, because she was
and I
smoking
think the
marijuana.
same thing, either that or weed or something else, and she didn't like, and she made
Same thing.
a decision, a snap decision, saying the only way of getting out of this is me to just
What do you mean? What would you like her to do, Nightbot 95?
Yes, Nightbot 95. What would you like me to do? Do you know Nightbot 95 is my husband? It's my
Yeah,
other half.
I caught
and
that.
He's a mod in my channel, so he's just trying to be in the timeout.
He can hop on too. The thing about her
him on a
case,
live.
the thing about that whole case for me was that was just a pure evil kid. That's how I found. I felt she was just a pure evil kid. I just
I
felt
think he's
you want to
trying
talk
to
about a
show his
spoiled
hand
brat.
on the stream.
Huh?
He's trying to put his hand on the screen, but because the way my screen is on a thing.
Oh wait,
There you go.
I'll
Can you
fix
see
it.
this hand? There you go. That's him. That is there. It's in the stream.
Do you know how many people have come on that their husbands or their significant others, they're back to back in the same room?
They're
One has a
literally
wall,
here.
one has a
Yeah.
wall. They share the office space. I'm so lucky.
Yeah, I
Get
don't
it
mind because I really
all
like
to
him
myself.
being here. I like spending like this
Yep.
much time together and everything. So I love him being here. But I think Carly was a pure of evil kid. I don't think because I mean, I'm sorry. Did you hear the video, right? When she was texting the stepdad from her mom's phone. Her mom you could hear the mom yelling in the background, and she was singing on top
I'm deaf. I couldn't.
of that. Oh. She was singing on top of the she was singing on top of the screams from the mom coming from the bedroom. So she's just, and she knew what she was doing and texting the stepdad from the phone, when are you coming home, honey, or something along those lines, and how she was hiding the pew pew behind her back and everything. She knew what she was doing. That was planned, and she was already going to do it another time, but probably got brought up a bit earlier because the mom found whatever was found in the bedroom.
I've been sneezing all day.
That's all right. Don't worry. I've been yawning all day. So,
well, I have those too. I'm signing this morning about the New Orleans situation, and I'm yawning the whole time. That is one case that girl should never be free. That was just pure evil.
I think she got what
What
she
do you
deserved.
think about the Crumleys? The mom and dad going to jail.
I agree. 100% agree. And the next one is going to be the Colin Gray. And Colin Gray is his name, Colin Gray.
Yep.
And I don't understand how the mother of Colton Gray has not been charged yet.
Because the mother didn't live with them. They weren't
Sure.
the father and the son lived together. The father
So she was
provided the
not-
weapon. The
Yes.
father knew he had access to that weapon. The father knew he had mental issues.
They
the
are
mother,
going to be the second. Yeah,
Huh?
the second Crumbly parents.
well, right. No, I don't think the mother should be held responsible in that because number one, she was not in the house. She was not in control of what the father had in that house.
But did
Here's
she
my-
have knowledge that the dad had bought the pew and had knowledge about his mental state? No.
Here's the thing. My case in point. My ex went to prison. He got out. My kids were still underage. I have multiple pews, but they are properly secured. I know where they are. And I did not hand them to my child. Say, hey, go find him. Here you go. Okay. They weren't to touch them. They knew I had them. I did take them to the ranch. My son was young. My daughter was like 8, 9. And with another person present as a witness, I had my children both shoot an AR and a 9mm. Why? I wanted them to understand and feel the power and feel and see. No, it was into a ravine. It wasn't out of anything living. But it scared the hell out of my daughter. Because, and of course, she wasn't holding it by herself. I was holding it. She was holding, you know what I'm saying? Very safe. I had it. She had her hands on mine. When you feel that power and you feel what that does, it's real. And I've made it very clear. Anything you point this at will not live. Now, that was a one-time thing. I'm glad I did. Because a long time ago, she told me a year or so later when we were talking about it, she goes, Mom, that really scared me. I don't want to touch it ever. Not saying every parent should do that.
Yeah, no. That was, but you need to,
I had
assess.
somebody with us that actually was a retired. So there, it's the way we handled it.
Yeah.
But it was
Now
under
I
lock
wanna-
and key. They
I wanna
didn't have
pick your
access. Hmm?
Did you hear about the school incident at the Abundant Life private school, the Christian school?
I heard about it.
The one that the person that did this is not alive anymore. She was, I think, either unalived herself or was unalived. What about those parents? Do you think those parents should be charged?
I don't
even
know.
though
I
she's-
don't know enough about it. I don't know anything about them. But I'm going to finish that comment
Yeah.
before I get people nailing my butt to the floor. I think sometimes as parents, when we may have something dangerous, like a hot stove, no, I'm not going to put my kids on the hot stove and burn them and say, ouch. I'm not going to do that. But I know my kids. I also feel that I had all my lead shooters locked up high, and most of the time, only one. I only had 2 at the time. And if I did not do my due diligence and they had gotten it and hurt one of each other or somebody or unalive somebody, I would still be responsible. I would be responsible.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand that. My struggle with this is when you have parents, sometimes with depending on the child, you can tell them, no, it will hurt you. They're not going to question you. Sometimes they
then-
have to see that it can devastate for them to make that connection. Okay. But the Crumley case, or those two cases, you have one situation where the parent bought 2 weapons and gave it to the child, put it on their phone. Look at what I got him for Christmas. And it's illegal. He's not even legal. You can't even do that.
Exactly.
You are 100% equally responsible. Now, if I am on a ranch and everything's in a locked case and we have it for self-protection from snakes and varmints, and they break in with a rock and all of the lead is stored in another safe, and they figure out how to put the two together and harm somebody, I think the parent should not. I mean, there's just
it depends on case by case, but that's the thing. That's what, when the law came about, is what they say is going to be a case by case thing. But sadly, the two cases that we've had so far, the parents are responsible, because again, this Colt Gray case out of Georgia, it was exactly the same thing. The parent bought for Christmas or a present or whatever it was.
Hi, salty girl. Kathleen. Sorry, go ahead.
So no, it's all right. That's all right. So it's just, I just don't get it. Why parents give pew-pews as a present?
You
It's
should
probably
never.
like they should never. Yeah, I was like, I don't know, because I'm not in America. I don't know the culture there, but still, I don't understand.
Okay, I will say this: a lot of people have boys. It used to be the day that when you hit 9, 10, you get a BB pew-pew or lead shooter or BB shooter. And a lot of times people hunt to put food on the table, and they're taught about lead shooter safety at a very young age, and they're very responsible. Okay. When I was going to high school, it was okay to drive a pickup to school and park it on the school parking lot with a rifle on rifle racks in the back window. We'd never had these problems. We didn't. The mental health issue seems to be what's backing a lot of these problems.
Yeah, but then how far are you blaming everything on mental health? Because then anyone can just, mental health, I'll blame it on mental health.
I argue that right now. I'm tired of everything being blamed on mental health. There comes a point when you just are darn responsible for being stupid.
So, exactly. You can't be blaming on ADHD, on this, on that. I was like, I'm sorry. It's like,
you
fair
have
enough.
free will.
Exactly. You have common sense. And just
now, if you have a child in your home that you know is not capable of making the safe decisions,
why are you giving them pew-pews then for? Exactly.
If I had children in my home that I felt I had any snowball's chance in hell, we're going to take one of those, which they really couldn't get because it was always on me, but I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
But it was a risk. I was living in the country all by myself, but it gets to the point that with the parents, I think it's a case by case situation. And, parents are not parents anymore.
They are trying to be different.
Friends. And I told my kids when they were growing up, 2 things. I brought you into this world, I'll take you out of it. That was sarcasm. But the other thing is I'm not here to be your best friend. I'm here as a parent. My job is to raise you to adulthood, to be respectful, productive, good citizens of this world. After you are grown and on your own, and I am no longer responsible for you legally, financially, then we become best friends. And that's what has happened. But these children
nowadays, it's exactly the way. Yeah.
Ronnie, do you know what PMS stands for? I hope your better half is listening. It's not premenstrual syndrome. It's putting up with men shit.
The delay is gonna be hilarious, but he's laughing.
I missed the last bit.
But
Putting up
no,
with
it's
it.
just now, like, moving on a little bit from this cases. Have you heard about the Ron the Jewel case?
Give me a little bit. I may have.
The hot baby car unaliving trial? The one that that was out of Florida.
When did this happen?
Like,
Because if it didn't happen after May, I probably don't know.
yes, it happened in November last year.
I may not have heard it. Okay, educate me.
Snapshot. Rhonda Jewell was a babysitter. She was taking care of a baby that she just picked up from the mom's workplace. And she was driving to the other place where she was babysitting twins. She forgot the baby that she has just picked up in the car in 133-degree heat in Florida for 5 hours. The baby did not make it. She was basically sadly cooked. And all she was saying is, I'm sorry, I forgot about the baby that I just picked up, while she was texting the mom about the baby and while she was interacting with the aunt of the baby on social media. And all she
What
said
was the name of this woman?
Rhonda Jewell. I'll type in chat.
Yeah, type it in chat so I can grab it.
There.
I would like to follow that one. Or at least
Oh, that
keep an
one it
eye
was
on
already done and dusted. She was already.
But what I mean is I want to follow
Right,
the
yeah.
appellate issues.
Oh yeah, she's gonna probably appeal, but she was just saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, I did this. I'm sorry. I take fully responsibility." But yet makes the family go through a trial. So how can you say you're so sorry, but yet you're making the family go through a whole trial and the trauma and reliving the whole situation out of it?
Sadistic?
It's just, I just don't understand. It's like, okay, you're sorry, fair enough, but then you make the family go through, you plead not guilty, you make the family that you say that you adore and you love and whatever, go to a trial to relive the whole situation that you caused. But then how can you forget a baby that you have a whole baby in the car?
Well,
I just don't understand.
I agree, Salty Girl. Maybe that's why I didn't do it.
That's one thing. Is like
there
it is
are
a
so
hard
many
one.
people, especially in gambling locations, that have left their children in vehicles while they go gamble and come back
Yeah.
and they're gone or they're close to it. I just was there for 20 minutes. I love I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear how much you love that baby. You didn't love him enough.
Exactly.
didn't.
But then it's like, how can you forget a whole baby in the car that you just picked up? And the only thing you did was driving from the workplace of the mother that you just picked up. You passed by Burger King to grab a burger or whatever. And then you went to the house where you were interacting with the mother of the baby during the day. And how can that not have
Was she
ring
on
a
drugs?
bell? No. No drugs, no alcohol, no nothing.
It's just, she deserves to rot in hell for the rest of her life.
I just don't understand. It's like, but then again, it goes to my point again. I go in circles. It's if she feels so bad about what she did, why is she putting the family through a trial then? Just
Because
plead
it's a
guilty.
right to a fair trial in the process. And I think, okay, for example, we have a situation where Boone was recorded herself.
Oh, Boone.
Okay. I just think that sometimes when the evidence is so there, it's indisputable. You should just plead guilty. Save a lot of time and money.
Yeah. The thing is, the trial took 3 days or 2 days and a half. It was not even that long of a trial. And she even took the stand and she was crying the whole way through, saying how sorry she was that she caused this, literally admitting, literally in open court about it. And then she expects the jury to find her not guilty. No, just take the consequences and move on with your life.
Well, like with Sarah Boone, do y'all know how many I want to know the dollar amount on that trial. I want
That's
to know the bottom line for that
that's
trial.
probably gonna be a
All
couple
the
million
attorneys,
there.
all the experts, the courtroom, all of it.
The
Because
length
let me
of
say
it,
this.
the
Huh?
length of it, because it took 4 years to go to trial. All the hearings and motions and papers that she used to file
And
idiot
she could have
letters.
taken a plea deal and been out in 16.
Yeah.
But do you know what? Houston, listen, I don't want her out in 16. That
Oh
needs
no.
to be in jail for the rest of her life.
Oh, she is. But again, you know, Rhonda Jewell, she got 17 years in jail, in prison. Yeah. 17 years she got. And don't worry, Nightbot, I always have something to talk about it. I always have some material. There's always material in the true crime world.
If not, I can make some stuff up.
I can make some stuff up. There's a candidate, you know, behind me. You can
create.
my
You want to
trial.
create your own? I'm getting ready to dive into an old case because in this case, they have asked for evidence now to have DNA testing done because when that case happened, they didn't have the DNA testing. So I'm kind of watching something in the backgrounds, but I'm kind of upset. We don't have anything going on for another month or so.
Well, no, there's actually a couple of things popping up. I think there's next week, there's trial starting. And
Okay, wait a minute. Wait. Why? I'm really, if you didn't know, I'm excessively dyslexic to the point to when I was in college and classes, not online, I never took a note. I had a note taker. So I really struggle with a lot of things, but I have a calendar here and I have Christine. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Menendez Brothers is on the 30th for their sentencing. Karen Reed has a hearing on the 14th. That's all I have for January. What do we have?
Well, there was a hearing today of a trial that's, I think, supposed to start next week.
Live?
I think
On
live,
YouTube?
yeah.
What?
On
what
YouTube,
trial?
Law and Order. I'm always calling them Law and Order. No, it's not Law and Crime. Just had a feed about it.
Type the name in comments for me so I don't misspell it.
Yeah. So there is some cases going on. You know Discord. You're on Discord, right? The gavel drops.
Okay. I love Discord. We're good friends. By the way, everybody. I got to get my media back up. I'm sorry. My stuff is a little cray. Come on. Where are you? I want to thank Discord for being a partner with us in crime. If you ever like to look at documents, motions, please go to Gavel Drops and Discord and validate your account. And then you have access to thousands of documents and you can read to your heart's content. They are fabulous, and that's where we get the majority of our documents. So go ask the Gavel Drops and validate your account so you can access them. Thank you. Sorry.
I am a mod at the Gavel Drop, so I work with them. I work with Toxic
All
and
right.
with the girlies.
Here's my issue with Gavel Drops. I'm dyslexic. You have rows of all the
Tell
same
me,
font, all the same color. It looks like a blob.
Well, but it helps because in the beginning, the first thing that you have, right, is the date. And now we have a tab that is the in session tab. So all the trials that are supposed to start next week and they're going to be starting, they are going to start popping off.
Wait. We're gonna fix this.
Can you share your screen for this Discord, or do you want me to do it?
I am doing it.
Excuse me 1 second. I need to do something. Oh no, I'm alone.
You're not alone. You're never alone.
Yay!
I'm all alone in the world. Okay, so see how it's a purple background?
Yeah.
And everything is all white.
Yeah.
I can't read this.
Can you not change the normal instead of dark mode to normal white mode?
That's worse.
Oh, okay.
Because what happens? Letters inverts, B's and D's,
Yeah.
G's and P, but they also do this.
Well, I
So-
don't think that's something we can do about it because
No,
what we
it's
do
not
if
your
you
fault. It's just
yeah.
me.
If you
But-
scroll down to the you see the dates, it's gonna have it in session. It's gonna have everything by dates. And
Wait. I have favorites.
yeah,
Go to suggestions.
yeah, that's the channel. Just keep scrolling down.
Announcements.
Yeah, a bit down. So then there, you know the one that has the green ball, green
Oh.
balls.
Okay.
Sorry, green.
Green. It's okay. It's a green ball. It's okay. You didn't
It's
say
late
red
at
balls,
night.
so you're fine. Green or blue balls, you're fine. It's a green one.
So
January
there
6th.
you should have dates of when the next cases are, and it has all the information there, and then that's the trials that are about to start with the dates.
Okay, thank you. So this is coming up on the 6th.
Yeah, so that's literally on Monday. That trial is supposed to start on Monday, and then if you click on the title, you know where in the middle, click on the title.
I did.
If no, not on that one. In the middle of the screen of the go up where it says hashtag January 6th with exclamation point, Andrews. Go up with your mouse, up, up, up. Now go left with your mouse. No, sorry,
did.
right, because you are backwards. Go up again. With the mouse, not with the scrolly. If I could have a
Okay, I see. Okay, got you.
yeah, if you click there,
I'm clicking.
oh, because that title is too big. Okay, hang on. That was not the perfect example. Normally, you are able to click that title and a lot of information. That one where it says victim. Click there, and a lot of information about that case shows up. And
You
if you
need to
click
give a class for us newbies. I'm not
if
kidding.
you click if you click the link, you have access to the court records. That one I need to edit that one because that one the title is too big.
Yeah.
But they normally should just click there. You have all the information about the case, the court, the case number.
Well,
the
wait a minute.
victim,
We don't.
date
You have a link to the county, but the name's not in there.
of the defendant.
I'll share it. It's not there. I'll show you what it did. I'll show you what it did.
Oh yeah, no, you have to put the name of the defendant, yes, or the case number, but you should be able to access, yeah. So on the last name you put Chan and then the defendant, and just it just directs you to the court website.
Oh, ever loving Lord. Thank you so much. See,
of course.
This is how I learn. Now I can do it. So my problem is just it would be nice, but I know it's not your job, that every other line was a different, like red, white,
Yeah.
or two different colors, white, black. Because if you are visually impaired or dyslexic, having that separation would help tremendously when I'm going through. So all of these are upcoming cases.
Yes. And then you have what we call bolos and dockets. So
Dockets,
my
right
docket,
here. I'm right there.
Yeah, my docket normally is the one just before in session, so I just double check whatever there is still new stuff going on the trials, and then you have the normal dockets. There is investigation of the cases going, hearings, motion hearings, and all of that, and then all of that it's updated weekly or daily by the person that is responsible by that bolo or by that docket. So yeah, it's a lot of work, but we are a great team, and
You're amazing. And I keep telling people how wonderful you are. And I keep pushing you guys. You can ask Toxic. Every live, you get pushed at least 5 to 10 times as the gavel drops. And I'm very, very
I
grateful.
absolutely love the research and finding information and documents and everything. So I would love that part of of doing research for this. So it's a lot of fun.
Okay,
Indeed.
how did I do this?
Oh, you just join it. Hang up. Just disconnect.
It says one new mention. I click on one new mention, and it puts me in there. See, mine. This is my Discord.
Yeah.
We have everybody alphabetized by the case that we're following. And then we have, somebody's text me in my corner. But I have to keep it super clean because I can't. But thank you so much. See, that's all I need, someone to show me.
Ask the nerd.
I was today old when I learned how to use Discord. I will say one of the struggles I have is I'll put a name in the search and I can't find what I'm looking for.
Okay.
So
do you want to show me what you mean, and I can maybe help?
We'll do it later.
Okay, fair enough. But no, it's like, I mean, I love Discord. It's like people say Discord is this like 7-head, animal or something, but it's like it's not that hard to figure it out. It's quite easy, intuitive once you know what you're doing.
I tell them it's like a filing cabinet. You just got to figure the filing system.
Yeah, just got it, exactly. But it's actually very useful. And all the cases that I've been following and I've been finding for my channel, I've been finding on Discord. Discord is the best place to find cases because we have everything there, and hearings and like little things, and even the small cases, like the big channels don't live stream or anything. We still have it on Discord as well. We have almost every single case that you can imagine, big, small, even if it's not like with a live stream on Law and Crime.
And you still have some old cases in As the Gavel Drops, because sometimes what's old becomes new again. And
exactly,
it's
like the
hard
Sidney
to go
Powell
back.
case. Like that Sidney Powell case and the appeals. We do have even a section on there. There's the appeal section that we have all the cases that have going through appeals. They are still going through the motions. They're still in courts. There are cases that we got rid of it, like Robert Tells. I don't think he lives there anymore, but in the case he becomes relevant again, which I hope he doesn't, he will come back.
Yeah,
because Robert Tells was something else.
But like some of the documents in the Menendez brothers, you can't even access anymore, but you have it on disc and the Gavel Drops.
And exactly, and the thing is, some courts, that's people's personal money that have paid for those documents. I've paid for a couple of documents. I know many other people that do on the server. They've paid for a lot of documents for people to have it available.
Thank you. That brings me to my next point. And I was an advocate for this a long time ago. I said, why aren't you watermarking? If you guys use any documents from any source, if you find it on my channel, on my Discord, you ask me where I got it before you post it. Because if I got it from As the Gavel Drops, you're going to give them credit for it.
Exactly.
If I got it myself, you give me credit for it. If I'm using a document from you, I give credit, because here's the thing. I don't know which ones were free or paid for. And when they're paid for, you own it.
Yeah. But now we are watermarking everything. Now every document that's
Can
going
you
to come
watermark
out.
it just a hair lighter? It's interfering with some of the ink.
Which ones? I'll drop a message. Is it
No, no, no,
everything?
no. Let me bring one up. Let me get a document up. But it's like, it makes some of the words harder to read.
Yeah. We can
Does that make
definitely have a
sense?
look. If you show me an example, I can take like
Yeah,
a
let me get it.
screenshot and then show with the other mods.
But I have to tell you, you guys, I couldn't do this without As the Gavel Drops. I really couldn't.
Yeah. And you
let
know
me go
that
to my-
every week we have to go through every single thread, every single file on the on Discord and bump it. We have to, even those that we don't go every day, we have to go through every single one of them on Sundays.
Okay, listen. I want to say this one's done well. I'm going to show you one done well because I got to get this closest. Dagnabbit. Let me share screen. This is the new Karen Reed. It was done well because see, as this right here,
Yeah.
allowing introduction of baseless claim without any, it's fine. Some of them, this line image is darker, so anything lack any evidentiary support is actually blurry and harder to read. Just saying.
Yeah.
So this is good. This is a good example. Oh my gosh. I should make a little thing instead of not that one.
We had a good day. It was a good day.
I'm so bad.
It was
Let me
a
go
good
back
day,
to.
Sarah.
There was one that I was reading recently that was difficult. But oh gee gads. Come on. Oh no, that's not it. Anyway, if I ever find it again, I'll let you know. I want to take up too much time. But you guys are doing a phenomenal job. This is a really good one. So this is done well. But sometimes it's, the darkness can
The
sometimes
darkness of
interfere.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. But I am so happy that you are finally watermarking. I need to figure out how to do that where people can't change it.
Yeah. Well, it's not that hard. Like the way I do it so I convert to PDF because normally when you download the document, normally it's PDF. And then from PDF I transform to Microsoft Word, and then on Word you can just watermark there, and then I convert back to PDF and I upload that last PDF that I just created.
Oh, here it is. This is the one that I struggled with. It just I just popped up trying to close it. Share this screen. Do you see where there's a problem?
Yeah. I can see some words there. They're a little bit darker. Yeah. I can see what you.
And when you're doing a live stream, I can't, and I don't know, I'm on a PC, not a Mac, but I cannot get this to size well. I struggle with sizing. I don't like all of this border showing. So I'll go over here and do this. But in order for me to read it and face the camera, I have to read it off of my Discord. Off of my StreamYard. But the StreamYard window is only this big.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, that's, but this is all a learning process.
I can definitely raise with on the mod chat about it and just have a conversation with everyone and see what we can do. But I think it depends as well from the computer that the person that did that watermark used as well, or the phones, because some people do all of this on their phones and it's not on a computer. So yeah.
Well, look, it's all volunteer. I'm not trying to be a witch. I'm
not
not trying to be critical.
Yeah.
Not trying to be critical because Toxic knows my heart. I have y'all's back. And I've said for a while, y'all need to protect your product.
Yeah.
But it's just a matter of courtesy that you give credit. And so I'm
course,
glad you're doing this.
I mean, it is a lot of work. We do it volunteer, but it's still a lot of work. It doesn't take out of the work that we all have to do, and the time that we have to input. Yes, we do it because we like it, but still, sometimes it's, especially when it's the high season of court, it is a lot. And or when you have defendants like Brian Koberg, Miss Sarah Boone, or PDD, or people like that, or anything, or now Luigi Mantione. So if you have high-profile cases like this, there's high documents dropping every 5 seconds. It is a lot of work.
Or the courts that have make it to where you can't get 0 documents.
And then you have those, and then you have to take out of your own money to pocket it. I know that one of the mods there, she literally had to go physical to the court to get the documents. They're not even online. You have to go there physically in present. So she's taking out of her time, money, to go there physically to grab the documents
and pay for
the
them.
Discord. And pay for them, exactly. So it's just, yeah.
See, in my county, we do not have court live in my county courts, and you don't get access online on documents at all. So that's kind of sad.
Yeah.
But the case in San Antonio with Simpson, who's been accused of unaliving his wife, and they were searching for her in the trash pile in San Antonio, Texas, I'm going to follow that one closely because it's close enough. And when they go to trial, I may not be able to stay every day, but I'm going to go for the high days.
Yeah.
I'm going to go and be there. Unfortunately, they won't have any cameras there because it's federal.
Yes, they won't.
But I'm going to try and get my own media company started so I can get a media.
Yeah, well, that would be a good thing. That would be cool. I'm planning to go to the sentencing that I was just talking about in the UK at the end of the month. I'm actually on holiday that week. Well, on holiday. I'm on vacation. Sorry, I keep forgetting.
I
It's
know
in
holiday.
America.
That's okay. I got it.
I'm on vacation and I'm time off from work, so I'm gonna go to court in the UK. And even though we don't have media there, I'm still gonna try to sneak in some pictures from the inside. I don't speak English. So
Don't speak English.
no, I'm gonna try to sneak some pictures out of the UK court.
Highly illegal.
I know. Yeah. So next case might be my case. Exactly. Oh, no, but would not survive.
But see, here's a problem I have. I'm deaf. My cell phone controls my hearing aids. And they want me to turn off my cell phone. I can't because this program is what controls my hearing aids.
Yeah.
And I want to go to Judge Boyd's court, but I'm going to have to sit here and see that little dot. I raise and lower that dot to adjust the volume greater than what my hearing aid outer volume can do. I also have about 15 different modes that I can play with to see what I hear the best. So I'm going to have to get there early, speak to the bailiff, let them know what I'm doing. What basically I've had to do is you come up here and do you know how you swipe everything out?
Yeah.
So it's just that, and you only have that one program running. So if they want to check, they'll come up and swipe and see what's open.
What's open, yeah. But when you mean Judge Boyd, you mean Stephanie Boyd from the...
Oh, what? Holy crap. Breaking news in Kerrville, Texas. Oh my God, I got to read this.
Wow, what happened now?
I went to this church. Kerrville Zion Lutheran pastor resigns after explosive allegations emerged Sunday. Zion Lutheran senior pastor, Mr. Williams, a fixture in the Kerr County Veterans Events, resigns his position one day after the church secretary read aloud a blistering series of accusations, including intimate assaults and intimidation.
Uh-oh.
He's under.
Uh-oh.
Holy crap.
That doesn't sound very.
Sarah, send this to Mimi ASAP. Oh, I'll be following that case. I went to that church.
Oh. That doesn't
I
sound
went to
good.
that church. Oh, guess what? I'm getting ready to do a. Okay. What do you think is going to be your favorite case this year?
I don't know. Because the thing is, I am not big on big cases. I am not going to follow BK. I might watch it on my personal time, but I'm not live streaming it. I am not interested in Donna Adelson. I want to watch it again, but I don't want to live stream it.
I'm not interested in either.
I want to watch Lori Vallow. I will be streaming Lori Vallow. That one, I can't pass it. I cannot pass Lori Vallow. That one, or Daybell, because she wants to be called Daybell. She's special.
How about Lori Biatch?
Yeah, we can call her that too. Yeah, that one I'm not gonna pass out. But the rest, I want to find the small cases that no one wants to live stream and that no one wants to talk about. I want to do those. It's not the spotlight on those, but I want to follow those cases because first of all, BK is going to be 4 months, 12 weeks. That's just way too long for a trial to do it every day in, day out, every single day. It's going to get boring. So I'm not going to do 4 months, and especially Idaho is a completely time zone from me. So with my day job is just Treehouse Guy Nightbot is already done and dusted. He's already pled no contest, so it's over with. But yeah, so BK is too long. Not going to follow. I will watch it. But even watching it, 4 months of the same trial, day in and day out, it would get boring too quick. And then with other trials, there's this Donna, Lori. What other cases is there? Big ones?
Of course, we got the Karen Reed again.
Oh, no. I'm not going to go through that again. Because it's going to be the same thing.
Do you know why? I am. Do you know why?
Why?
Because I sat there and took a book of notes. And everybody who testifies a second time, I want to scrupulously go through and scrupulously go through their testimony.
Oh, Stephen Stearns. I want to do Stephen Stearns.
Stevenson's, which one's that?
The Madeline Soto case out of Florida. He has 2 trials this year. One for an essay, another one for unaliving her. He has 2 trials this year. One in February and one September, I want to say.
Wow.
Do you want me to pop his name on the chat?
Oh my God, that case is rocking my world. Oh my God.
Which case? The Texas one?
Yeah. I'm like, loved him. All right. We had a pastor, Mike, that was there I was there when he came in. And he retired of old age. Great guy. This is the pastor that took his place about 1.5 years ago. And everybody thought he was fabulous. Then this, it's like,
is happening.
My town is only 25,000 people.
Oh, so it's a small town type thing.
Very small town. And there's only 2 Lutheran churches.
Oh.
And this church has been there since like 1880. I don't know. Let's see. 1901.
Wow.
That church has been there since Our town in 1881 was founded. That's how long. That's the first Lutheran church in the Hill Country.
Wow.
So it's a big deal. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So,
the Karen Reed. The Karen
Reed.
I'm going to do that one because I have never done a trial that's been retried. Number one.
Yeah.
Number two, I literally over there in my cubby have a book
Of the notes. Yeah.
of the notes. And I want to go back and see where the inconsistencies lies. And I want to know what the new evidence is.
Yeah. Another case that there
Ronnie
is.
says she's staying away from Stephen Stearns.
Which one, Ronnie? The essay or the unaliving or both? Because he has two cases that's going to be separate, tried separately. So it depends on which one. There's another one as well. The one Davis, the Tupac Shakur. I don't want to live stream that one. I want to follow it.
Well, I'm going to make some changes this year.
So
big changes in the sense of I am going to start doing it was interesting because you said snapshots. I love EDB's quick bits.
Yeah.
I'm going to be doing snapshots and I'm going to sign and talk at the same time, which is harder. So that means
Yeah.
I got to script it, put it up, talk and sign at the same time.
At the same time.
Or
Yeah.
I have to have my interpreter here with me. But she works in the educational system from 7 her time to 3 her time, which is 2 my time. So she's gone more than half of our day.
Yeah.
So we're doing that. He pastored at a church I used to go to. But anyway, and then I'm also going to do focal points. Or I take a case and I just do 30-minute focal summaries of what's going on, but we're not going to follow the in-court proceedings.
Yeah. Just like little recaps of it. Yeah.
And it may be an old case that's been reopened, like the one I'm talking about now, where there's new material, there's DNA that never been done, something that could cause this case to turn on its wheels. Like with the Karen Reed, I'll probably be something over that thing we just got. So, but
yeah.
Anyway.
But the thing is, like in terms of cases, I don't really shy away from cases. They are hard. They can be hard. Yes, they are horrible. But the thing is, any case is horrible. We are talking about people not going out of this world in a horrible way. Some cases are hard. It involves essays and whatevers and whatnot. It is sad. It is horrible. But I am interested in the mentality of the person that led to do this. I want to know why. I want to know what possible defense they can have. And I only can see that if I see their trial. So that's why I want to like stream, and I will be streaming uncomfortable cases. And I mean, I want to be transparent, and I don't want to be shying away from cases because the thing is, with YouTube, you can listen before it goes out to other people. You have a latency time. So if you know something is coming up very quickly, you can either mute or pause or skip or do whatever. So you just need to, pay attention to the stream and to the things and be responding quickly to, stop whatever it is. So I don't personally want to shy away from like cases like the Stephen Stearns or whatever, because I'm interested in those type of cases because I want to know what their defense is.
Well, as a criminal justice major, going to college for, I don't want to shy away from them either, but I also don't want to run off certain people in my
completely
audience.
agree.
So some of these cases that are really bad essay cases are I am not going to be doing. Which one's doing the ST P Diddy? I'm not going to do P Diddy.
Oh no, I'm not gonna do P Diddy either. I'm transparent, but let's not exaggerate. I'm not touching P Diddy or doing anything about him. At Stephen Stearns, I might be covering just the unaliving trial, not the essay trial, because it's 2 separate trials. There's the choose. But for example, Nightbot is complaining that it's close to midnight.
Well, I've been on since 10 a.m.
Yeah.
8 hours.
Yeah, it's been
And
8 hours.
I now
Yeah.
to make a few phone calls.
Yes.
to
You
some
go.
people.
We'll do another stream anyway. So
Do you know what? I thoroughly enjoy you. If I'm live, just say, "Hey, I want to come on." I'll send you the link. I love your I do watch. It's just I'm on all the time.
oh, same.
What
It's
are you
like
doing that for?
I do try like at least pop it in, give my like, and just say like, hey, I've been here, like leave the.
I always
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
and I subscribed.
I know, me too. I get notifications. I was like, "Ooh, 8 is live. I'm gonna be lurking away." And it just, I even sometimes rewatch stuff like when I have free time, which is almost never. Try to rewatch stuff to at least help you
Well,
out a bit. And
When I'm
yeah.
not here, when I'm not doing this, I'm doing homework, and I'm doing 16 weeks of classes in 3.
Oof.
And I always have something on.
Yeah.
So I bounce from you and about 6 other people.
Yeah.
So
Now that I'm gonna restart doing because I'm doing a course as well for being an accountant, and like with taxes and everything over here in the UK. I'm gonna be probably putting a stream in the background and just listen to while I study, and yeah,
that's what I do.
So
Well, a highest form of thank you in my Native
thank you for
American
having me.
tongue is miigwech. So thank you, Gwetch, for coming on and being
Thank
a
you
part
for
of this.
having me.
I'm
Of
gonna
course.
you go and thank you.
I'll go. Bye-bye.
Thank you, hubby. Thank you, Nightbot.
All right. Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye, love. Miigwech. Okay, guys. I want to say thank you guys for sticking in with me and hanging on out with me for 8 hours today. Unexpected, but I have got some things I got to go do now. I got to go research, got to make a phone call. This is going to blow up our town like you have no idea. In the meantime, y'all have a great evening. I will not be on tomorrow unless something happens. Something happens, I'll come on. But I need to take a day to empty the studio, clean it, and put it all back together. God help me. A lot of work, but I got to do it. Got to do it. All right. Once again, before I go, if you sub in the month of December, put I sub, you get an entry. If you become a member, you get 5 entries. My memberships do start at only 99 cents, so it's reasonable. And if you give super chats, you get 10 entries every time. With that, y'all are amazing. Y'all have a great night. Thank you to all my mods. Thank you, mods. I appreciate you. I love you. I couldn't do this without you. And my interpreter that came on, love you very much. I will see you guys, if not tomorrow, for sure, on Sunday for Sunday Night Live. Have a great night. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.